started. Please apologise. I need to stop forgetting that YouTube needs to be in the loop. Right, so we could, yeah, we can just use the monorail to take all these metals to where we need them, which is great. Don't know why YouTube's updating and then starting and updating again, but that's strange. There's a fucking... Right, so facility management. Yes, welcome in, users. Good to meet you. I suppose maybe we should mine some more. We're gonna need them. Dawn, welcome in. How's it going, dude? Good to see you. Hope you're well. Right, and then load. Right, so what I might be able to do is I might be able to put some of the materials on the truck. And then the rest I will load into the monorail as cargo. Oh, chat, look at this. Look at this strat. We're going to use the monorail and we're going to go all the way over to here because we built it. We're going to load the cargo, which is this. Put that in there. We're going to load the vehicle. And then we're going to jump on, and then we're going to dispatch, which means the overflow of the materials we can't put in the truck, we can put in a container, and then we can take our container, our vehicle, and ourselves all the way over there. Easy peasy. Director's cut is fucking great, having that buddy bot that can follow me around when I'm running with two trailers. Yes, yeah. The director's cut added a few really nice touches. Few really nice touches. And the thing is, I went to re-platinum when the director's cut came out, and there was new stuff that I hadn't seen before, and I was like, what the fuck? Look at this. Just woke up from a mindfuck of a dream, but other than that, I'm good. I'm glad to hear it. I'm sorry to hear about the dream. Is it something you ate? But yeah, it is strange. There's all sorts of studies into like what dreams mean, and there are apparently a few common threads, but I don't know if it's all just pseudo-scientific nonsense. Of course, you know, it would make sense that the sort of average reaction to certain hormonal balances during your dreaming state would present similar imagery. I can see how some of the theory came about, but I'm not sure if it's ever been truly tested. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear about it, dude. I hope... Oh wow, that person's put a fucking jump right into that pillar. That's a great idea. Very weird cutscene Easter egg in this game that's easily missed. Want a hint? I'm not sure. I think, yeah, I try and be subtle about it. I don't want to be spoiled. Because everybody's kind of just basically exposing this entire game on social media right now. Like every time I see a clip, I have to flick off of it now, because a few times that I've seen a clip, I'm like, oh, it's a Death Stranding clip, and then boom, someone's on the screen I've not seen yet, and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, man. So, like, yeah, people just aren't fucking careful at all. Been getting better lately. I'm glad to hear it, Celipsis. Sleep is super, super important, dudes. Probably all the acid, yeah. Well, I did do a bunch of acid on Friday night, so, you know, on the come down. But yeah, this monorail is pretty fucking cool, dude. I apologize in advance for my voice. I've been coughing and spluttering for a couple of days, so I'm gonna see how we go. I've got some ooey gooey mixture to sip on. 12,000 people live there. Fair enough. But yes, do you remember what the dream was about, and are you comfortable talking about it? Because if so, I'd love to hear, but if not, that's also perfectly valid. Dreams are very personal. I know that you can dream about things that you would never talk about in real life, and things that don't actually align with you as a person. I know that's sometimes the case. Right, so where do the materials get dropped off? Oh, there we go. Cool. Right. We'll come back and get those in a minute. Because there is a paver. This random bit of road that's already made. I imagine there's another paver there that will take us to one that's probably around about there, because there's a big circular space, so I reckon there's probably a paver there. And this one might carry us there, to be honest. Okay, right, so let's... Oh, do you know what? I think that might make a bridge for us. This might make a bridge for us. And that would be super handy. So I think actually what we want to do is we want to go left. Oh, no. We don't want to fucking destroy all of our fucking cargo, though. Excusez-moi. Yeah, excusez-moi. It would honestly take too long for my tired brain to type it and give a proper context. Okay, fair enough. That's completely understandable. If you're superstitious, don't sleep next to it during a wake. During a wake. If you're awake, then you're not. I'm just kidding. Could you imagine the disrespect of going to somebody's wake and then falling asleep and being asleep at a wake? The pure insolence. Because yes, we're also going to need to find some ceramics as well. As subtle as I can. If you're superstitious, don't sleep next to it during a wake. If you're superstitious, don't sleep next to it during a wake. Do you mean during a quake? Sorry. Or... Ah, okay. During a wake. Okay. Oh my god, fucking emu. Sake. You see that? Motherfucker changed direction like 4 times. Veldar, welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. Happy Saturday. GG's on 3rd, dude. Sneaking in there and getting it at the last minute. But yes, social media is getting pretty fucking risky. I keep seeing stuff that I don't think I've seen yet, and I'm like, ooh, run away. But it's I kind of do it to myself, because obviously I start sharing content with the Death Stranding and the Death Stranding 2 tag. So I think that means it starts putting that stuff on my radar, which I think is actually probably not the best idea, but it be what it be. I'm doing a centaural. What in the world is a centaural? Now, if we learned anything from the Aussies, the emus are tough motherfuckers. I don't think it would survive being run over by this truck. They're probably pretty tough, like honey badgers as well. I'm at 19 and 15 words so far, 100 wordles at once. You get 108 guesses to complete 100 words. Oh my fucking lord. That sounds like a complete fucking mindfuck. So I wish you the best of luck, my dude. We got any ceramics? No, we haven't. Okay. I've already done it. Okay, cool. So I just need 2,730 ceramics. Right, so we can go dump the rest of this material in the other paver. And then we can fuck off and make some deliveries because we have got some cargo to deliver from last stream. I remember dreaming of streamers which I could do without. Okay. If you're on about threads, you can actually set up muted words so that any content Death Stranding related won't show up. Yes, did it with Sinners. Yeah, so I need to double check what kind of options there are for TikTok, Instagram, and threads, but it's just the social media side of content creation, you know, the vertical side of content creation, it's fucking ruthless, man. People are sharing like end game stuff on day one, and it's like, for fuck's sake, man. You know, they start playing the game at 1 AM and they're sharing content by 7. You know, that's almost end game, that's like mid game. By the end of the day, they're sharing content that's and the thing is, you've got a streamer that's going to know life a game, and it's like, fine, whatever, that's your job. But they've got an editor. Whilst they're streaming day one, their editor is firing clips onto socials. And I kind of respect the hustle. I kind of respect how fucking hardcore that is. That sort of throughput of content. It's a little bit clinical. It's a little bit sort of, you know. But yeah, I kind of respect the hustle. But at the same time, what I don't respect is waking up on the day of a release, right? Sitting down on the toilet to take care of the first one of the day. And yeah, scrolling social media, and then boom, I get spoiled. I haven't even fucking turned the console on to download the game yet. And I'm like, motherfucker, like, give it fucking 36 hours. Come on, like, chill. Just trying to have a shit shower and a shave here. But yeah, I think that the trouble is, if you made it so that sharing content with the tags prohibited it from being shown, people would just not tag it, right? People will do anything to get their content out first, and that's unfortunately why some people are so ruthless. And like I say, I get it. It's a fucking pain in the arse, and I really hate it, but I get it, you know? I know that after creating content for a few years now, I know that I don't take it seriously enough. Damos, welcome in, dude. And Dennis, how's it going? Good to see you, dudes. Hello there, Crumbs and Chums. Crumbs and Chums. Look at that. What a wonderful name for the community, Crumbs and Chums. And welcome in, Damos. It's good to see you, dude. And you, Dennis. How's it going, Dennis? Good to see you. I need to pick up all the coral crystals I can, because fucking running out. Finish my game, then I will come in. Yep, please finish your game, dude. Finish your game and let us know how it was. Don't spoil it, of course, but yeah. Krill, welcome in. What's the difference between a social media influencer and a bench? One can support a family. Ooh, spicy. Spicy. God fucking damn it, Peacock, get the fuck out of the way. The animals, I get it, dude, but the animals, man, they're kind of annoying. Bro, I don't have Lou. Dead man took her from me, the bastard, and I just got a tutorial pop up saying cut the BT cards. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, the game forces you to tackle some things without BT, which is yeah, kind of cheeky, but also kind of genius. Righty-ho. Right, so that's the metals for a bunch of the pavers that are nearby. And there's another paver right there, and there's also another bit of monorail. So I will double check. What have we got? Have we got any? We haven't got any resins or any special alloys, so we're going to have to do a little bit of a... Oh, we got a bunch of weapons to recycle. Okay, we can recycle these weapons at some point. And then we've got some other bits and pieces to recycle, and then we've got some deliveries to make. Fucking lone command? Nah, I don't think so, dude. The architect, I'm not sure. I might entrust these to other people. Pico will do. Because we need to 5-star them. I've decided to go fuck it. I'm committed to delivery now, and I can't be asked to replot a route. Doesn't go through this part of the mountain, so I'm just gonna throw a shower of water at BTs. Throw shower water at BTs and shoot them. Yes, I mean, yeah, if you can get away with it, yeah. But I have a feeling that once you trigger one, you might end up like completely surrounded by them. But I can't quite remember because I got the I obtained the ability to cut the cords that they have, and that gets rid of them. And then it became kind of a stealth game, and I just stealth the fuck out of them. So this paver is going to go up that mountain there, I suppose. But yeah, what I need to do is I need to get rid of these metals that I've got. I've got some more back at the fucking... Oh shit, I should have gone back to get them. I've got some more in storage. But yeah, the roads are getting cheaper. I mean, they are, not quite as useful because this ground is pretty flat. And I feel a little bit silly because I built that road all the way back there. And thinking about it, I remember playing the first game. If there was a section of terrain that wasn't that bad, it wasn't worth using the materials to build a road there. But I did it in this one, which is a little bit silly of me, so I apologise. Stealth game, laughing, 6 grenade pouches. Yeah, you can throw a whole pack of grenades rather than just one grenade. I've got the APAS upgrade. Welcome in, CP. It's good to see you, dude. I hope you're well. And I'm going to fight a boss. I'll do it. I've fought multiple before. I'll do it again, even if I fought Higgs one with Mama on my back. Yeah, I mean, that's the spirit, dude. That's the spirit, is that you're sort of, you're realizing that it's up to you and that, no one's coming to save you. It's, it's you versus, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. It's you versus, and yeah, it's the game sure does know how to make someone, someone that fit. I mean, because Sam is kind of, you've been playing the game, so you're probably aware, but Sam is obviously not that interested in being a hero. And I think that's one of the really nice things about them as a character, because we've had plenty of white male characters that are the hero, but they're usually insufferably like confident and arrogant about being a hero. Whereas Sam and a few other heroes, they're like, I'm not a hero, I'm just doing my job, I'm just. They don't realize that there's heroics. It's heroic to do what they do in the face of adversity, and there's kind of a subtle message to that. That yeah, you might think that getting out of bed every morning and going to work is just humdrum and just it is what it is, but you're making a difference in the world, and it's important to remember that. Right, so I might hitchhike on the old monorail to get back to the mainland. I say mainland, I mean the other part of. But actually, no, oh yeah, we're going to go over the top of that. It's fine. So we've got some deliveries to make over there. So I kind of I don't want. No, I don't want to. No, I don't want to. I do want to drive this way. Wants to deliver the cargo and get to Amelie. Okay. Yeah, I won't say much more. They're after rescuing Amelie, so there's a bit of heroism in that. But he's realistic. He knows he's not heroic. It's normal. She's found. Yeah, he's not like. Well, I guess it's up to me. I'm gonna have to be the hero. Sounds like he almost doesn't want to fucking do the job. Yeah, it's like, we need you to save the world. He's like, it's not my problem. I kind of love that at the beginning of the game. They're like, Sam, you're the only person uniquely suited with the skill set that's required to do this, to save the world. And he's like, nah, I'm good, thanks. I fucking loved it. Yeah, that first mission in Death Stranding 1, where it's like, yes, your mother has passed away, so if you could just carry her corpse to the fucking incinerator up a mountain or up a big hill, that'd be great. Thanks, Sam. And then you realise why Sam's kind of not really interested in helping people, because they clearly have absolutely no tact. But no, sadly it had to be done because, you know, void outs, necrosis, or whatever they call it. Like Newman, the postman himself, that was pretty insane, the first mission. Like, why couldn't you just get a cut? Well, yeah, it's... The thing is, later on, you come across somebody who's, like, taking a corpse up with a truck. You're like, well, this is way easier. And this is kind of the thing, is that I feel like... I was saying this to somebody who commented on... saying this to somebody who messaged me, sorry, about how, like, they finally got the truck, and I was like... Don't overuse it. Like, if you can do a delivery on foot fairly easily, you know, like if you've got long distances and really heavy amounts of cargo, then sometimes the truck does really make a difference. But don't forget to do deliveries on foot, because there is something about the atmosphere on foot that's, you don't want to miss out. Because once I got the truck in this one, we've done pretty much every delivery by truck. Nightmare involving Higgs and Emily and her missing necklace, and the one where she goes, I can't talk anymore, they are outside, help me. Only for a few missions later, Emily contacts Die Harbin and stuff, with the Cupid being rewritten. Emily worked with Mama and Lochner on it. I'm basically sus of Emily already. Interesting theory. But yes, Lochner and Mama, the fucking story between them. Oh, man, just absolute fucking cinema. And oh my goodness, Mama is so beautiful, like, as a character. They're a real person, I think. But yeah, holy fuck, they are beautiful. Yeah, this is kind of the thing. This is kind of the thing, dude. Is it's a really well written story, because you're never fully like, this is fine. You're always a bit like, what's going on? The intrigue. I don't see. I was about to say the sun just rose, but. Actually, I think a dust storm just moved out of the way. Is there anything up here? That's where the Torii gates are. Right, so yeah, we're going this way to get back on the road. Because we've got some fucking deliveries to do. Sus of Die Hardman too. It was sad when Mama died. I knew it was going to happen based on how weak she was. And I also love it because my pattern recognition usually enables me to see the plot a mile away. With this, I can't. Yeah, this is the thing. It's the plot is not predictable. The writing and the plot is genuinely kind of, because it's Hideo Kojima. People are like, oh, he always takes it too far. Every character is a philosopher, and the story's always fucking crazy. It's always a bit too complicated to understand. I'm like, yeah, but you never know what's going to happen. And that, I think, is actually much more important than having a digestible story that's easy to process. I think that films, TV, and a few other things, games, of course, because they're following suit to the other two, stories and characters have become quite predictable. And yeah, it does kind of rob you of the... And I know that as you get older, you tend to learn about the stereotypes that exist, but I think that Kojima has a really good way of showing you a character, allowing you to sort of understand their quirks, and then revealing the context for said quirks later on in a way that I've always appreciated. That kind of, oh, so that's why they're like this, that's why they behave like this, whereas other stories, it's like, yeah, this person, they had a bad past, so that's why they're a bad person. It's just really one-dimensional. I thought I'd have to fucking control that. So yeah, new South Park coming out, okay. But the thing is, I start to wonder whether South Park are going to run out of stuff, because they go through stuff. It's like The Simpsons, they go through stuff so much. They do joke after joke after joke. But yeah, I genuinely am so impressed by their writing. They come up with, like, you know, meaningful kind of humor that's, you know, social commentary. And I know that social commentary means that they'll always have something to make jokes about because, yeah. But yeah, like being able to hammer through that many jokes and like do a good job of it, because it's crazy how, like, that on the surface that South Park can look like a really, really juvenile show, but they quite often have some really, really well-rounded, like, takes on things. They quite often have, like, they quite often sort of, you know, at the end of an episode, one of the characters will summarize what's happened, and it'll be a really well thought out and sort of, you know, self-aware kind of representation of the subject matter of the episode. It's kind of like, it's crazy to see that kind of, you know, writing nuance and like accuracy in a TV show which is basically on the surface about, you know, dick and fart jokes, right? But yeah, they'll have some incredibly well-rounded takes at the end, which shows that they're not just making dick and fart jokes, they are genuinely really good writers. Out of Sam's patented BT repellent shower water gun. Time to start blasting with the rifle and the anti-BT gun. Best of luck, Stabs. They will run out of stuff the day Trey Parker passes. Yeah, I suppose, yeah. Watch the sausage party with their kids not realizing despite the fucking day. They believe in equality too. Everyone gets the chance to get shit. Yeah, this is it. Because I think the voice actor that plays Chef got upset with something. And they said, come on, dude, you know, we fucking, you know, we've torn a new a-hole on many different subjects. You know, you're no different. Hmm.
Now displaying your current order grade. Order completed. Well done.
Excuse me. They even made an episode. They made an episode where there were a bunch of sea whales or dolphins in a giant tank, and the dolphins would like select certain subjects and certain people from like these round ball things that were in the sort of water enclosure. Sorry, I'm not describing it very well. There were a bunch of fish. Yeah, fuck's sake, brain. There were a bunch of like fish mammals. I don't know if they were fucking dolphins or whatever, in an enclosure. And there were a bunch of balls in the enclosure. And they would just randomly choose a ball to give to the keeper. And the keeper, that was how they wrote the story for South Park. And they took one of the balls out, and the dolphins got really sad and they wouldn't respond. So they made a whole episode about how that's the point. Like, either everything is fair game or nothing is fair game. And again, really, really clever writing. You know, like they've sort of, you know, made a point that we're going to give everybody the same kind of treatment, and that means we can kind of get away with it. And it's kind of a base take, but you know, you can't really argue with it because, yeah, they will slag off almost, you know, well, not almost, they'll slag off anybody. These motherfuckers are going to be back, aren't they? Oh no, they're still knocked out. Fucking hell, okay. Isaac Hayes he got upset when the Cartman shoots Tolkien because he didn't see him. There was an episode where the Japanese invaded SeaWorld. Yeah, that was because, yeah, like, and then at the end they make out that the fucking Hiroshima bomb. They make out that it was dolphins and whales, which is why Japanese people hate, you know, they hunt dolphins and whales so much. Really, really close to the bone. Really close to the bone. But yeah, like they've made some fucking hilarious jokes, and like they always manage to like find a way to make the things that everybody hates funny. They'll take something that people are doing that everybody hates, and they'll summarize all of the worst things about it. Like almost immediately. They have a very good objective view of like, you know, people and behavior. And the thing is, someone's like, I remember saying to someone, it's like, it'd be really cool to meet them one day. I was like, I don't know, dude. I don't want to be part of a fucking South Park episode. I don't want to be part of a fucking South Park episode. I'm good, thanks. Because it'd be an honor, but you know you'd get fucking absolutely slated in an episode. Fucking hell. Oh, I'm giving you special arrows, am I? Okay, I'm going to make some deliveries first, but then we can start. So, I need to go to the Magellan at some point. I've got a bunch of materials and weapons and stuff to recycle. So, what have we actually got? We have got to go to the architect. And then we've got to go to the hydrologist's lab. Wowzer. When they start attacking everything, dolphin. Yeah, with the... Yeah. It's just the way that they had that sort of like, you hear this like battle cry in the background and they just run in and just start stabbing everything and then they run off. It's so ridiculous. He says, show me the apples from Good Will Hunting, or saying, man, Damon. Yeah, oh my God. That... The fucking entire film just mocks Matt Damon for not really being too intelligent. It's fucking so harsh, but it's so hilarious. Not attacking everything with just like South Park, not because not only do they use that humour to everyone equally, they also won't go too far because they have respect. So if you see the same as banter, it's all good fun. It's not actually out of the hate. Like banter between me and an old friend. Yes, the thing is, they have a very sort of, you know, they have a very sort of, how do I describe it? As you say, they treat everything very matter-of-factly. They don't think, oh, because it's this, we can't make fun of it because this, we can't make, you know, they just treat everything very matter-of-fact. And there is, you know, there are downfalls to that. Very difficult for a show to have any kind of emotional bandwidth where, things really sort of affect people emotionally. The only way you can affect people emotionally is to frustrate them, and that is kind of the only thing that they're really known for outside of the fan group. It sort of creates this polarizing effect where people on the outside don't realize quite how smart and intelligent the show actually is. They make some incredibly good jokes that are actually incredibly well thought out, that take quite a bit of working out, and it's for American humor. It's interesting because it's interesting that it works. You know, people will actually, you know, people will give South Park the time of day. They won't just say, oh, it's a bad joke. They'll actually say, oh, actually, I've only got a shotgun. I mean, actually, that's a fucking lie. I've got an absolute shitload of weapons in the back. I must have an assault rifle somewhere. So, I've seen that actually, if you use a blood grenade or like a red grenade, I think they're blood grenades. You throw one at these, they explode, and because the blood continuously gets all the little ones, you get a few more crystals out of it. But that'll do. That'll do. I've got 4,000. It's so funny that George Clooney is a super big fan of South Park. Yeah, it's interesting how many how many demographics South Park can actually sort of reach out to, but it's not like, obviously the trouble is you'll always have people that are like, oh, they didn't need to make fun of that, they didn't need to make fun of that, it shouldn't have been us, it should have been something else. It's like, nah, you don't understand, you don't get it. I know that sounds a bit pretentious saying you don't get it with South Park, but it's true. Like if they were to make fun of BMXers and stuff, I'd have to just take it on the chin, and I'd probably find it hilarious because ultimately I'm not that protective. I know that from the outside looking in, the way BMXers have fun, it looks like just absolute fucking idiocy. But I promise you, I've never laughed so much in my life than being on a trip with some lads and just fucking, just riding bikes every single day, eating a very cheap basic diet and just getting absolutely shit-faced drunk by 3 o'clock every single fucking day. But yeah, road trips and stuff, it's just, I do feel sorry for people that have hobbies that don't really do road trips. I think if your hobby allows you to do a road trip and go and do your hobby somewhere new, you definitely should. Airbnb now makes it even easier to find somewhere to sleep. Obviously, if you really want to do a proper trip, you need to bring some camping gear and try and find quiet places to camp.
Glad you can make it.
But yeah, letting go of like electricity and showers and toilets and stuff, and obviously you do wash yourself obviously here and there, but giving up all those modern conveniences. And it's kind of like people go camping to get away from all the complication of life. Being on a road trip is kind of like that, but for like a week and a half, 2 weeks, and also you're having like the most fun. Like because you've taken a sort of leave of absence from all the responsibilities you have at home, you're just kind of like free to do anything all the time, and it's kind of like really freeing. And like I say, when you're young and you can manage it, I'd highly recommend it. But yeah, but going on trips with a group of people that you really care about it's magic. And like when people have a hobby that doesn't really support that, I do feel bad for them, because I think it's it's one of the really magical things about. So have I 5-starred the Dowser already? Damn. Okay, I'll take that one and that one. So we go down the hill. Cool. Got 30. Nope. Nope. Everything's too much.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. So it says that's the biggest thing about me either. So they show me the apples from Good Will Hunting. So Matt Damon from Team America, yeah. That's the thing that he always gets approached about. That's fucking hilarious. Bless him. Could you imagine that every time, some fans approach you, or they see you in public, they're just like, Matt Damon. Mate, I imagine Trey Parker and Matt Stone definitely had to pay him for that, because must be fucking hilarious. Keep seeing welcome to the channel because my computer is flicking between Wi-Fi and wired. Yes, yeah, that's probably it, dude. But yeah, it's just, it could also just be Twitch. Twitch is just always, you never quite know how Twitch is going to be until you start viewing or trying to chat or start streaming. You just don't know. Because they're just so obsessed with just shoving new features on the top without making the foundational stuff like solid. And yeah, it's crazy to me that they haven't just acquired 7TV or just, you know, bought the rights to all the various different changes, because, you know, 7TV, it makes such a difference. It's, you know, it's not just emotes. Like you can do so many things to make the chat work better. You can just get rid of all the fucking shit and just see the chat, as well as seeing all the emotes that people are using. And I find it genuinely difficult to use the chat without it. I've got so used to it. But yeah, unfortunately, it's an external, you know, party. So if Twitch changes something, they've got to play catch up, and there's often a, you know, a week or two sometimes before they figure it out. But yeah, it's nice to be able to turn off all the stuff that I don't really care about. The thing about Twitch is they incorporate things, but they don't make a way to turn them off, and that's the thing that I just despise the most about any kind of UI design. Is I don't mind when things get added to empty space. Don't put things where other things currently are. That's Spotify's changed where the playlist button is, and it's so annoying. It's such a fucking brain dead thing to do. They put a create button so you can create a new playlist. It's not needed. I don't even think that button really needs to exist. There were ways to create playlists before that were perfectly fine. But anyway, but yeah, it's one of the things that annoys me the most about it's the most annoying design philosophy for me, is when they keep adding stuff and just refuse to accept that they're making it too cluttered. And they never create a situation where, like, you know, there's like a little button you can press to make it, to hide it. I personally feel like I should be able to, on Twitch, I should be able to turn off basically almost everything that is on the screen. You know, I should be able to customize all of that, so I can make Twitch work for me, because the player gets so fucking laggy and unresponsive sometimes for me. It's fucking insane. And sometimes I have to just fucking change to a different browser just to make it work. And then when you change to a different browser, you haven't got any of your tabs, any of your fucking bookmarks, any of your passwords. So it's just, so I have to, and one thing I've noticed as well, I don't know if anyone else has tested this or found this out themselves, but if I've got a stream on the screen, if Twitch is playing a stream on my screen, if I try and watch a YouTube video, if I try and edit some footage in Premiere, if I try and do anything else, it fucking chugs so fucking hard. If I minimize that stream, and so the stream is, I can still hear the stream. If I minimize the stream so the player isn't on the screen, everything goes back to normal. So I don't know what it is, but I suspect that Twitch has got a whole bunch of stuff in the player that's designed to see whether the person has the thing on the screen or not. 7TV is British too. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Paramount executives have called Trey many times and have been like, Trey, Matt, come on, dudes, this is a fucked up script. I understand their jokes come from absurdity rather than senseless offensive. Yeah, the thing is, they tend to overly exaggerate everything for dramatic effect, of course, but that obviously that also takes it out of the realm of reality, you know. Like when all the well, no, I won't go into that one. That one's a bit. But yeah, all the Hardy riders that keep making a bunch of noise, and everyone just keeps shouting something at them. It's hilarious, even though it's a slur, which I don't think you should use. But yeah, my friend will joke on me being autistic, and he'll banterously call me the R word, and he's dyslexic, so I joke on him about that. But by the end of the day, we both know we respect each other. Yes, there's the benefit of the doubt is there, and you know there is a certain amount of bandwidth that, you know, humor can be given for the sake of, you know, but I also feel that, you know, there are plenty of comedians out there and people that make up jokes, because they may not always be comedians, but there are plenty of jokes and or comedians out there that manage to be funny by making fun of the human experience. They're not making fun of a demographic, or they're making fun of being a human being, and there's plenty of human behaviors. So we've got something for this guy as well. So, we've got to go. Okay, yeah. Do you know what? I've got a fucking truck full of weapons. Yeah, let's go fuck up those mules. I might even have a sniper rifle. So I'll take some high ground. But yes, because they make it so absurd. And there's a YouTube channel as well. I think one of you may have shared a link, and I've watched one of them, and I've watched a bunch of others, where they take a demographic, you know, like people. There was one on people that use Ozempic, and then there was one about Disney adults, and it's so over the top. It's so satirical and over the top that you realise it's not like, you know, it's not serious. You know, they're clearly being satirical. They're taking it way too far. But it also kind of highlights that there are personalities out there that have become really warped by the society in which we live. There are people that have, you know, clearly not been brought back to reality. You know, they haven't been sort of, you know, sat down and said, no one said to them, you know, you're taking this a bit too far. You need to fucking chill out. This is becoming an obsession. And loving something to the point of obsession is dangerous. Really fucking dangerous. Randomly cool people he'd look at me and probably go, all right, and then call me. Yeah, and like the thing is, I remember somebody explaining it. They were like, I would never call somebody, and this is not, I'm not justifying it. This is just something that I heard that was interesting. But they said, I would never actually call somebody who has a mental disability the R word. You know, I would never call them that. But if one of my friends, who I know doesn't have a mental disability, does some R-words shit, I'm going to call him that because he should know better. And I was like, damn, that almost it doesn't, but that almost kind of clears it. I was like, damn, like that's kind of the point, is that you only call it on context because, you know, when there's a contrast of their, you know, cognitive abilities, right? That's for you, that's R-word, you know, whereas for somebody that has mental disabilities, that's perfectly normal because that's the level of cognitive function they have. So you would never call them out on that because that's their level. You know, when somebody does something that's less than, you know, their cognitive ability, but still, it's unnecessary. It is ultimately unnecessary. So that doesn't justify it. It got close. I heard that and I was like, damn, that's actually a pretty good justification. But I still don't think it's right. It's still not a word we should be using at all, in my opinion. I'll take a couple of boulder guns. Oh, you're right. Yeah, it was pretty funny, but yeah, you shouldn't use that term, though, to be honest. According to Trey Parker, the only celebrity that got really upset was Sean Penn. He even showed up on his house angry, but that's Sean Penn. Total anger problem for you. Does he have an anger problem? Okay. I noticed it when I'm downloading even a small game or updating games. What should be that stream was updating something. Yeah, it's weird. It's really strange. I've sort of like I've been checking how much memory the tab uses when watching. It's using like a few hundred megabytes, so it's not using like, you know, everything. It's not like Chrome back in the day. But it is using some. It is using some memory because, you know, it's audio, it's video. Yeah, there's stuff to process. I get it. But yeah, it does surprise me how, like, if I'm watching a stream and I minimize it to do something else, when I come back, the quality has dropped to like 160p or 360p. And I'm like, so they know when it's on the screen enough to change the quality of the video to save their servers. So when I'm tabbing my friends up, does that count them as a viewer? And then I realised that, oh, actually, even though a bunch of people do well, actually that's not true. People have stopped tabbing me up for some reason, but I don't know whether people have stopped tabbing me up. Oh, he led his target. I don't know whether people have stopped tabbing me up or whether Twitch has just stopped counting them after a certain amount of time. Because it would make sense that there's a handful of people that tab me up when the stream starts, but they don't have the stream up on the screen, which is fine. I don't mind. You know, it's, you know, the tabbing me up and, you know, lurking is really, really helpful. I'm not, you know, complaining at all. But what I've noticed is you get people tabbing you up and then they all drop off. So at the beginning of a stream, there'll be a drop off at some point. And I thought it's really weird. You know, a certain amount of time after the stream starts, I always lose like 5 or 6 viewers, like every single stream, no matter what game, no matter what time of day. I always, you know, start the stream, the viewership goes up, then I just always lose 5 or 6 viewers every single time. I was like, it's really weird. Then I realised if they're lurking, if they're just tabbing me up, and Twitch doesn't count that, then that would explain it, because after a certain amount of minutes, it stops counting them as a viewer because they're not active or they haven't had the stream on the screen. Then they stop counting as a viewer, so it removes them from the users in chat section. But I can't prove that. Can't prove that, but it would explain it. It would explain a lot. Right, chat, we've got our first outbreak of the stream. I do apologise. I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen in a moment. There'll be a raff and some tips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything, because I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen, so if you want to stay lurking, we're talking about lurkers, if you want to stay lurking and follow in secret, once we're over on the BRB screen, there's no alerts for follows, we don't call them out. We still appreciate them, of course, but if you want to follow in secret and stay lurking, that's also perfectly valid. But yes, please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack, guys, so you won't miss anything, because I'm going to do the same. I feel like a lot of construction workers have a closest bond, because if one thing goes wrong, someone can die in the military banter. Yeah, I think any group of people that spend long enough together develop an understanding that's much more in depth than just communication. There's body language and all sorts of other things, and you also understand. You understand somebody's humor, and therefore you can make jokes that you know are going to land rather than miss. And yeah, it sort of changes the ability you have to sort of push jokes a bit further. But, you know, I think that kind of is one of the reasons why we need to be a bit more careful, because just because you're in a group of friends and one person makes a joke and everyone laughs and you think that joke is a bit, you know, in poor taste, you should kind of say something. And everyone's like, yeah, but then everyone will then they won't be friends with me. It's like, well, maybe you shouldn't be friends with them. If they're making shitty jokes that are at other people's expense, especially minorities, maybe they're not worth being friends with. Maybe if we just stopped allowing people to be part of friend groups, because people, there's a friend group and there's that one person that's actually kind of just a toxic piece of shit. And everyone's like, yeah, but he's all right. I'm like, but he isn't. He's a toxic piece of shit, and he makes us look like a toxic piece of shit. So, but yeah, anyway, I'll pop you guys over there. I'll be back shortly, and then we'll complain about the world some more while we play a video game. But yes, I'll be back shortly.
I'm just kidding. Fuck's sake, game. What more do you want from me? So that should work. That should work. Oh my god, the triple. The triple. Get fucking stun locked, bozo. Early. Oh, the hitbox. The hitbox on that. The hitbox on that. Come on, bro. He leaves, he eats like, I put half a pouch down, right, in the morning of his wet food, right? And he eats like 2/3 of it and leaves some of it behind. Yeah, that's it. He just walks straight over me. Such a little shit. Oh, really? Like that, is it? So we're going to carry on down here. Oh. Bye. Oh, no. Oh, Prolate's charge. What a meme of an Ash of War. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. He didn't like. I was hoping he was going to fall back and like smash against that container, but yeah, he just sort of fell backwards to the ground. But that thing got in the way. It's a shame. Right. Anyone else?
Matt Damon.
What's that? Matt Damon. Because the thing is, Family Guy took a swing as well. They showed like Ben Affleck and Matt Damon sharing a room in college, and like Matt Damon was, I think Matt Damon was just on the sofa, and Ben Affleck was writing. So, yeah, but you're going to put my name down, right? I was like, why? You didn't write it. So yeah, but you know, I was here. You know, I helped. But no, you know. Sort of implying that he didn't do any of the writing, which is yeah, a bit of a dig, because yeah, kind of way to survive BTs without loot, just throw hermetic grenades and the BTs investigate the noise, giving their location away. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a few different mechanics. There's a few different mechanics which are super intuitive once you get used to it. But yeah, the thing is, like, we keep in this game, like I seem to just always be fucking taking out mules. I can go and find some BTs if I wanted to take them out, but yeah, the game isn't sort of, you know, asking me to, which is strange. But maybe we'll see more as we go along. Shit.
Are you injured, Sam?
Ah. Okay, there's one more over there. Sorry. It got really dark and now I can't see the fucking floor. Are you running up those stairs to get on that mounted gun, you cheeky bastard? Right, so have we got everything we need? Oh shit, I think it's going to ask us to fucking fill up the truck because it says large quantity, so yeah, I think we may have fucked up here. But let me head down here and grab my truck. Tom Cruise in the closet of South Park and sometimes you got super upset about that one, but I've heard Tom just laughed it off. Yeah, the thing is, I think Tom Cruise realizes that, you know, they've won. You know, like they've been married to and or dated some of the most attractive women in the world. They've been made rich 10 times over. I think they've finally sort of realized, you know what, like, you know, they've achieved it. And I think that, yeah, some people get to that stage where, you know, they've finally done enough. But unfortunately, there's a bunch of billionaires out there that will just never have enough. They have this hole inside them, this insecurity inside them that they're never going to be able to shake. And they think that money and power and everything else will, you know, make them feel better, but it never does. And as a result, they just continuously just acquire more and more, and they just keep hoarding. And it's real sad. It's real fucking sad. Because it's pathetic, to be honest, you know. It's their insecurity that drives. Everyone's like, oh yeah, they're so driven, they're so intelligent. It's like, they're just really insecure. So they have to have more of everything than everyone else. Otherwise, they don't feel good about themselves. And that's it. You know, it's not like this sort of skill set. It's a compulsion, you know. And that's the thing, is that it's more of a disease. It's like this mental disease where they just don't understand that they can have enough, you know. There is such a thing as enough. Will you not show the other one? Oh, is it empty? I thought it had a yellow thing coming out the top of it. Okay, it doesn't matter. When I need Kairos, I always go to the Crater Lake and just kill BT. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can farm. Once you get used to the tricks, you can farm. So it's a really well structured game. I'm going to be honest. It is actually genuinely really well structured. The mines in this one that allow you to just farm materials with chiral crystals, that streamlines the whole process, because normally you have to go around finding the materials as they spawn. The fact that they've added mines that you've got to build to create, and then you can speed up the process of farming all the various different materials for the roads and the monorails, that's really cool. Just realised in Death Stranding, Hartman doesn't have an exoskeleton, he uses AED, but in Death Stranding he has an exoskeleton and his heart is in the BB pod. Yes, no, there are some changes, yeah, and obviously he can sleep standing up because the exoskeleton will hold him up. Being in Scientology is probably his way to not go Hollywood crazy back in the days, and now he's stuck too. He can't get out. Maybe, yeah. Like 63 and so healthy and looks full. Yeah, he looks good for his age. But time waits for nobody. I presume he will be looking down the barrel of some pretty serious injury, some pretty serious you get fatigue with stuff, like for instance, like there's injuries in my body that happened and then they healed, but now that I'm 40 I feel them again, and I was worried that I'd re-injured stuff, but no, it's just because your body heals. It doesn't always heal perfectly, especially if you're an idiot like me and you don't go to the hospital. So when stuff heals, you still feel the pain there, right, sometimes. And I can't imagine how many broken bones and injuries Tom Cruise has had doing all those stunts. But yeah, I think as time starts to really get hold of him, yeah, I think he's gonna have. But then again, I mean, maybe he's already on like fucking 50 painkillers a day or something. Who knows? You know, the guy could afford it, right? But that's the terrible thing, is the action heroes. I mean, the classic example is Brendan Fraser, bless him. Like, you know, it's so harsh how he was inspired by Buster Keaton and that lot, and wanted to do all of his own stunts. So he did all of his own stunts, but ended up getting injured, and then he got addicted to painkillers, and his wife left him during all of it, and it's just sort of, oh, you know, he divorced from his wife, and his wife left him, you know. But yeah, it's fucking heartbreaking how he tried to do everything himself, and he tried as hard as possible. But yeah, the stunts that are required, you've got stuntmen that will do them so that the stars can stay nice and healthy and have longer careers. But bless him, Brendan Fraser came back so strong, and as yeah, bless him. He's obviously time and everything has taken its toll. You can tell by looking at him. But yeah, he's done some incredible work since. And The Whale, somebody pointed out that it's crazy how much emotion Brendan Fraser can convey with half of a prosthetic face, because the bottom half of his face is synthetic. It's all makeup and stuff and latex. So he can't control the bottom half of his face. All he's got is the eye, and the eyes are very expressive, don't get me wrong. But yeah, it's still quite a job. You take courses to become a better person. I've heard super early stuff is very good for personal development, but then it becomes pay one. For the books it becomes you're on a Sea Org, work at 18 hours a day. Well, yeah, there's a skateboarder. There was a skateboarder who was a popular YouTuber, and they started a skate company off the back of that. But then they went fucking off the fucking deep end, and they went off to Scientology retreats, and they kind of just left the business to fall apart. But they took so much money from the business and funneled it into Scientology. It's crazy. Yeah, we're okay. We will do some. No, actually, I might recycle at the Magellan. No. Okay, I guess we could do with some sleep. Very bad injuries, yeah. Families get split because everyone outside Scientology is like Satan. Yeah, the entire family. Yeah, well, this is kind of the thing about religions. This is the thing about religions. is the more you look at them being structured as cults, the more you realize they're a cult. And they're very, very clever. Can I just fucking leave the fucking room, please? I don't want to sleep anymore. Right, can I need to fucking move the camera. Excuse me. Right. But yeah, the way they sort of, you know, the way they try and either make you ostracize yourself from your family or get your family involved as well. And the way that they sort of, yeah, they manipulate people into thinking that, you know, anybody that doesn't follow this religion is terrible. You know, they might look nice, they might be nice, but they're terrible, you know, and they won't get into heaven or whatever promises they make, you know. And it's always, yeah, it's always been the same structure. You know, people are promised things in the afterlife that they don't have, you know, now, and yeah, it never comes to fruition. So yes, we've got some cargo for them, so we'll go and do that. Told people like CEO's dad that escaped, they can't even hold you inside a compound, you can't leave, you had to run through the gates. The Sea Org is usually for Scientology members' kids to honour the church before on the flyers. It looks really good, like a summer camp, but it's a child's labor. Yeah, and it's the thing is, like, a lot of these religions, they preach, you know, equality and kindness and everything else, but they're fucking hella corrupt. The shit they, like you say, they get kids to do unpaid labour. They demand donations, and the things they say and do and the gender roles they try and establish, it's just, yeah, it's fucking just absolutely disgusting. So what does this road? Yeah, sorry, I need to take that junction. I was about to say, I can't see where the road goes this way. Oh no. Sorry, I should have fucking remembered. Just got to fucking dirt track it over here. Such a bad cult where you even followed Opera. Wait, they were 1% part of it. They even infiltrated the IRS to be able to get their tax exemption. Took 20 years. That's fucking wild. Yeah, it's wild how religions and, you know, businesses and stuff, they infiltrate, you know, government offices to get what they want, and it's like, it's fucking crazy how much corruption can exist here. I mean, the UK's not far behind. The corruption in the UK is pretty fucking terrible. The most recent example with COVID, like, somebody got a contract to provide PPE, and none of it was up to standard. None of it met the regulations that were required. So they got the contract for however many £billion, and they provided the stuff they said they were going to provide, but it wasn't up to fucking standard. But we couldn't fucking, you know, we couldn't do anything about that. And it's like, are you fucking serious? You know, the whole world is literally falling apart right now, and you're fucking on the take. You're on the fucking fiddle. You're grifting the English government with fucking equipment that isn't fit for purpose. And not only that, the government fucking fell for it, because there was such a demand for that equipment. It was so fucking high demand that, yeah, the government just signed off on it and got fucking scammed. So we've got fucking idiots in government, or people that pretend to be idiots because their friends want contracts. 6 piles of gold, welcome in. Hello, lovelies, how are we doing today? Doing very well, thank you, yeah. Lovely, cosy Saturday. It's raining and miserable outside, so I'm inside playing video games, hanging out with lovely people like yourself. But how are you doing? What? Ooh, Sam. Right, so we're going to grab that on the way. That noise is just... Sam, get a fucking hold of yourself. Fuck's sake. Come on. Get your shit together. That and all of this can go in the truck. It's weighing me down, and then I can go and get the stuff for the inventor. Put that on my
Just
backpack.
like that, Sam.
There we go. Sam is trying his best, yes. No, it's just obviously when I start going to the... I'm like, mate, just get your fucking balance, Sam. Come on. Get your shit together. I'm only kidding. I know that I've just put 290 kilograms on this man's back.
Nice.
I know that he has every right to lose his balance occasionally. I'm only kidding. But yeah. Because I remember the game would let you, like, it didn't like stop you from overloading Sam. And I remember the first time I loaded a shitload of stuff onto his back and he sort of did that he just took a few steps. And I was like, oh man, I can't do it. I can't. It's not fair. I can't do it. I can't do that to my boy Sam. I can't do it. Brunello Cucinelli video uploaded a while ago in your movie channel, Crumbs. The Italian fashion billionaire. I'm not sure I've had a chance to watch that one. Was it just about their fashion? Yeah, it doesn't ring a bell, sorry. Real religion, it's more like a real money grab. Well, this is the thing, is that religions have long been, you know, kind of, because they're tax exempt. This is the thing, because they're tax exempt, it changes. You could quite easily just stop everybody abusing the tax exemption if you just stopped making them tax exempt. If you made them pay tax like everything else, suddenly people wouldn't start religions just for the sake of, you know, dodging taxes. Because yeah, the Scientology stuff, the books that you're pressured into buying and stuff, it's clearly, you know, it's clearly a bit of a scam. Left Christianity because I noticed the contradictions in the Bible. Now I'm older, I see that religion was perverted into something Jesus would be against. Because this is the thing, is that, like, I think that, like, traditional, like, it's difficult to really sort of explain this, because the thing is, when I'm streaming, I want to be careful about how I word things, because I know what people on the internet are like. But basically, a lot of the things that religion kind of tries to imply about being good to each other, about not judging each other, and so on and so forth, a lot of that stuff is difficult to argue with, and I think that's the point. I think that religion starts off as a set of you know, guidelines and rules that nobody is going to argue with, right? Because that's the in. That's how you get people to say, well, it's not that bad, is it? And I can't shake the feeling that actually that might be kind of accidentally what they did, was they created something and they realized, because, you know, the initial stages of it, it's pretty tame. It doesn't really, you know, ask people to do anything too bad. So people are willing to pick up religion, and then once they're in the religion, you make them feel like they're part of something. And then once they feel like they're part of something, you ask them to go to war and kill a bunch of other people because they worship a different imaginary person in the sky. It's a social behavior study that, you know, is interesting to look at. Because, yeah, as you say, it starts off, you know, with stuff that nobody would argue with, but then they're like, well, you can't work on the Sunday, but the capitalists all work on a Sunday, you know. And you can't sleep with people before you're married, but people sleep with, you know, someone else when they aren't. They sleep with somebody else when they're married, you know. So it's kind of like, you know, they're people choose the rules they follow. You know, they go to church every Sunday, but they, you know, then they'll go and cheat on their wife or something, you know, or they'll work on a Sunday or something, you know. And they don't care and love for the people that work in their company because they exploit them through wage theft and embezzlement, you know. So yeah, on the surface, if religion did what it said on the tin, it wouldn't be a problem, but it doesn't. People just use religion as a vehicle for tax exemption, or for exploitation, or for war, and that's kind of it. I think that religion created a bunch of, you know, really sort of aggressive patriotism, and then the king could decree that they were going to war with somebody else because of religious reasons. You know, they don't believe in gods, you know, they're heathens, they're less than human. It made dehumanizing the enemy, you know, via religion was probably one of the first examples of that. And obviously the media do it now. You know, they don't use religion as much as they used to. They still mention it usually. And, you know, Don't be fooled, people in England. Don't be fooled, because you know news outlets, they only report on terrible crimes when it's somebody with a different skin color. You know, they never report on terrible crimes committed by white people, and they make it seem as if it's only people with a different skin color that are committing atrocities, but they're not. Everybody, well, not everybody. You know, there is a certain amount of people within society who are problematic, right? And across the board, by and large, actually, a lot of them are white. But the newspapers, they only choose to report on terrible crimes when it's somebody with a different skin color. And that means that people on the internet, they get this subconscious reinforcement that these people are terrible, even though, you know, they're not. They're just human beings, you know? Not the ones that have committed these terrible crimes. They are terrible people. It's got nothing to do with their skin color, you know? It's just the newspapers and certain social media outlets, they only ever share videos and reports about terrible things happening when the perpetrator is, you know, brown or black, you know? And they always mention them by name. They always mention their religion, you know, but they never mention a white Christian person, you know, sexually assaulting somebody, even though it definitely happens. It shouldn't. I'm not saying it should, of course, but yeah, they just don't cover it, you know. And it's the way they manipulate people's perceptions. It's fucking disgusting. And yeah, religion kind of also represents things in a way that's kind of skewed, and that's just how it works. It's human beings have always sought answers, and they've always sought information, you know. We're an inquisitive species, and yeah, people take advantage of that by providing information which is knowingly false, but it allows them to manipulate them. And yeah, it sucks. It fucking sucks. Because, you know what? I don't doubt that there are a bunch of people who are religious, who are good people, you know? They're very good people, and therefore religion makes perfect sense to them. But they're not going to discriminate against others. But because other people who are religious discriminate against others, it works both ways. They get lumped in with the same category. But there are also people that pretend to be really nice, because a religion like, let's say, Christianity, it doesn't pick up on the social and the sort of personality traits that are actually really fucking detrimental. So somebody could seem really nice and go to church they could go to church every Sunday, and, you know, they could be a good, upstanding person. But they're actually a terrible person underneath. And that's the thing. I think it's gone now. That's the thing, is they're actually a terrible person underneath in some other ways. And those ways will cause harm to others. But then the religion will fucking back them, you know? They'll say, oh, you know, ask for forgiveness, it's fine, you know. God moves in mysterious ways, and it's just like, shut the fuck up, man. Because this is the thing, right? Whenever the devil does something, you know, in religious circles, whenever the devil does something, oh, the devil's bad, the devil's bad. Whenever God does something wrong, oh, God moves in mysterious ways. It's like, you know, I'm sorry, you've created a situation where one can do no wrong. So yeah. But yeah, I just, the way people preach that they're, you know, they're religious and they're good, and, you know, they love everybody, and they want everyone to repent, and, you know, can what's the word? Commit themselves to God or whatever. But they're some of the most racist, sexist, fucking, you know, horrible people you could ever meet. You know, it's just that religion doesn't understand. You know, religion was created before those things were really, you know, because if you were to recreate Christianity today, there'd be all kinds of shit that Christians do that wouldn't be allowed, you know. There'd be all kinds of stuff that Christians do that wouldn't be allowed. Because it's, you know, deep down it is immoral, you know. It's for selfish gain. It's for your benefit only. It doesn't help others, you know. It's at odds with a bunch of the sort of key pillars of Christianity. But because Christianity was invented, you know, so many years ago, they just allow it, you know, because it suits them. There's an inconsistency to it. But anyway, sorry, it's difficult to fucking explain. The thing is, I have to be careful about how I speak, because the threat of people saying things and taking things out of context. I don't mean to come across as, you know, God, I fucking hate the way you can't. Because the thing is, it has got to a point now where, like, even when you mean well, there are people that have they're professional umbrage takers that are trying to find a problem, and they make things so much worse, because someone that isn't really doing anything, they're not really sort of, you know, breaching any sort of real social policy, and somebody will be dragging them over something they've said. It's like, I didn't mean that. It's like, yeah, but you need to be careful of your, and it's just, it does go a bit too far. And even saying that is probably going to catch, you know, going to get me in the wrong side of some people. But yeah, it is getting to a point now where, you know, people, they get a buzz off of acting superior and calling other people out. And they don't realize that buzz is like, you know, that's not a good thing. You shouldn't get a fucking buzz off of fucking chastising somebody else for a, because sometimes it is genuinely a lack of knowledge, you know. And the way that I've come across this is that I see people like dragging somebody, but they're not correcting them, and they're not saying that's not polite, you shouldn't say that, you should say this instead. They're just attacking them, and they're using their own set of slurs to attack somebody for using slurs. And I'm like, I mean, I'm not sure that's really the best way to go about it, because if you just create a whole new kind of set of slurs that are designed to be aimed at people that use slurs, I don't think we've really moved forward. All we've done is created another demographic, right? I don't think that counts as progress in my book. I think if somebody says something and you leave a comment saying, by the way, that language is quite outdated, you know, that term was created in 18 whatever, and in recent years has been used more as a slur than as a description. So it's better to use the term neurodivergent or differently abled or whatever, you know, term they're, you know, using incorrectly. And you can just educate them. And obviously if they respond badly, that's down to them. But what we don't need is somebody, you know, somebody says something that's a bit off color, and somebody else just starts an argument rather than just politely saying, you know, you shouldn't say that, you know, because the problem is they just want an argument, and some people just want an argument, and that's it, you know. And you have to learn the difference. You have to learn, especially social media has made it so much worse, but you have to understand the difference between somebody that disagrees with you and wants to discuss it and somebody that just wants an argument at any cost. Because there are genuinely people out there that they get a fucking boner over being contrarian. They love to disagree with people. They fucking love to disagree with people, and they've made it an art form where they're not even able to confirm that somebody else is wrong. They're just able to fucking talk them into a corner. And it's a really facetious and underhanded way of conducting a discussion, and it pisses me off. Because you spend more time arguing over definitions and context than actually discussing the matter at hand. And they don't care, because that's what they want. They want to argue. So they'll argue about the way that you're discussing to turn it into an argument because they want to argue. And that's the fucking problem, is people go around stirring the pot because they get a kick out of it. And it's like, you can't discuss things with people. And it gets to a point where it's like, you know, this is why nobody wants to fucking know anything about anybody. Because all it takes is a handful of people to be really fucking difficult and facetious about explaining what their worldview or their point of view, and the way they overly demonize others for believing something different. Before you know it, it becomes a personal disagreement rather than a discussion, right? They start attacking each other rather than, you know, taking things professionally and discussing and, you know, basically just bolstering their side of the argument with context and facts, right? Because, yeah, it just dissolves so much discourse into just a fucking slagging match. And then before you know it, nobody learns anything. Everybody becomes a bit stupider, in fact. Because then they become Bonnie Blue rubbing old ladies and slaughtering cats. Oh, fucking hell. Sweden, the statistic from government and police. The other way around, sadly, we took into PTSD young people and didn't help them either. And then the gangs got them. Yeah, and this is it. Like, the way gangs and the way religions and the way online discourse, the way kids that feel lost get taken advantage of, and they get groomed into this particular mindset, whether it be a religion or a mindset about women or about society or about people of color or about the government or whatever. They become indoctrinated into this kind of like echo chamber, and they're young and impressionable. And unfortunately, it happens way too often. And it's very interesting at the moment because Keir Starmer has decided to extend the voting age down to 16, which means 16-year-olds will be able to vote. The problem is the fucking far right has been aggressively grooming aggressively grooming young people into like far right ideology for a long time on the internet through the manosphere and just in general online discourse. So it does concern me that, yeah, the Reform Party, who are like the right-wing party in the UK, they could get into power with the extra votes that the 16-year-olds give them. But hopefully we can educate them. Krill, what are you redeeming? There's always a delay. Why is there such a delay? How dare you use logically sound and valid arguments? I used a term that was outdated, and someone very kindly turned around and said, whoa, that term's outdated. We don't use that anymore. We say this. Exactly. All you've got to do is politely correct someone, you know? The left is pretty good at arguing and screaming in the UK and the USA without listening or having any logic. Well, the thing is, I think there's I definitely lean to the left. I definitely think that, you know, society needs to evolve to a state where it can accommodate human beings as they are. I think that the far right is, you know, pretty deplorable. I think that the way that they discriminate against others, and it's silly because, you know, if you actually looked at
Sam, it's Tarman.
Oh.
This order calls for the delivery of some specialized medical equipment. West Fort Knott is the only place nearby with the facilities capable of fabricating it. Unfortunately, the DH3 Magellan can't assist with transport. The risk of tar contamination is too great, which means you'll need to take it the overland route. It's a
back from a shower, I finished the Sentinel. 106 guesses, so 3 wrong guesses over 100 words. GG's, well done. That's fucking good, dude. So we've got all of these people are already 5 stars, so that's fine. But yeah, we will take this because that's going to open up. Oh, that's quite far. That is quite fucking far. It's too full. So is the right, to be fair, but also from what I've seen, it's mostly far left that argue and scream. Yeah, and I think that the problem is, I think that the far left has to scream and shout because there's a lot of things that have been you know, a little bit right-wing to begin with. So like the left has a lot of work to do. It's got its work cut out for it. Because yeah, there's a lot that needs to change. Fuck me, that's a long old journey. So we've got a road the whole way. Yeah, we have. We've got a road the whole way. But also, no, it's only going to take us to there, isn't it? And then we're going to have to go down the road anyway. So yeah, we're on the road. We're definitely going to be on the road. But we need to go to... Yeah, we need to follow the road this way. I think in a strange twist of fate. Hang on. No, we need to go out this way. No. We need to go out this way and then... But yeah, we need to fucking... I need to get to the Magellan and take off some of this stuff. I need to put some stuff in my private locker. I've got a lot of stuff in here. But yes, I'll jump into this conversation in a moment. I'm just going to get on the road, get the auto drive going, and then we just need to wait for the turning. But yes, I do see... The trouble is with both the left and the right, there's obviously people on the very fringes, the very, very extremes, that think that if they just take everything that the left is asking for and just take it as far as it can feasibly go, that's a good thing. But they realise that the further you go in one direction, the more you alienate the middle ground that you're trying to win over. So I don't think that, you know, there needs to be any kind of, you know, limitations. I think that eventually we can get almost anywhere with social, you know, equilibrium. But I think it's important to understand that to win over the middle ground, you have to you have to appreciate and accommodate the middle ground to get the majority before you can then start. So yeah, I think that the scary thing is the far right knows that better than the far left. The far right is radicalizing people in ways that the far left doesn't understand, I think. And that's why it's working, and that's why it's annoying, because, you know, people are acting more and more fascist in, you know, as the days go by. And Krill sent a video to the Discord the other day about somebody going back in history to attack Hitler, and it pointed out a bunch of things that, you know, and again, not to draw parallels, but a bunch of things like gun control and a few other things that the Nazi Party was actually in favor of, even though they were obviously very, very racist and very sort of, you know, fascist. They also kind of had some ideas that have been adopted by the left in the future, which is a very interesting thing to consider, even if it is ultimately kind of, you know, not that sort of important. So we're going to go up this road and then we turn right once we come back down the hill. Okay, cool. Labour are trying to out-Tory the Tories. Yes, unfortunately, we have ended up with a Labour government, which is a lot more like the Tories than we'd liked. However, Corbyn and Sultana have split off to create their own political party, which, who knows, if we can get that political party underway and the 16-year-olds can be persuaded that that's the best party to vote for, it could give us another step in the right direction. And hopefully sort of get things back on track to not just fucking kill off everything that's good about this country and sell off everything that's worth anything and then just let it rot because the people that are doing it will die before it happens. It's a more long-term kind of, you know, socially equitable policies that make it a bit more sort of, you know, fairer for everybody, because capitalism is mutated to something that it was never supposed to be. You know, it doesn't breed the competition that it's supposed to. Monopolies have started to spring up in almost every fucking industry. Vertical integration means that it's not even about, you know, being a monopoly. All you've got to do is just own everything in a particular supply chain. And if you just feed the profits from one sector into the next, and then finally feed the profits into a trust which funds the first bit of that sort of supply chain, that's it. Like, if you have a trust and you use the money from that trust to fuel, you know, a venture, and that venture then fuels another venture and then fuels another venture, and those ventures allow you to control the market like an industry where you own and control everything. You turn the market into an industry where you put in a certain amount of something and you get a certain amount out. You turn the market into like a big factory, right? So you've got consumers that need a product and you own every single piece of that.
Circulatory system, and the flow of blood is damaging all of his organs. And let's not forget that the heart itself has a great many pain receptors. Part of me wishes I could swap places with you. Not that my body would ever serve as a suitable substitute for his.
But yeah, sorry, I didn't realize if that was important dialogue. Sorry, excuse me. Fuck, well, I've completely lost my train of thought. Sorry. But yes, I think, like, you know, in longer term, I think that regardless of which political party you believe in, whichever one we end up with, collectively as a country, we need to stop this trend of selling everything off and shortchanging everything for the sake of, you know, immediate profit. You know, short-term profit has become the sort of, you know, the aim in almost every industry. I was talking about vertical integration. So yeah, you have a vertical integration where you own, and it's happened in the gig industry, the live music industry, the car parks, the venues, the ticket sales, the merch stands, a lot of the pubs in the area, and a few other bits and pieces. They all kind of end up being owned by the same people. And when you have that level of vertical integration where everything in the supply chain is owned by the same company, but they keep funneling the profits from one into the other, because it never makes a profit, because the money just always goes into another venture, that lack of profit makes it difficult for them to be held accountable for how much money they're taking, and therefore they don't really end up paying tax on their gains, capital gains, because they feed their gains directly into another venture. So it never really ends up being taxed. But it acquires a huge amount of wealth, like obscene amounts of wealth, because it's free of the tax system, because it's always funding something else, and it's one big kind of, like, you know, supply chain that just goes in a big circle, and the money is then fed as profit into something which is untaxable. It means that they can basically operate as, you know, they operate almost on a loss. You know, they conveniently, their books will state that they break even every single fucking time, which is obviously not necessarily actually what's going on. They're actually making a shit ton of profit. I need to go all the fucking way over there. Right, okay. They're making a shit ton of profit. It's just that profit is reinvested before it has a chance to be taxed. And it's a pretty good loophole. It's a pretty fucking good loophole. Because yeah, if you can keep funneling money into a trust and then borrow money against that trust, because debt is not taxable, because debt is one of the other major financial mechanisms that makes capitalism run, because it's a reflection of fraction-based lending. It's a byproduct of fraction-based lending, is the fact that you're borrowing money that doesn't exist, because the interest that does exist is what is going to pay off the loan that created the money in the first place. But yeah, it's a little bit fucking complicated, to be honest. But yeah, it's a very clever game, and these motherfuckers know how it works, and they're not paying their fair share. They're not paying their fair share of the taxes, and as a result, there's always a deficit. And because there's a deficit, all of the things the government should be doing, it can't. And because it can't do the things it should be doing, people lose faith in it. And because people lose faith in it, people end up getting consumed with these sort of, these political parties that make promises that they can't keep. And then you end up with the wrong people in government. And the cycle goes round and round and round. But yeah, not to be doom and gloom, but yeah, it is, after only 40 years on this planet, 40 years of being alive, watching the way people manipulate things to their advantage while everyone else suffers, it is heartbreaking. And yeah, like I say, we can get the right people into power, but if we don't change the way we do, business as a whole, the entire business sector, i.e. finance, and everything else, large-scale logistics, large-scale manufacturing, if we don't adjust the way business works, we're never going to be able to create a system where everybody's paying the right amount of tax, and therefore the government and the public fund is enough to support growth of population. Because the population has started to slow down because it's not sustainable. The bottom line is, it doesn't matter what colour tie you wear, it doesn't matter what your policies are. The fact of the matter is, people aren't having babies, they're not having kids, they're not starting families, and that is a very fucking big problem, because an awful lot of what this country is runs off the fact that there's enough people to do it. There's enough people to fill all these jobs and tasks and roles, and there's enough people to require roads and houses. Societies thrive on there being enough people to support themselves. That's one of the main pillars of a society, is the self-sufficiency that establishes itself when you have a large and diverse society of people. That's the thing. You need a large, diverse society of people with different skill sets and different cultures to make it interesting and also self-sustaining. Otherwise, you have a bunch of millionaires, or billionaires I should say, that live in their fucking gilded mansions on the hill, and then you have fucking basically squalor everywhere else. It becomes completely polarized, and you have you have like just fucking squalor surrounding a castle. You have a castle where a king and their servants live in untold opulence, and then you just have squalor around them. And yeah, it's stupid. It's a poor distribution of resources. Because don't forget, money is the resource we created. The rest of the resources, oil, gas, water, all this other stuff, that was all here to start with. That was always here, And never forget that capitalism always fails to respect the fact that you can't have infinite growth in a finite system. If you have a system, i.e. the world, and the world functions on using resources, and at the moment we're not using resources in the most intelligent ways. We're using fossil fuels instead of renewables too much. But we are going to run out of fossil fuels, and we'll run out of natural gas, and we'll run out of, if we're not careful, we'll fucking run out of water. Because, it's, if you don't respect that, there is an end point, like, you can't just keep getting richer because money can be made and printed up out of nothing, not nothing, you need paper and ink, electricity and everything, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it's not a finite resource like gold, right? And it's It's cancerous. And I don't like using that word lightly, but yeah, it is. It's cancerous. Thinking that you can continue to grow whilst everything else suffers and dies is cancerous. That's what billionaires are. Billionaires are. They are, you know, a human form, a capitalist form of cancer. They are capitalistic cancer. That's what they are. They have more than anyone could ever need, whilst other people are starving to death. And everyone's like, well, why should you just give stuff to people? They haven't earned it. Motherfucker, nobody earns being a billionaire. I'm sorry. If you think somebody becomes a multi-billionaire without a bit of luck and a bit of fucking exploitation, you are fucking out of your fucking mind. These people trod on other people's necks. They crushed other people to get to where they are. They are not right in the head. They have some sort of emotional or social detriment, you know, deficiency. They don't have the empathy and compassion of an average human being. They are not normal. There is something wrong with them, and they are a problem because they will never stop. They will never stop. They would, logically, they would get to a stage where they are the only living thing on the planet, and they have all of the money, all of the gold, all of the oil, and there's not another single living soul on the planet. They would go that far. They are not right in the head. That's what you need to understand. They don't view human life correctly. They don't. And it's a problem. It's a massive problem. Because once you've got enough, you've got enough. You know, once you can live a really comfortable lifestyle for the rest of your life, you know, and retire, just fucking stop. But no, they've got billions and billions and billions of pounds or dollars or whatever in the bank, just sitting there doing nothing, you know. And again, another thing about capitalism that people refuse to acknowledge is that you can break it with money. Like, if you have enough money, you can break it. It is fallible. It's not infallible like people say. It is fallible. You can break it. If you have enough money, that's it. You just become rich. You continue to become richer and richer and richer and richer. It just doesn't stop. It just, everything that's designed the way capitalism, it just stops, and they just fucking continue to get exorbitantly wealthy whilst others starve. So it's not a, you know, it's late stage capitalism. We've taken it this far, and we've proven it doesn't fucking work properly. Doesn't fucking work properly. So we need to fucking get a handle on it and stop this shit happening, because it doesn't matter how much money the governments borrow, it's all going to end up in the same fucking pockets, and people are going to have nothing, you know, because they spend everything they've got just trying to fucking survive. And that's not, you know, that's not society. That's fucking slave labor. That's slavery 2.0. Is the end goal of the way things are going at the moment. Is everybody works for a minimum wage, 90 hours a week for nothing, and has, you know, the terrible quality of life where they become unwell all the time, and there's disease and famine because people are malnourished because they can't afford good food and they haven't got the time to make good food, whilst a bunch of billionaires sit there watching a number on a screen go up. It's not a future I want, you know. It's not a future I want for kids that are being born, you know. I fundamentally disagree. You fucked up. Your fucked up government doesn't work. Yeah, it's just everything's run its course and it isn't working. Socialism is cancerous too, in a way. It always leads to the death, in my opinion. I think too much of anything is a problem. I think we need to be able to hybridize things and understand that there are definitely aspects of government and society that would benefit significantly from socialism, and there are definitely, you know, parts of society and government that would benefit from capitalism, as well as, you know, maybe even communism in some rare cases. But this idea that there's one shoe that fits all, one size fits all approach. It's either capitalism or it's fucking communism. There's this two-party mindset, this two-society mindset where everybody has absolutely everything exactly the same, and it's dystopian and terrible. Or billionaires are allowed to exploit and just buy their way out of any trouble they get themselves into, whilst everybody else is starving. You know, there's a hybrid in the middle, and I know that people say socialism is the one in the middle, but I think that trying to create one system to balance everything, because the world is way too complicated. So I think actually hybridizing them and creating a system where we need to, you know, decide on what the best approach is, because healthcare should never be capitalist. Healthcare should never be capitalist. It should always be socialist, right? Let's be honest. But there's a bunch of people in America that make so much money off the health insurance and the medical bills that they want it to be capitalist everywhere, and they'll pay to do it. And it's scary, because if the government sells off the NHS to these people, we're fucking cooked. The NHS is one of the only things the UK's got left, and it's pretty fucked. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty fucked. But it's good to have. It's good to have, even though it's difficult to use. It's still good to be able to use it, you know, free of charge. But yeah, we've got to fight for it, but it does need to be managed a bit better. But it needs to be funded better, you know. But the thing is, it needs to be funded better, but also the management needs to stop getting to this situation where the NHS is paying 200, 300, 400% markup on medicine, because people know that the government's just going to pay for it. It's just, yeah, we need to manage it, make sure it's run correctly. So almost from a clerical administrative point of view, there needs to be something akin to how capitalism runs to make money. They need to bring some of that mindset. But again, it's a hybrid. You know, you need socialism to make a free healthcare system, you know, sustainable and make it a thing. But you need somebody who's good at running a business to run it that doesn't want a big paycheck. And that's super difficult to achieve, right? Anyway, we've got an ad break coming up, so I need to pop you guys on the BRB screen in a moment. I need to use the loo. But yes, apologies if this is a bit of a fucking dark topic for some people, but I think it's important that we discuss the realities of the world, because it's nice to sort of escape with video games and social media, but if the world is on fire, we need to put the controllers and the mobile phones down and, you know, start putting the fires out, I think. I think it's important to talk about it and obviously make sure we're all sort of, you know, being part of the conversation, because we're all on this planet together. You know, there is no planet B. Float variables in the bank software are essentially limitless. Well, this is it, Veldar. The fraction-based lending system is fucking crazy. How, like, the bank buys bonds or borrows money in the form of bonds, or the government sells bonds or gilts, or it's, you know, it's obviously a pretty complicated system, because otherwise everyone would be able to work out how to exploit it. But then the bank could have, let's say, 200 million pounds in the bank, right? And that's their money that they hold, right? They can lend out. They only have to have 10% of everything they've lent out. It's not even 50%. So they could lend out billions and charge interest on that bit to pay off the loan they took to get the money in the first place. But the centralized banking system is, yeah, that's also a whole different discussion. But yes, the ad's going to start in seconds. I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. I need to go and clear my throat and get a drink of some sort, and then we'll come back. An invented race biology, different amount they have in different countries. Social democratic Sweden are doing very far socialist left, which UK and USA far left glorify so much lobotomized people to the late 80s who had dyslexia. Oof. That's yeah, because that would have been me, which is fucking scary. 6 piles of gold. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But yes, I'll be back shortly, and then we'll carry on. This is what courage looks like. I think if we're a little bit less greedy, we can get this. I think. Mate, what are you doing? He's just opened up Prime Video. I can't see. I can't see. Mate, the sabotage. Really, the sabotage. The sabotage because you want attention, is that it? He just pushed the Amazon Prime button on the TV remote and suddenly Bob's Burgers was on the screen and I was like, the fuck is this? What kind of movie is this? Right. Okay, do you know what? Yeah, okay. So hang on a second, because yeah, this boss feels like unbelievably obtuse and difficult to try and fight normally. So let me see what the parry's like. Fuck you, game. The game is over here, but look. Look at this little boy. Look at him. Look at him all curled up. Look at him. Curled up in a little ball, bless him. Little ball of floof, indeed. Indeed. Bless him. That I go. I mean, I might end up getting wrecked, end up falling back on the shield, but yeah, I want to at least try and... Oh, bloody hell. Hey, Sav. Thank you so much for raiding. Oh, excuse me. Mr. Alasia, thank you. Sean Amon, thank you. Hirsch, hello, how's it going? How's everyone doing? How was Sav's stream? Full of good vibes and happiness, I bet. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh. Whoa. As you can see, I've just started Dark Souls 1. I'm Breadcrumbs, by the way, sorry. If Sav didn't explain, I'm Breadcrumbs, variety streamer from the south coast of the UK. Was working my way through the Souls games, FromSoft games, so I played Bloodborne, and that's how I met Sav. Well, maybe it's me just breaking games. Binnies. They will do them. But then they get a little bit confused afterwards. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. So, yeah, here we go. Ooh. Sorry, I just smashed a fucking bueno. Smashed a bueno before I came back. But yes, I think that, like, the political structures and the societal mechanisms, such as capitalism, socialism, communism, I think that there's definitely some merit to them, you know, and as a result, they have some value. But I think that, you know, just choosing one, and for better or worse, just allowing it to be the case, is pretty fucking short-sighted. And I think that we've allowed capitalism to run its course, and it's not quite as self-sustaining or as equitable as we'd like to think. Much like we were talking about earlier with religion, you know, on paper, yeah, you get a job, you work hard, you get promoted, and you do well. But in reality, there's a handful of people at the top that just refuse to allow the success of the business to cascade down all the way. And the government is too limp-wristed to fucking step in and say, listen, you know, you can't pay people minimum wage and also be, you know, declaring record profits to shareholders. That's not how it works, you know. And me personally, I think probably one of the best systems we could employ or establish would be a system where the top earner of the business and the lowest earner of the business, and that's no trickery with, you know, not I don't work for the company, I'm a consultant, none of that bullshit. If you get paid by the company, you are, for the purposes of this, you're an employee, right? So I think the highest paid employee, their salary should be linked to the lowest paid employee. and you can distribute it. You know, unfortunately, you probably have to also govern the distribution in between. But still, I think it would be a good start because you've got companies that are. Give me a hammer and a nail, and I'll nail it. You're giving these companies the ability to pull in record profits year on year, but they're only doing it because they're not paying people enough, and they're exploiting people, and that's just it. Anyway, shut the fuck up. Amos is vibing.
Access the delivery terminal to process your orders and requests.
I'm not going to go inside because it'll stop the music.
Stop.
Come by, and everyone owns everything, even toilets, I guess. Did you let the bank invest it for you? Found out. Oh, did you guys see Artie in the clips? Bless him. That's that source that it stops with family. We gain 19%. 19%, it's not bad. It's not bad. This one, just agree or disagree stuff with no middle ground. Land should be a commodity to be bought and sold like bread. Depends. Yeah. There's definitely more nuance to a lot of things that a lot of people that are currently making money from the way things currently work, they don't want that nuance to be acknowledged, but it's there. I'm sorry. It's there. Apparently Switzerland is economically right and socially liberal. How is it right? Search that. I don't get the UK one. Yeah, and there's lots of ambiguity about people's explanations and people's what's the word? The way people champion or support a particular way of doing things. Sometimes it's all an act. Sometimes, they're not socialist at all. They're capitalists, but they want to benefit from socialism in some way. So they're applying a capitalist mindset to socialist policy. So it really does get that fucking complicated. So yeah, it's just, I think, the bottom line is, I think as human beings, we just need to learn that fucking each other over is not as cool as it sounds, when you see somebody with a really expensive car or a really expensive watch, a really expensive house or whatever, or a bunch of fucking money, chances are they had to fuck over a lot of other people to get that, because there's only so much of everything to go around. If you've got more of it than someone else, you might not be quite as morally upright as you think you are. I think that once you've got enough, you've got enough. And I think that the definition of enough needs to be clarified to a lot of people, because, when people are like, oh, but, it's expensive having two houses.
I'm not just saying that either.
Shut up.
I mean it. Seriously, we owe you. Right. Let's get this cargo processed ASAP.
You have a nice apartment. Who did you fuck over? I didn't fuck anyone over. I needed somewhere to live. and the person that lived here died, so the place was up for sale. So
To keep my hands from shaking while I was inspecting it. I don't know how or where you found it.
did the voting test again. First is right wing, but not far right. Second is Liberal Party, and they will answer, "I need somewhere to live." Yeah, but if you've got two houses,
So grateful for your support.
two houses is a bit of a piss take,
We're ready.
Because like one fucking politician got caught claiming expenses to have their fucking moat on their house cleaned. Are you fucking serious? Like, not only do you own a house that has a moat, but you're asking for taxpayer money for their expenses to have it fucking clean. Get the fuck out of the country. You're banned. You're fucking banned. Instant fucking lifetime ban from the UK. Oh, we're going all the way over there. Okay, but there's some there that we're missing. Okay. I suppose we would go around the outside because it's still Australia, and they tend to live around the outside because it's just too fucking hot to live inside on the in the middle of the country. Oh. Baka skeleton. An active skeleton designed for making deliveries makes it much easier to traverse difficult terrain, such as rivers, slopes, and snow. Boosting provides even greater stability, but will drain the battery. Cargo capacity is also greatly increased, so carrying an extra 120 kilograms is now possible. We get a new one. Let's go. And some music. Oh, improves the performance of coffin boards. Cool.
Looks like we've finally become part of the chiral network. Between this and the life support systems you
Mr.
brought
Pioneer.
us, we can begin giving proper treatment to
Okay.
all folks
I mean,
suffering from
6
chiral
piles of gold. Please don't mention if I've missed somebody, because I didn't know that person's name. So yeah, be mindful of spoilers and stuff. What's this? Oh, some new shades. TTL02 sunglasses from the Gentle Monster Bold collection. Combine a modern rimless design with brown gradiated square lenses, creating a look that's totally unique, fitted with special lenses that block direct and reflected sunlight. Had a politician used companies to sluice tax funds into her pocket, among other expenses, renovated a kitchen with the money. It's fucked.
It's a piece.
Yeah, we just read about this.
We won't. And without a fully linked up. You might say it's a skeleton tailored to the needs of modern day porters like yourself. Simply wearing it, well, it offers superior. As a major distribution hub, we conduct research and development.
450k she tried to make off with. It's fucked, dudes. This test schools should not make classroom attendance compulsory. Of course, kids should be in class. She got sacked. Yeah, hopefully she got sacked.
Faster and safer deliveries. There's plenty of room for improvement in the conventional designs.
Yes, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Network, we've started gathering all kinds of useful data on the subject, but we're gonna need more before we're finished, I think. We'd be grateful if you could help us out on that front. Thanks for everything, Sam.
Oh, excuse me.
North Fort Knott was deemed critical for the expansion of the chiral network in northern Australia.
Nicolas Cage, you got 25 houses, 8 islands, and then one. Yeah, Nicolas Cage went fucking insane, mate. He got into he bought a dinosaur skull for like some silly amount of money.
Similar conditions here at East Fort Knott. Dramatic changes in the tar currents and rising chiralium levels.
He went fucking off the rails, mate. It was hilarious.
Thankfully,
no bailouts. Yeah, this is the thing about bailouts.
me and all the staff here are committed to sustaining this pillar of
The government has just allowed people to buy public indemnities, right? And then they run these public indemnities into the ground by borrowing money and not investing it. And then when the company's about to collapse, the government has to bail them out.
Folks, I hope you won't let us down.
So personally, I think when it comes to...
It's me.
Sorry, I should
More
listen to
than
this.
50% of the Australian continent is now connected to the chiral network. And it was you who made this possible. On behalf of the company, allow me to extend my sincerest thanks. It's likely that the difficulties we face will only continue to increase as we press on. But you and your comrades will rise to the challenge. Of this I have no doubt whatsoever. The probability of creating a new plate gate rises with each expansion. Do what you must to make it happen.
Sam, it's happened again. A disruption in the tar currents. We won't be able to head your way just yet.
Sam, this could be the result of that Nirvana phenomenon, right? We won't know unless we take a look outside, though.
Take a look. We need to take a look outside. Enormous earthquake. Ah, okay. So we need. It's the Magellan we kind of need, to be honest. I think we're going to go outside, and there's going to be something. So let me just. We go to here and okay. I think that's what we wanted to do. Cargo management. So I need to put some weapons on me basically. I need some weapons on me. But what I might do is I might recycle these so I can fabricate the weapons that I actually want. So let me do that. So let's go to recycle and store, and then we could recycle that. These are all level 1, and I think we can make level 2, maybe even level 3. So yeah, these are all fairly... That'll clear a bit of space in the truck, and then we can fabricate... I think 2 of them. Two of them. Two of them. Cool. Right, so now what I need to do is I need to go into here and go to cargo management. I need to grab, I think, a couple of blood bags. And then assault rifle, a machine gun, ghost blade, handgun. Attach those to my backpack. Also arrange my cargo. Oh. Because yes, I have a feeling when we leave now, something might be happening.
I believe we've seen this before, Sam.
It's calling to us again.
Sam, are you thinking of going back there?
Well, if that's not an invitation.
Okay, so we tried to pull someone out, but actually it's too strong. Okay. But yes, I think parents lose child subsidies from the government if their kids skip school. I kind of see that, yeah, it's kind of placing the responsibility of kids not skipping school. It's sort of, it's making the parents responsible for it, which is kind of a good thing, but also parents are all working incredibly hard. So, yeah, if they're working 70 hours a week each, difficult, right? Anyway. Oh, he's fucking restrained. Okay. Deluge. They should get warnings, yeah. So yeah, it is. I agree, Valdo. It's difficult where you've got a situation where the government and the schools are trying to make it the parents' responsibility that their children don't skip school. But if you take money away from them, the parents are going to have to work extra hours. The parents are going to have to work extra hours. Does it? Does it get rid of the? It does get rid of the dialogue. Cool. But yes, it just means they're going to work even more hours to pay for the money they're missing, because they still have to, and this is the thing, they still have to fucking pay it, It's when people are like, oh, they shouldn't be just giving handouts to people. It's like, you need to remember they're not living a lavish lifestyle. They're barely fucking getting by. Anyway, just stop talking over the dialogue. Sorry. Oh shit. Definitely situations where withholding monetary support will result in a positive outcome, but there are always just as many, if not more, where, yeah, this is it. It's important that we get down to the real sort of, the reality of, when we provide support, what kind of impact does it have? Because if we're providing support and it has a negative impact, I know that sounds strange, but yeah, we need to be aware of that. Because yeah, I think people should get support. I do definitely agree, but yeah, it can also create this kind of this small fringe of society that they play the system, and I know that it's a lot smaller than the newspapers make out, but they do exist, unfortunately. But again, the newspapers will report saying, look at this family, they get 40 grand a year in benefits, they've got a house for free and everything, and they're just trying to trigger people. They're trying to generate infighting. There's a general hospital under the water. Okay. The majority of people, like the vast majority of people, do require and also deserve that support to get back on their feet.
Dead end, huh? There must be another way.
But yes, apologies, chat. I will dive back into your messages in a moment, but I want to focus on this because this is the stuff that I feel has been kind of a bit thin. It's really weird. There's like this weird kind of like sphere that you're sort of inside, and it just like when you go to like just moving the camera a little bit to the left or the right, it can zoom in and out and throw your composition off. It's like, yeah, it's kind of annoying. But that was just genius level design. You're coming up these stairs, and the first thing you see is the light hitting that balcony, and then you see a shadow hit that balcony, which guides you to look to the left to see those giant whales. Oh, I can't get far enough away. Damn, I think that was an opportunity to do some stealth, to be honest. Oh no.
Got grenade launchers. It's risky, but you could try taking their weapons for your own use. Are you up for the challenge, Sam?
Right, I'll be right with you, chat, I promise. I just want to focus on this. Excuse me, little man. He started scratching the carpet. Oh shit, hang on. He started, I've got some carpet tiles. Excuse me. I've got some carpet tiles on the floor where my desk chair is. I've got some carpet tiles on the floor where my desk chair is, so that it doesn't destroy the sort of laminate floor I've got. And he's got a scratching post, but he's started to enjoy scratching the carpet tiles, and I don't want to. Oh, fuck me! I just completely swerved them. Speaking of Bubba, right, excuse me. But yes, he's decided that he wants to scratch that instead of the scratching post. Okay. Because he's a very silly boy. Okay, so we're going this way. Yes, apologies, chat. I feel like I've been a bit fucking out. trying to discuss something quite complicated whilst playing a video game doesn't always work, and this is kind of the thing. I don't want people to think that some subjects are off the table. But at the same time, I also need to understand that this brain fog and just in general trying to play a video game whilst also discussing something quite complicated, it's not always feasible. I apologise, I'm just a bit all over the place now, but yeah, it's difficult because like if you've got people that definitely deserve the support, and then there's people that qualify for it. They qualify for it, but they don't really need it, but they claim it anyway, just on principle, because they're getting their tax back, right? And like people that are well off don't need a pension. You've got an elderly person living in a fucking mansion with 5 bedrooms over £1 million, and the government's trying to pressure them into downsizing because that's the sensible thing to do, but they won't do it. Instead, they'll have an NHS paid for carer come and help them, even though they could live somewhere much smaller, much closer to like medical aid, much closer to family members that could help out, and that would reduce some strain on the NHS. But if they've worked their entire life, they deserve to use the NHS. But it does stretch the NHS services, unfortunately. So it's a really difficult one to quantify. But yeah, it is crazy how you've got elderly people living in these fucking 5-bedroom mansions on their own, and yeah, like it would benefit them in almost every single way to live somewhere more sensible for them, right? I'm not saying they need to move into an old people's home, but yeah, living in some giant house after the entire family's moved out, when there's people that are desperate for places to live, it doesn't seem to make the most sense.
There you are.
It's kind of annoying.
Above us, something's coming. Watch out!
What the fuck is that? Sam, the gun, please. Fuck's sake, Sam just wouldn't fucking aim his gun. Sam, gun, aim, please.
These ice pillars are a real nuisance. Think there might be a way to destroy them?
Like, sometimes he just won't aim his gun. He puts it away for some reason, and then... So I've got to push right on the D-pad to get out the next gun or something. But yeah, it is kind of silly how, like, you make a gun, you get a certain amount of ammo with that gun, and then you have to get another gun out because it's got more ammo. It's like, yeah, it's obviously, I suppose it limits the way the weapons work to make it less easy to just become overpowered. But yeah. Okay, so that was freezing us. Okay. Oh yeah, the grenade launcher. Pick up the thing, aim the gun. So I think we need to go this way. Need to pick up. And also, have I got a blood bag I can equip? Used. No, okay. No, I don't. The grenade launchers are really making my life hell. I know, BB, I know. Oh. Yes, I know I'm almost dead. I apologize for the alarm that's going to keep going off. So, Easy eating will restore stamina temporarily. Restore stamina, blood levels, yeah. Excuse me. I've only got one of them. Okay. Hasn't really given me a blood bag for a little while, which is kind of annoying. No, I didn't want to do that.
Got him on the road. He's trying to flee to the church down below us. There you are.
What the fuck? No, game, shut up. Oh. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, that's kind of fucking stupid, that is. He just keeps teleporting right next to me, so yeah. That's annoying. That's really annoying. So yeah, for that one, we just need fucking assault rifles. Have we got to do the whole fucking thing again? We got to do the whole thing again? I think we do. Ay. Oh, stop getting stuck on the same thing he's stuck on, for fuck's sake. Excuse me. It's really annoying that there aren't like checkpoints during in the fight.
Taking fire!
Soulstraw, welcome in, dude. Oh, my gun's out of ammunition. Welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. No. Welcome in. How was stream? What are we up to today? Ah, the grenades. Oh, yeah, they're getting fucking serious with the grenades, dude. They fire grenades like fucking bullets. Like, they don't arc and then, like, land. We fucking just fire them directly at you. There's a blood bag down here somewhere that I want. Yes, welcome in. Stranding raid. Sorry, spoiler maybe. Need to rush for shopping. Just chasing tomorrow. Thank you for the raid, dude. I appreciate it. If you need a raid around, I completely understand. The MD gamer, welcome in. Good to meet you. But yes, welcome in, raiders. I hope you had a good time over at Souls. Those of you that haven't met me, my name is Breadcrumbs. I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK, which means I play a variety of games with a variety of success. Currently, on our first playthrough of Death Stranding 2.
Watch out!
Really enjoyed the first game. Really enjoying the second game. But yeah, these combat sections can be a bit punishing, to be honest. Oh, my gun is always out of fucking bullets. Every fucking time. Fucking fire the gun, mate, seriously. Sake, where's that fucking grenade launcher coming from? Because the thing is, you want to reload your gun and you've got another gun, but you end up with like loads of guns with just like 10 bullets in them. Gets kind of silly. Right, so I need to go to cargo management. Anything that's empty, we need to jettison because we don't need it anymore. Cool. No. Oh, the movement can really fuck you sometimes. Ah. Oh, it's too close. I thought it'd be too close. Okay, grenade launcher is one shot on those. That's good to know. Oh, how did that hit me? It was all over there. Oh, there's a fucking giant, great big hole in the ground here. That's really helpful.
These ice pillars are a real nuisance. Think there might be a way to destroy them?
Nope, that didn't jump very hard, did it? Excuse me. Sorry, this is actually fucking awkward. This is really fucking awkward. Oh, he's close, so I need an assault rifle instead. Sam, stop putting your weapon away. Sam, stop putting the weapon away. He's right there. And I need to be able to pull the trigger and you're putting the weapon away. There's something about doing a scan that puts your weapon away. I don't know why, but he keeps putting the weapon away and I get in this weird feedback loop where I'm trying to get the weapon out, but I can't. Oh shit, where'd he go? Right, so excuse me, chat. I'm glad I didn't choose hard because this is fucking rough. It's fucking rough, and I'd have to do it so much slower, and like in kind of a boring way where I'm just looking for edges to fucking angles to fucking abuse, like all the time. But yeah, I think we almost had him on the right. We almost had him there. So grab that. Grab this, and then I need to go here, and anything that's empty I need to jettison. Again, he's put the gun away. Put the fucking gun! Get the gun out! Oh my god, that's annoying. That is so annoying. Excuse me, one sec. Give me 1 sec, I'll be right back. Get the gun out! Shoot at the guy, he's right in front of you. Sorry, gang. There's fucking twice that's happened now. It's twice that's happened. Twice I've been like in front of him with a gun that definitely has bullets in it. Are you going to start me? Is this the beginning again? But I haven't got... Yeah, sorry, gang. I don't know what it is. There's something about... There's something about when you land on the ground, it does something to your weapon, and then no matter what you press, you cannot get him to get a weapon back out. He just will not get a weapon back out and start shooting, and then you just get shot in the face and die. And it's fucking infuriating. I'm just wasting bullets here. Sorry. I'm just wasting fucking bullets here. Hang on, let me just let me start that again, for fuck's sake. Yeah, it's so annoying. Because, like, I landed and I was shooting, and then suddenly something happens, and I can't get a gun out, and I can't start shooting. And, yeah, you just stand there while they fucking just tank the last bit of your health. And it's fucking infuriating, because you're disconnected from the game. I don't know what they've done, but they've changed the way that works in this version versus... I'm sorry, I'm going to try and not get tilted over it, but yeah. It's a pain in the arse. It completely fucks you. Completely fucks you. Right, apologies. We do have an ad. Is it water? I don't know if it's water, but I think it's just a sequence of events that the game does that make it want to put the weapon away. And there's something about my movement in a particular scenario where it won't get the weapon out, possibly because I'm too close to something and I'd clip into it. But whatever it is, it's infuriating because you're just standing there. You're just standing there losing health after trying really carefully to not expose yourself and lose health. You're just standing there. See, I'm almost dead anyway. I'm dead. Anyway, so I've got an ad break coming up. This is fucked, dude. This is fucked. They're all so close together you can't stealth it. But yeah, this is kind of fucked. This is actually genuinely kind of fucked. Anyway, excuse me. Sorry for getting stressed out, but yeah. When I'm playing a video game in 2025 and I'm fucking pushing buttons and it just does nothing, I'm like... Show me a button prompt or a fucking menu or something. I can't push right to get a weapon out. I can't push L2 to shoulder the weapon. I can't push right to fucking get the weapon I've already got out. I can't aim down sights. I can't pull the trigger to... I'm just tapped, dead, health going down. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why am I completely disconnected from this video game right now? It's so infuriating. I fucking hate input lag. I don't know why the game is sort of like... There's something occurring with Sam that changes the way that they... Because there's lots of contextual... Anyway, the ad started. I'm going to pop you guys on the BRB screen. I'm going to take a deep breath and I'll be right back. I do apologise, but yeah, this is actually really stressful. But yes, I'll be back shortly. Fuck off. Fucking hell. Deg, welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. Fuck, Bambi. That was for you. Sorry, that was for Bambi. Fucking hell.
To stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord, was a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to eternity. I know in my bones a tiny
stop it.
But I think that is probably it, I think.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. We've got a Wrapped raid. Welcome in, Wrapped. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. How was stream? What were you playing today? Welcome in. Taking away pensions just for some people makes it kind of awkward situation too. Yeah, the thing is, if people don't need a pension, I think people that have assets or income of a certain amount, they don't need their pension, you know. And the trouble is, we've got a lot of people claiming a pension, and there aren't enough people paying in to cover it. And I'm having to pay into my own pension already. Fucking hell, so out of breath. Ooh. I'm having to pay into my own pension, and my employer is having to pay into my pension as well, which is scary because, you know, so I think if you've got elderly people, you know, that don't need, you know, they're of pension age, but they have assets and income to support themselves, they shouldn't get it. You should have to, there should be a vetting process. And I know that sounds really cold-hearted, but the problem is you've got way too many people living to like 90, 100 or whatever. And yeah, they're all on a state pension and they've got to be paid for, but things are going up in price and that pension isn't going up. The government has to pay it. So it's getting really, really difficult. And yeah, every time they put the pension age back a couple of years, everyone is obviously, you know, rightly up in arms. So yeah, it's a super scary situation. But here I am paying into my own pension. You know, when I was 37, I started. Which is, yeah, kind of crazy. I'll be paying into it my whole life. Because, yeah, the thing is, I feel like this could be a really cool sequence. It's a bit dark, but we are underwater. But yeah, there's certain times Sam just won't shoulder the weapon and start putting bullets down range, and it's so infuriating. And it's happened in the same place like twice now, after a long combat section, which is fairly sort of, you know, basic.
Something's coming. Watch out!
Sam, the weapon, please. Oh, they need to fix that. They need to fix that. It's fucking absolutely fucking ridiculous. Under certain circumstances, Sam just will not display any urgency to get a weapon out, even though I have one specifically equipped at this point in time for obvious reasons, because I'm in a fucking gunfight. Yeah, the fact that sometimes because I'm turning the character a certain way, he just won't fucking shoulder a weapon. Christ, it's annoying. It's so jarring, because you're locked in, looking for targets to get, you know, a good beat of good aim on, to get in your iron sights and shoot, and you can't even get the fucking crosshair to appear on the screen. And And it completely removes you from the combat, and suddenly it becomes a mechanical issue, not a combat issue. Which, yeah, kind of jarring. So yeah, I don't know what they've done. Don't know what the logic was. But yeah, they need to fix. I think what happens is the game is running a little bit slower because we're underwater, so they've just turned the game speed down to make it feel like you're underwater, but in the process they've made the inputs really unreliable, which makes the game feel really frustrating. Because you're trying to do something, but the animation has to complete before the input will register.
Heads up!
He also just disappears under certain circumstances as well.
Where?
Oh my god, I can't. See, sometimes it's fine. Oh, it's empty. Fuck's sake. But yeah, like the combat definitely feels kind of a bit rough around the edges. And I think what they've done is that, like I say, they've put the game into slow motion because we're underwater. But that's fucking with it in a way, because the trouble is, you have contextual controls. Oh, I'll take these fucking cryptobytes, thanks. You have like contextual controls that work under certain circumstances, and you get used to those circumstances, you know, occurring. So you're going to push a button, but it doesn't do the right thing. Oh, how did you hit me as I was floating through the air with a fucking grenade? Shit, dude. Oh, fucking got stopped by fucking bullets mid-air. They're also a little bit fucking aimbotty, like they hit you out of the air in like the fucking hardest shots, because they've obviously just got like, you know, some like percentage of shots hit, they just aim at you. And give me that fucking assault rifle, come on. Come on, Sam, get your fucking shit together. Right, I'm gonna, let me offload some shit, because yeah, this is the problem. You end up fucking completely burdened with all of this shit that's empty. And yeah, you kind of have to completely stop what you're doing to shuffle everything. Oh, Sam, the gun! Sam, the gun! He did it again! He just wouldn't get a gun out for some reason. It's just, oh my god, it's so infuriating. I need to take advantage of these. Oh, where's the fucking... So yes, apologies, chat. Bear with me while I just fucking grind at this, because yeah, it's really not being very fortuitous or, you know, like even fair in places. Like I just can't get a gun out and shoot the enemy apparently. Oh fuck it. Oh my god, yeah, and getting fucking sideswiped. Right, no, Sam, fucking move. Oh my god, yeah, they've just slowed the entire game down, so like your inputs just don't. Your inputs just don't get fucking read, because contextually they shouldn't be happening yet, because the game is running at like 20% speed. Ammo, of course. Off. Oh, I need to fucking take care of this guy. I need to get a grenade launcher out. Get a logic. Welcome in, dude. Can you say DS2 is a bit more intense than the first part, or it's more? Yeah, the action sequences and the combat sequences are a lot more intense, and I don't think it really adds. I don't think it really adds what they're going for. I think it just, oh, for fuck's sake, it kind of gets a bit annoying, because like this section here, I've been trying to get past it for a little while now, and I've got to like the very final bit, and then for some reason a bug means I can't shoulder a weapon and shoot at the enemy enough. You see, I can't get a weapon out. He just starts gripping instead of fucking... Oh my god. He just starts gripping and... Oh, Kojima, I don't know what you were thinking, but I'm sorry, pal, but you've missed the fucking mark with this. This is fucking horrid. This is fucking horrid. I've done over-the-shoulder combat in other games. I'm not moving left, game. Why are you moving me left? I've done over-the-shoulder combat in other games, but this is not it, dude. I don't know what the fuck's going on here, but this is fucking awful. This feels fucking awful, dudes. Right, so let me see if I can heal up. And then we can offload everything that we don't need. And then I don't know if I'm allowed to save during the fight, but yeah. I apologise, dudes. It's just, yeah, this has just been really arduous. I'm just fighting with the game. I'm not fighting the enemies. I'm fighting with the control scheme and the mechanics. And yeah, these sections, they've been kind of like whatever. Like, I don't think they're that interesting. Like, I'm not being given a really cool stealth puzzle. It's just chase somebody down and shoot people. And like, the guns feel really inaccurate. But anyway, yeah, sorry, it's just, apologies. It's just, yeah, I'm struggling to see what the what this is supposed to be doing, what this is supposed to be adding, because it just feels kind of a bit tacked on and a bit kind of silly. I don't think it's really doing the game any favors. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't think it's doing the game any favors. Because, yeah, here I am just fucking abusing it by not jumping down there. Because the game doesn't know what to do. So, yeah, I don't know. The combat sections, they really haven't been very good, if I'm honest. They've been manageable thus far, but that one was really, really awkward. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's something we're missing or something we're supposed to be doing, or a weapon we're supposed to take advantage of or something. But yeah, it's yeah, they're just awkward. They're really fucking awkward. I feel like the game is not designed for over-the-shoulder gunplay combat, and it's like in these sections where you're like forced into doing it that you realise that it's really slow and clunky and unresponsive.
You recognize his face?
No, I don't.
Because yeah. Anyway, but yeah, the sections are super intense, and yeah, it's kind of like it's not what I'm playing a Death Stranding game for. So like, yeah, it's strange. Like I don't really enjoy the combat sequences so far.
Come in.
They're not. I mean, the other.
Way to that
Sorry, hang on.
place
Let me
again.
just let this play.
We only lost
Sorry,
you
I'm a
for
fucking
few
mess today,
seconds.
chap. Sorry, I'm a bit of a mess today. I can't get my fucking head in gear.
Like on the beach.
Well, glad you're all right. The tar currents seem to have settled down, so we'll be able to service there shortly. Just sit tight, okay?
Okay, cool. Oh, I should have got a screenshot there. But yeah, it just feels really fucking clunky and awkward sometimes. And I feel as if...
Sam, why don't we return to the DHV Magellan and get some rest?
Yeah, sure.
You can ask Fragile to look into that card you obtained as well. Oh, seems all the possessions you had earlier are in that open space over there.
But yeah, I feel as if the problem is, because you only get a certain amount of ammunition per weapon, you have to have loads and loads of weapons, which means you have loads of stuff on your backpack, which means you don't have an over-the-shoulder view, so it kind of trips over its own feet a little bit. So I feel as if those sections, you should be given a weapon, and then when you run out of ammo, another one should just conveniently be nearby. Because that means you would just carry a weapon as you need it. But the problem is, because, yeah, they sort of run into a problem because you only get 120 bullets per gun, per assault rifle, for instance. So you've got 5 clips, but if you have to kill 5 enemies 5 times, it's 25 enemies, right? So you end up going through multiple different, assault rifles, and you end up having to offload a bunch of stuff, and yeah, it all gets a little bit kind of like you're arguing with the mechanics because of the combat, but the mechanics are there because of the deliveries that you're making. So it's kind of like they need to segregate, or they need to create a scenario where the combat works a certain way and the deliveries work a certain way, and there's a clear way of telling how and what you're currently doing. Because yeah, there's definitely something about the movement mechanics where when I'm turning, because Sam is doing some kind of animation as they turn, they just won't get a weapon out and aim down sights and fire. And I think it's because when I go to aim the gun and then start putting the trigger, because that doesn't work quick enough because it's in slow motion. When I do that, because that's not fire unless you're holding that. But when I do that and then that, when I do that and start doing this, because the game was in slow motion, I did this, and that's just grip, your sort of like backpack strap. That's just grip for balance. And when you grip for balance, you can't then pull the weapon out. So I think the control system, the contextual control system, it was kind of just tripping over its own feet there, which, yeah, but it was infuriating. Because I'm watching an enemy just firing at me, and I'm just standing there like, it's just fucking shoot the enemy, man, seriously. So I can't resolve. Can I just store them, though? Can I not just store? So we can't recycle any of that. We can recycle those. Keep those. Keep those. Cycle one of them. But yeah, fuck me, dudes. Like when you're standing there watching your character being shot at in slow motion and the controller just won't fucking do anything, it's like, oh my god, I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm in a second. So I apologize. But yeah, fuck me, dudes. That's so fucking infuriating when you're like, Sam, just aim down sights and fire on the enemy. And I think if you have a weapon like this and you push... Let me test. Hang on. Let me test. If I've got a weapon equipped, right? That's what it is, you know. Is that entire animation... You can hear the button press, right? But that entire animation... And now... yeah, that's... yeah, I don't... Sorry, Kojimbo. Sorry, I don't think that's good enough. I think that's a bit of an oversight. I think when I've got a weapon equipped and I push L2 and start pushing it, it needs to shoulder the weapon and fire. It needs to shoulder the weapon and start firing, because, yeah... That animation is slow, even like this, in that environment, in that underwater environment. We're in slow motion because it's underwater. So that animation takes even longer to complete, and then he lets go, and then you can shoulder the weapon and fire. That is, yeah, that's a bit of an oversight. I think that if you've got a weapon equipped and you start doing that animation, but then you start shouldering the weapon, you should change to shouldering the weapon. The shouldering the weapon should take precedence when you have a weapon equipped. When you don't have a weapon equipped, whatever. But yeah, I think they need to change the logic of that. But anyway, excuse me, Jode, welcome in. Just eat the rich, easy. Welcome in, dude. Thank you for your patience, everybody. I apologise. I've really got my head up my arse today, chat. So I'm sorry. I've had a very stressful week at work, and yeah, I thought yesterday, after work yesterday, I thought I'd fucking calm down a little bit. But yeah, I'm sick and tired of people not doing their fucking jobs properly. And it's just this entire country, there's probably about 20% growth, 20% success out there. If we could all just fucking stop trying to do the bare minimum and just fucking do our jobs properly. But I had to fucking call up both Sky and also Barclays to cancel a direct debit. And Sky were trying to say that because the next bill date is within 14 days... because the bill date is in the next 14 days, they're going to charge me anyway. I said, well, no, I'm going to cancel the direct debit at the bank. And they said, okay, well, you need to speak to your internet provider and they'll cancel the internet with us. I was like, no, I'm on the phone to you. You're going to cancel it. They're like, I said, you need to cancel it. I'm explaining to you as a customer, listen, if you want to argue with me, that's fine. I'm conveying to you as a customer, I wish to cancel my services with you. And this is a recorded phone call. So should I need to raise a complaint with your complaints team and or Citizens Advice or the ICO or whoever, there is a recording of this call. I am making it clear here and now that I would like to cease business with you and cancel my subscription for the internet. Please, can you do that? And they were like, yeah, we can do that. And then somebody called me up. He's like, are you moving house? I was like, who are you? Why are you calling me? Are you moving house? Who the fuck are you? Oh, it's blah, blah, blah. We see that you're cancelling. Are you moving house? Because we can set you up. I was like, no, I'm cancelling my fucking subscription. Right? Fuck off and leave me alone. Then I thought, okay, I don't trust these people. I'm going to call the bank. I called the fucking bank, and I swear to God, I told this person 7 pieces of information about who I am. They text me a code, and I read the code back to them, and they still didn't know what I was talking about. And I was like, please, you have my account on the screen, yes or no? So you need to calm down. Please just answer the question. Do you have my account on the screen? Can you see my accounts and therefore my direct debits? Sir, I need you to calm down. You need to calm down and have a drink of water, sir. Don't fucking patronize me, all right? Stop playing a game, all right? I know this is fucking a game to you because this is what you do for a living and this is how you make your days fun. But do you or do you not have my account on the screen? Like, do you? Can you help me with this problem? But they just kept fucking asking for qualifications about everything. And I was like, for fuck's sake, I've given you my bank card number, I've given you my account number, I've given you my surname, I've given you my date of birth, I've fucking confirmed via the banking application. It's fucking me! Just fucking do what I'm on. Oh, man. I'm still pissed off about it. So they said, so you need to calm down. I was like, oh, fuck off. I just hung up. I swear to God, they were more interested in asking me to confirm things than actually providing customer services. I was just fucking banging my head against a brick wall. So I've just cancelled it via the app. I've cancelled it with the company. And so help me God, if they try and take the money and the bank allows it, somebody is going to get a fucking earful. Because I fucking hate how fucking difficult it is to do anything. Like, it's so difficult to do anything in this world. It's just, oh my God, it fucking kills me. It absolutely fucking kills me. The hoops you have to jump through, the fucking questions you have to answer to prove it's you. And then you end up getting, why am I not putting stuff in storage? Facility storage. Right. Take everything that's in the truck. I mean everything. And put it in my private locker. But yeah, I was so fucking pissed off by how many fucking times I had to confirm information just to ask a question. All I wanted to ask them was, listen, I'm going to cancel this direct debit. Is this going to negatively affect my credit score? Because if so, I need you guys to understand that I'm out of contract with this company. They're going to try and fucking take the money because they want to argue about not, providing the service. They're going to try and take the money. Don't let them. If they do, claw it back. And if they try and charge me, refuse it. That's all I wanted to say, is that they're going to try and fuck me over and I need the bank to be there to stop them. This fucking woman just would not fucking get on with it. Fucking, the thing is, I called from the app. And because of the fucking system of phone calls you make, it bounces you around. And calling from the app gives you all the details. It gives them all the details so they can get you up on the screen. It's supposed to, but I hate this country. I fucking hate England. It's such a fucking joke of a country. It's such a fucking joke of a country. Honestly, it is such a fucking joke. Everything is so fucking complicated, and getting anything done is basically impossible. It's basically impossible to get anything done in this country because people are more interested in wasting time dicking around with all this fucking process that exists rather than just fucking doing the fucking job. They'd much rather make it so difficult that people give up so they don't have to do their job than actually doing their job. And they make more of an effort arguing about all these fucking checks and balances that need to be done just to do anything. And it's so infuriating. But yeah, I'll have to keep an eye out and make sure that they don't try and take the money, because if they do, I might just fucking take them to court. I might just fucking full on try and take them to court and say, listen, there's a recording of me saying, no, I'm cancelling my business. It is the 18th of the month, right? The bill isn't due until the 28th. That's fucking well over a week away, right? That's well over a week. That's more than 5 working days. Regardless of what you need to process, you can process it in 5 working days. I'm sorry. There's absolutely nothing in this earth that's going to prevent you from saying that that direct debit no longer needs to go out, because that comes. I mean, bear in mind, I'm out of my contract. My contract finished about 4 or 5 years ago, but I've just been paying for it to keep using the internet. I haven't renewed my contract because I didn't want to get stuck with them, because this is what they do. Because Sky are fucking shit. So I'm out of my contract, so I can cancel whenever I want. I can cancel whenever I want. I've confirmed that with people multiple times. I'm not under a contract with them. Same as my phone. I'm not under a contract with them. At any time I can cancel, because that's the way I like to do it. I'll have a contract for a year and then I keep it because it means I can cancel whenever I want. That's the way I do things, because it makes the most sense. You get out of the contract and then suddenly they don't have any power over you. But yeah, they were still saying, oh no, we're still going to take the money, and they don't realize that they've got it wrong. They think I'm under contract and they're going to take the money because I'm under contract to make that payment. But I'm not under a contract. I'm just paying for the service out of contract. But they fucking refuse to understand that. And then when I get through to the bank, I just want to ask a simple question. They don't even need to know who I am. It's a simple question that applies to everybody. Is your credit rating affected if you cancel something when you're not under contract? That's all I needed. That's the only thing I need. They didn't need to know who I am, but they have to verify me anyway. But all I wanted to ask was, if I cancel this direct debit in the app, is it going to negatively affect my credit score? Because right now, it's fucking rough out there in the credit score world. So if you damage your credit score, you are in deep trouble, especially when you have as many monthly bills as I have. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to fucking cancel my direct debit, even though I'm out of contract with this company and I should be able to cancel whenever I want. But then they fucking sting me with a fucking credit issue and it goes against my credit score, that I then have to fucking take out a small loan somewhere and pay it back to improve my credit score, because the only way to improve your credit score is to have debt that you pay off, because it's a massive scheme. Anyway, but yeah, that's obviously still really, I'm still really fucking pissed off about that. But yeah, anyway, excuse me. Get to talk to her right after this moron pissed you off. Well, yeah, this is it, is that, you know, the thing is, sometimes, like I say, these people that work on the phones, and I used to do it myself, right? But these people that work on the phones, they're more interested in putting the customer through grief for their own amusement than they are of just fucking doing their fucking jobs. You know, they make every single fucking issue, possible, because they enjoy winding up customers, and it's just, they shouldn't be in that job. I'm sorry, if you have that kind of mindset, you shouldn't be in that job. You should not be allowed to create friction for your amusement at the expense of a customer who's a paying customer. Sorry, you shouldn't be able to do it. Oh, they're okay, that's fine. Fucking hell, dude. But yeah, it's really hot, and I'm literally hot and bothered today. I apologize. Yeah, that combat section was painful. That was fucking painful. Right, so now we put the thing in the fucking garage. And then we go down here. But yeah, I'm going to pause there and just make sure I've caught up on everyone's messages. I do apologise. I was playing Valheim a little bit, exploring crafting things and dying to random enemies, of course. I see the Valheim way. But yes, hello, Joe. It's good to see you, dude. But yes, welcome, and thank you for the raid, Wrapped. Is it okay if we do a shout-out for you with a clip, or would you prefer a non-clip shout-out? I don't mind either way, whichever one you prefer. But yeah, Death Stranding 2 is different. It feels different. The vibe is different. The art direction feels a bit different. It's not quite as focused. It's not quite as isolated and peaceful. It's much more action heavy. And unfortunately, as you can see there, there's some things that don't quite work. The sort of the movement and the balancing and the delivery of items mechanics and the combat mechanics sometimes overlap, and there's contextual controls. So there's a speck on the camera I need to fix. There's contextual controls, so that when certain things happen, certain buttons mean certain things, and that's fine when the game is responsive and you're not trying to do those two things close together. But picking up something up off the floor because you need the weapon to fight with, it then makes the game think you're in, you know, parcel delivery mode. And then when you go to try and it creates this really kind of like awkward animation lock that's really, it comes at the worst time. You get animation locked whilst you're being shot at and you're desperately trying to return fire, and it just creates this really frustrating situation where you're like unable to respond even though you know what you need to do, but the game is in slow motion and you can't pull the fucking trigger, you can't get the target in your sights, and it's just like, oh, it's really frustrating. Anyway, section seems intense. It was pretty fucking intense. Only extreme kids are scary. I have a kid, and they sure are scary. I live in Noah's Ark. Only one kid scares me. Now 4 kids, 3 dogs, 3 cats. I think I can claim the squirrel that lives in the attic. Sorry, 4 cats. Companies seem to be shit. There's here is if you want to close. Okay, have a nice day. Goodbye. Yeah, this is it. The thing is, I get that retention is an important part of business, but it's the way in which they do it and the way that certain people make everything so fucking awkward. And it's just like, I get that you don't like your job, but that is not my fucking problem, my dude. Like, it is not my fucking problem. If you don't like your job, start applying for other jobs, right? But it's not okay for you to fucking take that resentment you have for your job and then make it a fucking game where you try and antagonize customers because you get a kick out of it. I'm sorry. It's the fucking worst behavior. And whenever I was coaching people in customer service, when they were being difficult with the customer, I was like, don't ever let me hear you doing that. Like, yeah, but they need to, I don't care. You are paid to service this customer. Do not waste time because you are paid to service a certain amount of customers. And I don't like being this guy, but, you know, don't waste people's time. Don't waste your time because the time you're wasting is the next person in the queue is having to wait. And because people have to wait, they're shitty with you on the phone, and then you complain that they're shitty. If you just got to the customers and you just get things sorted and you just get things done, they won't be shitty with you. I promise you, I've done it for 5 years. If you are switched on, capable, quick, and to the point, and you get things done and you answer questions promptly and you don't fuck around, that customer won't be stressed out. That customer won't get upset with you. They will just answer your questions and the call goes fine. If you are useless and you don't pay attention, you don't write things down, you don't answer the right questions, you don't listen to the answers, you don't understand what you're doing, that person is going to become frustrated with you because it's frustrating, you know? Like, you have all of the information in front of you. All you've got to do is just service that customer. Service the customer and they'll be fine, you know? And people would be like, they would hear somebody getting frustrated and just, they would start to fucking push buttons like, sir, you need to calm down. Sir, you need to calm down. Don't tell someone to calm down. It's literally the fucking stupidest thing you could do. I appreciate this is frustrating. I apologize, but there's a much better way to frame it. Instead of, you have a problem, you need to calm down. It's like, no, the customer is frustrated, probably because the company's trying to fuck them over. And this is the thing. The company was trying to fuck me over. That's why I was stressed. So that's not my fault, you know? And it's not the person on the other end of the phone's fault, but they do work for that company. And they do need to understand that if the company's going to do that, people are going to get pissed off about it. So it is, unfortunately, part and parcel of the job. Because like I say, I did it for 5 years. I did it. I was that person on the phone, and people would phone up and be really fucking rude to me sometimes, and for no reason. You know, the amount of times I was like, damn, somebody was really fucking rude to me. And they said, okay, let's listen to the call. Let's listen to the call and see what you could have done differently. They're like, yeah, don't worry about it. They were like, yeah, don't worry about it. You get them. You get them. You know, I was like, hi there, how can I help? You fucking piece of shit. You fucking took some money. I'm like, very sorry to hear about that, sir. Can I start by confirming your surname and your postcode? Fuck you, you fucking stupid cunt. I apologize, sir. If I could just get some details from you, I can get the account up and I can check what happened for you. And if needed, if required, I can raise a complaint. Don't get fucking cute with me. You know, you can't win. But when I start off on the phone, when I'm the customer, I start off really polite. But after fucking 15 minutes of just, after 15 minutes when nothing has happened, I'm like, are you doing this for a joke? Like, is this a wind up? Like, I don't care. I don't want to speak to somebody superior to you. I just want to speak to somebody else. It's you. You're the problem. Let me speak to somebody else. Because I've spoken to my bank and I've spoken to my internet provider a bunch of times and it's never been a problem. But somehow this person is unable to just fucking get their head out of their ass, listen to the question I have and answer it, and then be done with the phone call. Instead, 15 minutes of asking me to confirm things and asking for how much is this? When did you pay it? Like, it's on the fucking screen. It's right fucking there. I can see it on my mobile banking app. I can see it exists. Stop talking to me like it doesn't exist. Oh, it's so annoying. It's this fucking culture where, like, you have to convince somebody that the problem exists before they'll even start the process of diagnosing the problem. You say there's a problem with something. Well, I can't see it. Oh, I'm just fucking calling you up and waiting in a fucking queue for 20 minutes for a giggle. Of course there's a fucking problem, otherwise I wouldn't be on the phone to you. I just don't get it. I don't get how some people are so obstinate and they just refuse to accept that there's work for them to do. They think if they argue about doing the work enough, they won't have to do the work. But they argue and spend more effort arguing than just doing the fucking work. And it's just like, you make more of a mental effort to try and argue that there isn't a problem than just agreeing that there's a problem and helping me fix it. It's just like, for fuck's sake, where did this culture come from? Anyway, apologies. I'm obviously a lot more stressed than I realised, but yeah. Job escalations would get you to talk to the right moron. Yeah, exactly. I have an app where you take your phone to identify you into that kind of systems, insert a code in the app. Yeah, this is what they did. They sent a notification to the app, so I clicked on it. I clicked on the notification of the app. They said, no, that didn't work. I'm going to have to text you a code. So they text me a code, so I've got to leave the phone app, go to my text messages, fucking get the code, read the code to them. And they said, great, okay, that's authorized or authenticated you. Great. Can I have your surname, please? Yes, here's my surname. Okay, and what's your date of birth? Okay, here's my date of birth. Okay, and what are the last 4 numbers of your account number? Okay, here's the last 4 numbers of my account number. Okay, and what was it you were calling about today? So as I said 5-10 minutes ago, there's a direct debit and I want to cancel it but it's giving me a warning, say it might damage my credit score. I want to know under what circumstances, because the app doesn't specify, under what circumstances would cancelling a direct debit damage my credit score? Because if I'm not under a contract with these people, I'm just paying on a monthly basis and the service is maintained. That's just generally how it happens after, because they want to keep the business. But I can cancel whenever I want. I'm not under a contract, so can they then take me, you know, can they then take that as like a breach of contract? But if I'm not in a contract with them, does that still affect my credit? That's all I wanted, and I didn't get the answer. And they just kept asking me to confirm even more. And I had to fucking baby step them through apps. I was doing the job for them. I was like, right, it's a direct debit. It goes to Sky, and it's this much. And they were like, okay, I can't find it. And I was like, oh my fucking God. And it's just like, I was like, do you know what? Can I just speak to somebody else? Because this is a waste of my time. So you need to calm down. You need to stop and have a drink of water and calm down. No, you need to get your head out of your ass and just do your fucking job. Just do your fucking job. You've got a computer in front of you. You've got 9 pieces of personal information, plus the phone number I called on will be automatically fed into your account system, because that's what everybody does. And they have done since like the 90s. My phone number is my unique identifier. I've confirmed 7 other pieces of information. You have everything. Just look at the computer screen and just look at the kind of direct debit it is and tell me if that's going to affect my credit score. That's all I need to know. It's all I needed to know, was just, so I just cancelled it. I just fucking cancelled it. And who knows what's going to happen now. But yeah, it's so infuriating how I spend 15, 20 minutes giving them information and they still don't know what the fuck they're doing. I'm like, oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, this is so infuriating. But yeah, apologies, dudes. I need to go and put my head under cold water for 20 minutes. But yeah, it's just when people like I say, they're deliberately trying to waste time, right? They've got a phone call, and if they can just waste time on that, because like I say, I've done this, I coached people, I did it for years. They just waste time with every single query, so they don't have to deal with so many queries. There's a queue of people. It's like 600 people in the queue. There's only 50 agents or whatever. And they take a call and they fucking move at a snail's pace on purpose, because it means effectively they're doing less work. And it's just the most obstinate, petulant, like fucking detrimental. And this is the thing. If you're stuck in a queue and you get one of these people, you need to speak to their manager. You need to say, oh, okay, I'm sorry. I've been very unhappy with the wait, and I'm now very unhappy with the way this call's gone. I'd like to raise a complaint. And when you're raising the complaint, you can say, this agent is knowingly delaying, and they're deliberately doing things as slow as possible because it's going to avoid them doing more work. They are deliberately being slow and difficult and awkward because they don't want to take the next phone call. And as a result, it's wasting my time as the customer, and then hopefully they'll get called up on it and they'll stop doing it, because it's unfair to not just the person you're on the phone to, it's unfair to the next customer in the queue. It's unfair that customers have to wait. And the thing is, for me, I was always trying to do my job as quickly and as promptly and as efficiently as possible, because I know that's what I get fucking paid to do. That's what I'm paid for. But customers would be so fucking slow. Like, okay, so I've got some information. There's a little bit of information you need to remember. So it's probably best if you get a pen and a piece of paper to write it down on. Oh, well, I haven't got one. Okay, I don't mind waiting for a moment, but it is important that you have this information. This number is a unique identifier for you and your repair. You're going to need this. Okay, hang on. And then you hear them fumbling around looking for a pen and a piece of paper, and they come back. And then you give them the information, and then they say, okay, I've got everything. And then you find out a complaint was logged, and you were mentioned in the complaint. Customer wasn't given the right information, blah, 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 blah. And you think, okay, they'll listen to the phone call and they'll hear me specifically force them to write it down. But yeah, some people just don't they're just unwilling to follow basic instructions. And as a result, it makes the queue so much longer than it needs to be. The amount of time I sat there waiting for a customer to do something really simple, and then the next customer would chew my head off for being stuck in a queue for so long. I was like, this is so stupid, dude. Like, there's like 350 people here right now, and we've got a queue of like 400. Like, we should be able to fucking bang this out in the next 45 minutes. We should be clear in an hour. There should be no calls in that queue. But no, every single customer you speak to doesn't have their fucking paperwork, doesn't know the postcode they need, doesn't know the phone number they need, doesn't want to give you their name, refuses to explain basic information. And like I say, with this person on the fucking when I was giving them, I gave them 7 pieces of information to confirm it was me, and they were still trying to fucking jerk me around about authenticating who I was. And I was just like, oh my God, dudes, I'm going to have a fucking aneurysm. I'm legitimately going to have a fucking aneurysm. So yeah, I'm going to sleep because it told us to rest. So sleep till morning. I'm going to go grab a drink in a second. But yeah, apologies, dude. It's still, this is the one thing that I fucking hate about my fucking body. Is it produces cortisol. It produces adrenaline, which was good when I was a BMXer, but it produces cortisol like you wouldn't believe. It creates so much cortisol and it floods my system, and I just get so stressed out. And then my body just refuses to metabolize it, and I stay stressed out for days on end. And this is the thing, when somebody's being difficult, and I know it's stressing me out, I'm like, thanks, I'm not going to sleep well for the next 2 days. Because you're being an arsehole. It's just like, oh my God. Anyway.
From the surface all the way to the floor. Afterwards, I realized what they reminded me of. The columns were reminiscent of a phenomenon known as brinicles. When seawater freezes and turns to ice, salt concentrates are released into the surrounding water. This brine is heavier than the water around it due to its higher density. It therefore sinks deeper into the ocean. As it flows towards the ocean floor, its lower temperature results in the formation of ice. And as this process continues, it can produce column-like ice structures. Any living creatures unfortunate enough to become entangled in these can be frozen solid. Little wonder they're called icicles of death.
Okay.
Apropos of nothing, when I saw that coffin, I was reminded of a rather unorthodox type of psychotherapy. The patient lies down inside a coffin, which is then closed, plunging them into darkness. In being subjected to this simulated experience of being laid to rest, they may find a measure of peace and comfort. If you spot a coffin that seems suitable for this, why not climb inside and see what happens?
Are you telling me there's fucking Dark Souls coffins to teleport us to other parts of the map? That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious if Kojima made a fucking an Elden Ring reference or something, and you wake up in like Kayla. Could you imagine? This coffin doesn't work, but apparently he used to take you to this awful place full of toxic rot. And you'd be like, toxic rot, you say? Anyway, give me a second, Jeff, before we dive into something else. I'm going to catch up on your messages. We've got an ad break coming up as well in a moment, so I might have to take a quick break. But yes, apologies, chat. I wish my body metabolized cortisol better. I wish there was some kind of supplement I could take which would give my body whatever amino acid or protein or whatever it is that's required in the process of breaking down cortisol to stop its effects. But when something really stresses me out, it destroys my immune system for the next week. It means I won't be able to sleep that night because I'm just rolling around pissed, annoyed. And yeah, it just means that the next day I'm still really stressed. I've just got a really short temper for everything. And I hate the way cortisol and anger affects the body, because although my body doesn't break down cortisol, my body's obviously, cortisol does the same thing to me as lots of other people. And the thing that winds me up the most is that it gives you a brain fog that's kind of a bit different to, the COVID brain fog that I've already got. But it's literally a red mist. Like, you just suddenly, like, everything is a conflict. Everything is a fucking attack. Everything is stressing you out even more. And it snowballs, and it creates this sort of, like, self-sustaining system where stress creates stress. And yeah, you make mistakes because you're stressed, but those mistakes make you more stressed. And yeah, it's fucking really hard to break out of. And legitimately, like, I've had to say to people, listen, this is really frustrating me. I'm gonna have to step away.
His name is Neil Vanna.
Neil Vanna.
Neil Vanna? Oh, here I thought he said Nirvana. There must still be tar in my ears.
It seems that the ID card you brought back belonged to the man himself. Charlie helped me dig up the details.
The card was issued by Bridges years ago, when the chiral network was still being developed. Records confirm that Vanna has been dead for some time.
So he was a member of Bridges?
No, Doesn't look like he was.
Vanna was a porter contracted by Bridges to handle jobs with special requirements. Like all of you, he was a doom sufferer who leveraged his abilities.
A top-notch porter by all accounts. He worked the Mexican border. Brought over all kinds of useful stuff.
Ostensibly, resources and medical supplies. But in truth, he transported drugs and other prohibited goods.
So he was a smuggler.
Vanna's ID card served as a key to some of Bridges' secure installations, though only a select few, of course. Specifically, those dedicated to the BB experiments, along with various other medical facilities.
I believe that the place you went to for counseling was one of them.
But everything in that area was obliterated 11 years ago by a void out, one in which Neil Vanna died. And from which you alone, Sam, were fortunate enough to emerge alive. Prior to all that, your counseling sessions made you a regular visitor, yes?
The fact that I can't. The fact that fucking dead man, it just says dead on the little ticker thing on the front.
There's a fair chance that the
Nirvana, Kojima, you genius. Yeah, it's hilarious.
It's hardly surprising. A great number of people pass through there all the damn time. No one would remember them all.
Cool. I moved to France, dude. I think about moving to Spain so often. Spain or southern France, and just fucking transfer my job title and everything to the office that's it. Because the company I work for is a global company. We even in America, we've broken ground in America a couple of years ago. So we have offices all over the world. So I could change my title would stay the same, but my employment structure, I would say that I'm now assigned to an office in Barcelona or Madrid or somewhere. And then, I could just live there for, I don't know how many years you need to live in the EU to claim an EU passport. But then if I get a European passport, then for me personally, my life gets a bit easier because I could just use my EU passport to get wherever I need to get to. Obviously, I could also do the same trick by moving to Ireland, but I'd much rather move to Spain than Ireland. No offense to Ireland, but I'd much rather move to Europe, to mainland Europe, Spain. And just live somewhere quiet in Spain for a few years. As long as I could stream, if I could get fiber optic internet and stream still, and if I could work from home, it wouldn't really change an awful lot. Obviously, I'm not too sure about Little Man, but obviously, we'd be going to a warmer climate, and he likes the warmth. So, I don't think he'd be too bothered. He'd just be sleeping in the sun all day. And the produce is cheaper and better for you food-wise. The healthcare, I think, is actually probably better than the NHS now. The NHS used to be the pinnacle of healthcare, but now it's so overrun and underfunded that it's just not. It's a shell of its former self. So I think about it all the time. I think about moving to Europe all the time because, like I say, I'm sick and tired of England. It's such a fucking pain in the arse to live here. Everything is so fucking complicated and expensive and time-consuming, and it's just it. I remember one of the arguments for leaving the European Union was, there's so much red tape and there's so much bureaucracy with the EU. Fuck me, man. Have you seen a fucking council meeting to get anything done? There's like 600 people arguing about wildlife and about noise and about nobody will allow anything to be done. And then we all complain that nothing gets done. And it's just like, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. But it's just, things in England have just been this way for such a long time. We don't know anything else, but it's gone way off the deep end. Almost everything in England has gone on way too long in the wrong direction, and we don't know how to fix it. We don't know how to regulate things. We don't know how to fucking organise things. We don't know which rules we need to fucking rip up and start again with. It's just a mess. And everything is such a palaver, which is like an English expression. It's such a fucking, mission to get anything done because there's just so much paperwork involved and there's so many checks and balances on everything. And I've said this before, I wouldn't mind how overly bureaucratic and how many forms and permission slips and, how many referrals and bits of paperwork and I wouldn't mind all of this stuff if it meant that everything worked like reasonably well 99% of the time. If it created reliability and efficiency, I wouldn't mind, because that's what you get when you organize things, is reliability and efficiency. And you also, you know, understanding, you know how things work so you can use them properly. But nothing works. Nothing works. Everything is such a letdown after all the effort you put in to fucking do, or you play the game, you jump through the hoops, you fucking do what you're told, and then you don't get the outcome. And it's just like, why? Why do we do this? Why do we do all of this shit? Nothing works. The trains don't work. The housing market doesn't work. The fucking financial markets don't work. They fall over and need to be bailed out by the government. The fucking government doesn't work. The fucking supermarkets and the food we eat doesn't work. The healthcare doesn't work. The fucking... nothing works. And it's just like, you go to work every single fucking day and just look at this pile of fucking unoptimized, unreliable junk surrounding you, and you have to be involved with it. You can't segregate yourself from all of this fucking shit that doesn't work. You have to be part of it. You have to wade in to all this stuff and try and make it work and survive. And it's just, it's so fucking mentally draining how you go somewhere and somebody won't even fucking talk to you unless you give them a form. And that form has to be requested by post. They can't just give it to you. You have to request it by post. And then when you get the form, there's a bunch of questions that contradict each other in that form. So you then have to ask questions about the form, and then you fill in the form and you go in there and you take it to somebody, and then they tell you there's a 6-month waiting list before they can speak to you, and you think, oh fucking God. Oh my God. And then it gets to about 4 weeks before your appointment, which you've been waiting 6 months for, and they say, because of staff sickness or because of something, we're going to have to move your appointment to a different time. And you think, oh my fucking God. And then you get there, you ask a bunch of questions, and they basically say there's nothing we can do. And you've wasted half a year. It's just like, oh my God. I'm going to start setting things on fire and putting them out with a fucking shovel. I'm so fucking fed up with everything. Anyway, you get a passport per country, not EU passport. Okay, yeah, but if I got a Spanish passport, that would be a European. I could just use it, you know, at the airport and stuff. And I could jump on the ferry and go to, I could go to Europe. So for borders and stuff, that's what I need. I need a passport, which means, because if I become a European citizen, that doesn't change the fact that everything in England that's ordered from Europe has a bunch of paperwork and expense attached to it because of Brexit. I hope we can navigate our way back in. I hope we can fucking navigate our way back into the European Union and establish a cheap and easy trade of goods, because it was moronic to throw it away in the first place. Anyway, you go get maybe the US medical system would be okay with you. Yeah, but they charge me $150,000 for a fucking checkup or something. It's fucking crazy. The fucking medical bills I see from America are terrifying, dude. Only 5 years to get citizenship. Ah, so it's 5 years in Northern Ireland. Okay, is that Ireland or Northern Ireland? Because they're different things apparently. 10 years to get citizenship in Spain. It's 5 in Portugal. When comparing them, the two, I suppose Portugal. Ireland, not Northern Ireland. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, so chat, we've got an ad break coming up. I've done a lot of yapping and complaining. I apologise. Thank you for your patience, for everyone that's still here. So, I'm going to pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raft of some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack, do a quick stretch. It's good for your body. Don't sit still for too long. You won't miss anything because I'm going to do the same thing. We also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen, so if you want to follow without any alerts going off, please feel free. There's no alerts. We don't call them out. We still appreciate them, but if you're lurking and you want to follow in secret, please feel free. Did what I did, marry a woman that works for the government so you can get good insurance. I see. My jungle looking also from the UK. No, Gat's from America, but yeah. Maybe I need to find a nice Spanish girl to marry, and then I can get citizenship that way. The only problem is I'd need to find a girl to marry. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm 40 years old and I haven't had a girlfriend for like years, so I can't even get a girl to text me back, so I'm not going to be able to propose to anyone. But yes, I'll pop you guys over there on the BRB screen. I'll do an ad break. I'll get another drink because I don't know, a lot of talking and my throat's going to die. And then we'll go and do some more deliveries because I think we've cleared out most of the shit out of the back of the truck, so I think we can now probably build a few roads. But yes, I'll be back shortly. And yes, we will carry on with some gameplay. I'm sorry for all the yapping, but I need to take a second. After that combat section fucking stressed me out. I need a moment to just chat and catch up with everybody. Otherwise I get behind on chat and that stresses me out, and that's not your fault. That's me getting stressed with myself because I shouldn't do that. But yes, anyway, waffling. I'll be right back. So, start off the duplication as usual. Select your item, walk off the edge, push up, drop the item.
then throw the bomb, and then with the recall ability, pull it back and claim it. Rinse and repeat.
What are you saying, game? What are you saying? What are you saying? What are you saying, game? We don't fucking listen to the rules. We don't obey the rules. We just fucking do what we want. Parkour. Fucking parkour. Oh shit, it's a big one.
Sentences to be before I start saying them. For some reason, I just fucking can't. Keep coming up to a sentence which clearly has more than one way of orientating itself, and I keep fucking choosing. Oh. He was fucking shooting them out of the fucking sky. As they were falling, they were getting pinned against the wall by the sheer force of the gun. You're a cat owner, you can just adjust a lot from your cat.
We're reasonable people. I'm sure we can work something out. What is it you want?
Finally.
That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous, dude.
The world's vaguest wind-up animation, dudes. Get Gascoigned, bozo. Oh, his arm came off.
Did you see that guy just float down the stairs? You just did love it's Vic Vega. Man. People that help move stuff and they pick up like one tiny thing at a time, it's like, come on, man. Put your back into it. Pick up several things at once. We don't have all day. You see the way his arms just fell off when I backstabbed him? Ow. I love the fact that their arms just pop off. I don't even want your loot. You can keep it. Fucking scum. Where it's based. Right, you come down here. Be gentle, yeah? Excuse me. Sorry about that. I'm a fucking gamer. Sorry. Stealth. Stealth. welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Whew. Right, so let me check. Oh, I can't interact with anything. Oh, what? Okay. Take a photo. Oh, I can do it again. Okay.
Thank you, Sam.
Sure.
And we can just do that whenever we want. Okay, so there's just a photo. There's just to take a picture of all the beautiful women that Kojima's put in the game. Okay. We had a shower earlier, so let's go to the surface. Excuse me. Swedish dude living in Switzerland. So before Sweden joined NATO, I was double neutral. Thinking about Uruguay, it seems like a nice country, and it's becoming more prominent on the bigger world picture economically because it's got ports along Latin. Yes, so this is the thing, is that I think that the UK, America, they're slowly gonna, you know, they're slowly gonna fall anyway. They always do. Empires always come and go. So, like, is that going to happen during my lifetime? Is it going to get to the point where actually maybe I should just fucking get somewhere else before everyone else decides to leave? Because if everybody leaves the UK, if we all start to leave the UK, it's going to, you know, fall apart pretty quickly. Because at the moment, it lives on the fact that there's thousands and thousands of people paying thousands and thousands of pounds worth of tax every year. Without that, the country will literally start to pull itself apart at the seams. And obviously, mass exoduses are not super common, but I genuinely feel like a lot of young people, you know, younger than me, obviously, young.
By the way, you saw Tomorrow with the apples in the corridor, right? It seems she was training, trying to gain more control over her temporal abilities.
If the people that are younger than me, if the younger generation than me leaves, I'm cooked, because, you know, I've only got another 20, 30 years in me. If the 20-year-olds leave, that I've got 50 years ahead of them.
She's taking it too far and making them rotten. There's no need to rush things. She'll get the hang of it soon enough. In the meantime, let's continue to support.
Right, so, what do we got? No orders. Give me my truck back. So, we've got an empty truck, which is a sight to behold in this playthrough, seeing as the truck's usually full of stuff. I'm going to check my private locker. All this stuff that I could use. So I don't know what we do with the chemicals. But yes, the special alloys can come with us. They can come with us, right. Because yes, I think after doing an action sequence and a bit of story, I think now the clever thing to do would be to do a bit more road building, some monorails and stuff, so that I can just get into a nice cozy gameplay loop. And then we'll do a few deliveries as well, of course. But yeah, hopefully you guys don't mind. But yeah, the combat sequences, you know, because in Death Stranding 1, they were a lot more linear and they felt, I don't know, they felt more structured, they felt more focused, they felt like more cinematic. Whereas, yeah, that one was underwater in sort of an old, you know, buried, you know, an old submerged city. Really cool setting. But yeah, it just felt really fucking awkward.
From this location, you should be able to see some snow-capped mountains.
Love delivering packages, me.
The next objective can be found in the heart of them, in the form of the Eastern Environmental Observatory. Once again, you'll need to link up several sites en route to this destination. The first such site to be brought online is the Chronobiologist Shelter, which is due west. Pick up the main order on this delivery terminal in order to begin.
Cool. Ah, here we go, chat. This is where the zip lines are going to come in. this is where the zip lines are going to come in. So we're going to need some PCC level 2. And then... So, what we're going to do is we're going to make the delivery. Ferret, welcome in. Good to see you. Jaban had, for a while, that instance, you have more than 20... you have more than 20 years, dude. Well, I don't know. I think 60 might be my... You know, I think life might catch up to me, and I think 60 might be... I mean, my parents are both in their 60s, but they were a lot more sensible than me, so... it looks as if... So what we need to do is we need to make the journey on foot once, because once we get them on the chiral network, we can then see if there's any zip lines, because there may very well be zip lines. So even that comment. So there's somebody actually commented on a stream, right? They commented that on a live stream, they were like, "You sure love that truck." Because yeah, the whole damn stream, I'm just in the truck driving places. And it's true. I think I might be overusing the truck. So this one, we're going to fucking go for it. We're going to try it on foot. See what happens. Also, a lot of time to start taking care of yourself. Yes, and this is what I was saying to my doctor. I've been saying to some friends is that, you know, when I was 20 years old, 22, 23 or whatever, I was, you know, taking cocaine regularly. I was smoking cigarettes almost all day. I was drinking every day. I was sitting in the sun at the skate park a bunch of the time. I was staying up till 2, 3 in the morning most nights. I was just burning the candle at both ends, and I was such a wreck, and it was only my youth that was holding me together, right? Because youth is magical. Don't waste it, kids. And yeah, throughout my 30s, everything started to suck so fucking hard, and I had to slowly but surely just wean myself off and give up alcohol, give up cigarettes, give up drugs, you know, because it wasn't just cocaine, it was MDMA, it was all kinds of stuff. And I gave all that stuff up, and it was fucking rough going through the 5-6 month process of your body just fucking screaming at you, and just every hormonal response in your body just being a complete, like, fucking tsunami of, like, emotions, and yeah, just battling with it and grappling with it was rough. So yeah, to go through all that and then, you know, get to a point where I was 3 or 4 years sober, 6 or 7 years clean of drugs and cigarettes, to be sleeping at a reasonable time each day, getting sort of 7 to 8 hours sleep every night, you know, to get to the other end of all that, and to have 2.5, 3 years of feeling good, and then to get COVID, then bronchitis, then COVID again, and just feel like shit all the time. It's really difficult for me to process that. It's really difficult for me to accept that as a reality, because I feel so fucking cheated. I feel like the last 10 years of my life, I've worked so fucking hard to make my physical health better, so that my mental health is better and my emotional health is better. You know, I made so many changes. And the thing is, like, giving up things that are just bad for me, like cigarettes and alcohol and drugs, you know, they're fun, and, you know, lots of people do them and everything, and, you know, it's sort of a part of, you know, socializing is attached to it and everything, but they had to go. But giving up things like BMX that I fucking love doing, because it was just destroying my knees and my back, giving that up, like, I thought some of the relationships I'd been through and broken up with people, I thought that was bad. I'd fucking give anything. I'd give anything to go back to being 20 years old, sat at the skate park with my friends most days. I'd give anything. It was probably the sweetest life was ever going to get. And people are like, you could go sit at the skate park now. Like, yeah, I can't even sit on a hard floor for prolonged periods of time, dude. It's like, I can't even sit on the floor for a long period of time. If I sit in a chair that's not ergonomically designed for too long, my knees and back start to hurt. You know, my neck starts to hurt, my shoulders start to hurt. You know, I have to stand up and move around and stretch and everything. Because yeah, I've lived a life. I've lived a very physically exertive life. I've exerted a lot of physical, you know, force on my body, in lots of different ways. But yeah, I don't know, stamina-wise, I don't know if we need any special equipment to be in snowy areas, but I guess we'll find out. But yeah, truck's still overpowered. Yeah, no, yeah, the truck is overpowered, and it's the thing is the road. There's more roads in this one than there were in the last one.
Oh shit! Whoa!
Come on, Sam, get up. Sam, the fucking lump of ice is literally rolling towards you at a snail's pace, and you're just standing there. Fucking move. But yeah, I was living a very, very physically demanding life, and it was wearing me out. And I made the decision to start finding things that I didn't need to be doing and to stop doing them. And yeah, withdrawals is disgusting. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Because it's obviously the body is craving an external validation. It's an external stimulus, right? But it's the chemical reaction that's inside your body. It's so potent, and your body is just like so unprepared to be without something. And yeah, this is the thing. Like, after giving up a bunch of drugs and cigarettes and stuff, like when a relationship starts to break down, I'm just like, yeah, cool. And they're like, what, you can just walk away from this? I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, but yeah, I can. You know, if it ain't going to work, it ain't going to work, you know? And I know that might sound callous. It might sound, heartless. Oh, fucking hell, here we go. But yeah, once it's done, you know? There's no point crying over spilt milk. There's no point watering dead plants. You know, you've got to take stock of what you've learned and then move forward. And I know it's not that easy. It's easier said than done. I know it's not that easy. But yeah, after the withdrawals from cocaine and the withdrawals from alcohol and the withdrawals from cigarettes, yeah, I've become acutely aware of the tricks my brain will try and play on me when it wants something that I'm not going to give it. So yeah, don't get addicted to things, dudes. Like I said earlier, obsession, people think being obsessed with something is like, it's just, oh, they're just really passionate. It's like, nah, obsession is dangerous. Mentally, it's dangerous. Stress and sweat. Yeah, the sweats, the itching, the irritability, the depression, the fucking, the night terrors. You just end up going through this fucking awful journey of like arduous and difficult things. And yeah. Hopefully you come out the other side. Oh, fucking hell, we're only halfway. Fucking hell, dudes. Hopefully you come out the other side stronger and wiser, and you realise that once you've endured enough of that kind of...
Shaking pretty bad.
Once you've endured a certain amount of the withdrawals, you begin to treat your obstinance or abstinence from something as like a resource that you're adding to. And that's why they gamify it in the recovery groups. They give you those tokens and stuff as like a token of appreciation for making it this far. And I think that's an interesting way of trying to gamify it, but also of having something to show for it, because it's super difficult initially because you're kind of not doing something that your body wants to do, but you're not really getting anything for it. It's a delayed gratification that, it takes a while for it to start to pay off. But once you get to the other side of it, it becomes much more easier to chase, because you start to feel the difference. But yeah, the fact that you have to sink even lower than you already are to then rise to a higher state afterwards, that's a difficult thing to process. It's a bitter pill to swallow. I didn't know I was talking to skateboarding Mick Jagger over. Well, no, the thing is, I wasn't like Mick Jagger, but I wanted to be, And that's it. A lot of skateboarders, a lot of BMXers. It's a cultural thing, and it's just I don't know. You're just trying to have as much fun as possible, and you end up, you kind of end up being funneled into, alcohol and drugs and sex and partying and fucking just general mischief. You become addicted to mischief. And yeah, some people manage to break free of that cycle, and some people don't. There's a handful of professional skateboarders out there that, you know, they really fucking pushed it and ended up throwing away something amazing. And there's a handful of skaters out there that they start off and they're so fucking promising, and then they become a drug addict, and they're still good enough to be sponsored. They're still good enough to be a professional, but they're clearly not at their peak. They're clearly not as good as they could be. And people know that. They can see that, you know, this person isn't progressing as much as you'd expect them to. And even though they're sort of this promising young talent, they never really reach their full potential because of the drugs and the alcohol. And it's, yeah, it's kind of heartbreaking that when they're older, they look back and they're like, dude, it's so stupid. Oh no, hang on. They're like, dude, it's so stupid. Like, the competitions I missed, the fucking video parts I could have done better, you know, all of the things I could have done and been more successful, or just a better skateboarder. But I was too busy fucking snorting coke and drinking whiskey. And it's like, fuck, man. It does steal. It takes way more than you think. Because all the years down the line, all those years down the line, you'll realize that you're never going to have as much energy or as much, you know, drive or passion as when you're in your 20s. And yeah, this is why the thing is, I don't like saying to kids, like, don't drink, don't do drugs, because they can do what they want, but just fucking understand that is, you're not going to look back fondly on alcoholism. You know, you'll look back fondly on the good times you had, but that's not specifically because of alcoholism. And you learn that you can have good times without those things, and then you realize that those things weren't really necessary, but they took away a lot. So yeah, balance it, have fun, but yeah, you've got to keep a handle on it. Don't go too far down the rabbit hole like I did, because yeah, you're never going to get that time back. Man, I want to play the whole game. I want to play the whole game with those black bars. Hello, Baba. We can be bad knee buds together. Welcome in, Nivis. It's good to see you, dude. And Solipsist, I saw earlier you said hello in the YouTube. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you to everyone that hangs out in the YouTube. It's super handy. It's very helpful. The issue for me is I did way too many knee-heavy sports and activities when I was younger, all the way up until I graduated high school. And then the jobs I've had haven't helped either. I'm trying to build up muscle. Anytime I start doing too much, my knees feel like they've been... Yeah, you get that sort of prickly pins and needles, kind of like, ugh, this ligament is not happy, and there's all kinds of like debris from all the other damage you've done. It's fucking rough, dude. Does sound like shit. I can't imagine doing stuff I don't love. Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing a lot of people posting content on TikTok about, like, you know, being more positive and thinking about streaming and not comparing yourself too much. And it's crazy that, you know, that's an entire demographic of TikTok, is just content creators trying to sort of reach out to other content creators to say, just keep going, because yeah, it's a pretty soul-crushing hobby a lot of the time if you take it too seriously and you set yourself unrealistic goals and everything. But you've got to do what you love. You've got to love doing it, because if you don't love doing it, you're doing it for the wrong reasons. You know, you've got to do it because you love it. And that's why, despite the fact that everything's all going in the wrong direction, apparently, according to my dashboard, I still love doing this. I still love chatting to you guys. I still love playing these interesting video games. I still love doing this. You know, I still love making single player games more social. It's magic to me. But yeah, people get way too bogged down with, you know, setting themselves goals and targets which they don't understand that they're unrealistic. They don't realize they're being unrealistic because they don't have the context. And yeah, it's heartbreaking watching people get to a certain stage and just burn out and just move to YouTube or TikTok or Instagram, or just stop making stuff altogether. Because, you know, I'd much rather there were people out there making stuff, even if they're not going to make it on Twitch. Because because you need people making stuff. Otherwise, the world becomes a very boring place.
Good to see a friendly face. It's been a while since I've had visitors. I'll check your cargo right away.
Yeah, you're still up. I am still up. Need some stem cell shots in those knees. Oh yeah, I'd love it. I'd love to get stem cell shots in the knees. But yes, apologies. If I have missed any messages, please feel free to at me. It's perfectly fine. Can't imagine doing stuff I don't love. I watched Trainspotting and was like fascinated. Yes, the thing is, the culture around drugs can be quite interesting, but the problem is the drugs are poison, and you are conditioning yourself to enjoy the feeling of being poisoned because the euphoria and the sort of that feeling is neurotoxin, right? It's your nervous system being intoxicated, which is kind of scary. Because there are theories that, there are some drugs apparently that if you do them, it leaves like residue behind in your nervous system, and we don't know what the effects of that are. But yeah, once you realize that you're using a chemical to not only promote the distribution of a hormone you should only have a little bit of every so often, the fact that you can take a chemical that then reacts within your body in a way that promotes all of your dopamine and all of your serotonin to just flood your system, and you get to feel all of the good feelings like all at once in the space of 6 hours, but then you've used up, arguably a week's worth of like feeling good. So you're not going to feel good, and that's why if you abuse them and you take them too often, they become less effective. And people think that if you just take more MDMA or just take more cocaine, you'll feel good again, but you don't, because your body isn't able to produce more of this hormone that it's releasing. The hormone's always within your, and that's this is one of the things that destabilized my understanding and dismantled my sort of desire for substance, was the fact that I realized that the substance you take isn't what makes you feel good. It's the hormones in your body that are prompted to be released by the substance. So it's not even the cocaine or the MDMA. That's not even the thing that actually, but MDMA also does, it's neurotoxin. And it intoxicates your nervous system, which is why you physically feel something. But yeah, it's a poison, and there's no way around it. And obviously, I'm not going to tell people how to live their lives, but you need to, you can't delude yourself too much. It is a poison, and you are appreciating the effects. Like alcohol, you're appreciating the effects of what it feels like to be poisoned slowly enough so that you don't die, and you can take time to understand and feel what it's like. Because it's intoxication. You are intoxicated. You are overwhelming your body's ability to filter something out and allowing it to have an effect. And that's what you're doing, is you're overpowering the natural function of your body, which is why it's dangerous. Because if the baseline is so much that your liver can't filter it out, that's why people go too far. Because to get to a stage where you start to feel something, you have to overpower your body's ability to filter things out. So you cross over into the realm of being unable to filter anything just by doing the drug in the first place. It's not like you take a drug and your liver's like, ooh, and you get a feeling while it's processing it. No, you have to take so much of it in such a concentration that your liver can't break it down quick enough, and it ends up in your system. And it can't filter out of your blood quick enough. So yeah, that's why people overdose, is because if you're feeling the effects of the drug, your body is already unable to do anything. That's why it's kind of dangerous. But anyway, my knees feel for you, and I'm around about 2, and I'm only in 2 months, 25 years old. Yeah, dude. I mean, collagen supplements, cod liver oil, and and taking it easy and not wearing them out too much is a good approach. I'm able to take collagen and cod liver oil and do stretches and stuff to help my back and my hips and my knees, but it's just 15-20 years of doing a BMX, riding BMX and just fucking myself up because I loved it, and I still love it, but it was fucking destroying me, so I had to stop. So really grown up and cool to say, honestly. Maybe you have time to build up muscles, so it's less bad. Yeah, I mean, yeah, doing certain exercises can help move the knees in the right way, in a way that they're supposed to, so that you get used to them moving in the right ways, and they only hurt when you move them in the wrong way. But that's supposed to be the case. There's a song from the Gorillaz called Silent Running, and it's about being so transfixed on the lights in the road that you swerve and endanger yourself. It's meant to represent when the singer was in Hollywood, he was utterly intoxicated with the lifestyle and obsession with his passion, and like a car silent running, you're in this malaise of pleasure and focus that you forget your awareness of your health. Yeah, you do start to realise, you do start to brainwash yourself and gaslight yourself into saying that the feeling you get from drugs is better than feeling okay, and you forget what it feels like to feel okay. And that's where it gets dangerous. I didn't bring any fucking PCCs today. But anyway, let's see what we've got. Artificially, welcome in. Is this game better than the first? I can't say that it is. It's good. It's really good. It's really good. It's definitely worth playing. I don't want to, like, you know, be contrarian or anything, but I don't think it's quite as good as the first one. I don't think it's quite there. It's really good. It's really good. And there's lots of new, interesting things, but it's a difficult second album. It is a difficult second album.
I've been looking forward to this moment. I should be able to conduct research at a faster pace
Bubba's
than
dreaming.
ever. Please accept this by way of thanks.
Little crypto buyout. I see. It's really good, and there's lots and lots of deliveries and terrain to get over. You've got to build roads and bridges and ladders, and you've got to sneak past BTs and stuff. And the story's really great, but it's a difficult second album. It's difficult to hit as hard as the first game, but there's definitely a few things that work differently in this game that I feel like don't quite work.
Who knows? It might bring you good luck.
So some of the combat sections have been a bit too awkward for me.
Stock of cryptobiote variants. I've taken to calling them chronobiotes. They appear to alter your body's internal clock for a brief period when consumed. Just another example of the many ways the Death Stranding is wreaking havoc on our perception of time. It's introduced us to Timefall and the beach, as well as the EEs that brought about previous mass extinctions. You know, I can't help but wonder if extinction entities are related to chronobiotes. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. Especially with the strange incidents we've been hearing about lately. Well, the porter who used to come through here was attacked by something. It was bad enough that they gave up doing delivery work for good. They still managed to deliver my last shipment, but it was covered with strange dents and markings. When I asked what had happened, they just said it was the work of the Headless Rider. People have been talking about the Rider for a while, actually. And there's this guy not far from here who's dedicated to studying strange mysteries like that. I sent him some details, and he said he'd need to ask around for someone to lend him a hand. You should keep your eyes peeled for trouble until he figures out what we're dealing with. They're cryptobiotes that have become infected with chiral microbes, parasites that induce changes in the host. Chronobiots can accelerate various processes.
I moved the coffee table because it was bumping into the camera.
To move more slowly, much like Timefall, which ages everything, and the beach, where time stands still. This disruption of the natural temporal flow is linked to the underlying mechanisms of the Death Stranding.
Holy fuck, dude! It's fucking humid as fuck today.
Solve the greatest mystery of our times. At least that's what I've come to believe.
Is the humidity today? Uh, 77%. I don't think so. I think it's worse than that. I think it's worse than 77%, but it's fucking humid as fuck today.
So I've heard a little bit about Hartman's research via the hydrologist. You know, the mass extinctions of trilobites, ammonites, and the dinosaurs. Well, apparently, all these ancient events were set in motion by extinction entities. I'm told there was a human extinction entity as well. And that EEs had umbilical cords...
85%. Oof.
Which could be why their
intro in this game was insane. Oh yeah, the intro was fucking so good. Sounds like a Steve Jobs quote about the crazy ones. We all need a little bit of a silly guy every now and again. You can't take yourself too seriously, yeah. Important to not take yourself too seriously, you know? Don't let people mug you off, but don't take yourself too seriously.
might yet be born. And the believe further study of these microbes could help prevent another extinction event.
It's like when that old guy like walks up to somebody's car in traffic. He's like, "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" And the guy who's filming with his phone just fucking laughs. and then the old guy laughs as well. Sorry, this, yeah.
Well, Sam. By the way, we have info on Nilvana to share. Could you join me on the bridge?
Right, so do we have a zip line outside? Oh, you're right there. Okay, cool.
You're always appreciated.
Disengaging weapons restriction. How you been holding up? Come on, man. You've got this.
So we must reincarnate our next life as Uma Tsunumi, horse girls, and run races like the games. I've heard of this. There's an anime which is just girls, but they run like they're horses in like horse races. Fucking hell, man. There's no end to how fucking out there the Japanese can get when it comes to the next TV show they come up with. It's crazy. There's so many fucking crazy as fuck TV shows out there. So yeah, we need a zip line here. We need one probably on this outcrop here if we can reach. Because I feel like maybe building one down here, but at the same time it kind of needs to be near the road. So yeah, I think we go to the Magellan. We fabricate some level 2 PCCs. Whose truck is this? Whose horse is that? Had alcohol and coke addiction, like getting tired because I drank alcohol. So I did coke, energy again. Yeah, it was a bad cycle. You start trying to balance them out, and you think if I just take the right amount of everything, I'll stay perfectly fine. It doesn't work that way, I'm afraid. Basically, don't be a fucking idiot. Research the pros and cons. Yes, pretty much. They have horse ears and tails, and they're named after racing horses. But beyond that, they're just girls just fucking hoofing it up like 4,000 meter races. Most fucked up I've ever seen for these anime girls. And Panzer, which is girls in war commanding tanks. They're dressed like Soviets and Germans during World War II. Yeah, the fucking, like, the set and setting can be like almost anything. Level 2 PCCs, please. And I'll take 5. Right, let's see if we can build some zip lines that actually help people get up and down. Right, and
Eyes open. Stay away.
okay. So I think if we can get to there, that would be a good place to start. Because we should be able to reach this one. But yeah, there's some fucking strange animes out there. And I think it would be fun to do a tier list. Like, a strange anime tier list, but the thing is I'd need to watch all of them, which would be a bit of a fucking struggle. Because yeah, like occasionally somebody will be like, hey, I've got, you know, this, I've got this anime, do you want to watch it? I'm like, yeah, sure. So they send it to me and I'll watch it. And some of them are just so fucking weird. Like weird in a good way, usually. Like my friend wouldn't suggest them otherwise, but still weird as fuck. Okay, are we... Is this inside the car? Yeah, it is, okay. But yeah, this... Oh, this isn't, okay. So yeah, we're gonna... So we can't build in here, I don't think. But I think we should be able to build. Hopefully we're still in line. Dandadan. So yeah, lots of people have told me about Dandadan, but I've not had a chance to. I've not had a chance to watch. But yeah, like this. The thing is, there's so many. There used to be like every sort of 6-7 months a new one would come out that was worth watching. But now I get by you know, this was when I was still watching them. I used to get like 15 suggestions a month, and I was like, this is a joke. I can't keep up with this, you know. And they did start to get pretty fucking repetitive, like, I squeeze this one here. Oh, it's just a little bit too far. Oh, it's a little bit too far. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to have to build it here, but as far out as we can get away with. That's 3, 4, 3. What about down there? Too low, so it's going to have to go here, I think.
Hell yeah.
Which means we can then go this way. So if that is 350 meters there, that means that somewhere around about here should be good. But I think if we can get to that outcrop there, as you can see my footsteps, we walk this way anyway, so. But this is where the grind begins, chat, is building a fucking zipline network of like all of the lines of sight that are perfectly like in line, so you can create like, because yeah, your zip lines should be 350 meters apart. That's just a given. But this is too close, I reckon. How far is that? That's 155, so yeah. I think we need to be up there a little bit. Right, oh, can we get one on there? this might be the perfect little rocky outcrop. Because sometimes in Death Stranding 1, sometimes I would come across like a random lump of terrain that was like 300 meters away, and I was like, that's actually kind of perfect. 240. Like, that's 240. So could we go this far? Because we're going to have to put a bend on it anyway. See, it would reach all the way around there if we did that. Oh, okay, that's fucking pog. Because that connects both of these. That's actually fucking really good. So, as long as both of those lines are blue, that's pretty fucking good. Because that one piggybacks off that. That's 279 meters. That's 253. Yeah. That's a good spot for this one. And the joy is I can now use this one to get to the next one and then go from there. Because, yeah, that one will take us to there. This one will take us all the way over to here. Oh, yeah, we're fucking flying along. Fucking hell. Right, so now we go from here. We probably want to get one. There's one here. There's a zip line here, so I think... Don't know if am I allowed to change the angle of someone else's... Am I allowed to change the angle of it? Because it's not... There's one not too far away that I don't think it's connected properly. Damn. Because, yeah, there's one not too far away, so... Do you reckon we can get to there and build one? Reckon we can reach that far? Yeah, it should be in range. And then we can curl it to there and then curl it to there and then we're good because we're right down on like walkable terrain anyway. Or we could curl it down to here possibly. So yeah, I think that'll be the next one. And head over this way. But yeah, it's night time. It's probably quite cold, but yeah. Even the Soviets are a big thing. I don't know in Japan. I don't know doing German, but it's kind of bad. Yeah, because it's interesting. There's an interesting kind of like crossover where like Japanese culture has inspired Western culture, and Western culture has inspired Japanese or Eastern culture. Because you've got like American baseball fans in Japan, right? But then you've got like, you know, Japanese anime fans in America. So it's kind of like interesting how the two cultures, despite being surprisingly different, they have actually influenced each other. Japan plays better. They even beat the USA. Well, yeah, and this is the thing, right? This is the crazy thing, is that when the Japanese take an interest in something, they sometimes end up doing it better than the people that came up with it. And like classical music is an example. It's fucking bonkers how much amazing classical music has come out of Japan. The first ever non-Scottish Scotch whiskey to win was a Japanese Scotch, to win Scotch of the Year. As you say, they play baseball and they've beaten American teams at baseball. It's bonkers. Basketball, not so much. They have basketball fans, but bless them. Bless them. They haven't quite got the vertical. But occasionally a Japanese guy's really, really tall, but they end up playing for an American team because, you know, money, right? Yeah, that zip line's a kind of a silly place, so I'm going to try and make an effort to climb up there and get a zip line up there because it'll be really exposed. This is the thing about zip lines, you've got to make them as exposed as possible. Don't put them down in valleys or behind lumps of rock or anything because, yeah, you just end up being unable to use them. I mean, you don't have to be quite as crazy as me, but... Oh. Oh, it's out of range. Okay, so we're a bit too far, so... Oh shit. Oh shit. So I think we're gonna have to go there. Okay, so as long as we can get up high enough. As long as we can get up high enough and expose ourselves, we should be able to get an angle on that one. It's just out of range again. No! No!
Get it.
That shouldn't have fucking done that. That wasn't that steep. Sorry, I fucking deliberately did the fucking scanner. Yes, I know. Lou, I know.
Are you injured, Sam?
What do you mean? I'm first person. Let me check on Lou. What do you mean I can't soothe Lou? But yeah, there's a fucking lump of terrain that you can't fucking stand on, even though there's a model, even though there's geometry for it. There's clearly some terrain that doesn't quite fit as well as it used to. And the scanner shows it, but it doesn't actually register as like terrain you can stand on. So we'll sort out Lou in a moment. I just want to see if I can get this fucking... that'll go to that one. We can't go to that one. Okay, so that will go to that one. It will also go the one down there. That's the build. Right there. Upside down. Right, excuse me. Japan guy, the Japan guy that Guy Martin interviewed, he only makes cylinders, all kinds of stuff, even the nuclear rods. And his little shop, he thinks he has like 2,000 hours mastery in this field. Yeah, like there are some things that if you want them made, you just have to wait. You have to wait for them to make like a knife or like a bearing race or something. And they do it a very old-fashioned way, but the end result is basically the best in the world. And when it comes to certain things like the bearings inside those giant wind turbines, you don't want to be going up there doing maintenance if you can avoid it. So like, yeah, it's worth paying for the the best you can get. And there'll be, like you say, there's some workshop somewhere in the mountains in Japan, and there's somebody who's just 17th generation, like, you know, swordsmith or like, you know, dowel maker or something. And the carpentry in Japan is absurd. The way the carpenters look at the wood and how it works and how the wood is growing, and they don't interrupt the wood grain in certain ways because they know that it's only going to get fucking flayed and splayed open and just fall apart. But yeah, Japanese carpentry and joinery is like fucking some of the best in the world, if not the best in the world. They respect the wood because it has a soul in their religion too. Yes, and this is the thing, I think I've said this before, is that wood is a living thing, you know? Wood's a living thing, so like many living things, if you show it respect, it will show you respect. If you treat it like shit, it will, yeah, it will bite you. So. Yeah, we can get most of the way. And apparently, we go into this one for fuck's sake, because if we are, that's a fucking pain in the arse. Because we could probably get away with going that far, but yeah, let's see where it goes.
Prolonged exposure to mountain trail unusable. The number of climbers attempting the ascent has dwindled dramatically as a result. Falling rocks are a hazard here as well, so remain vigilant.
Yes, I think I will put a zip line down there. Oh. Inside the chiral network, of course. And that means all the deliveries we go up there, we can just use the zip line. It's nice and quick and easy. Another 100 meters, sorry. Oh, you can do I think you can do 350 now, can't you? But yeah, let's see what the maximum is. I think it's 350. Yeah. Cool, it's right there. Cool.
Let's do this.
So now,
Process now complete.
we should be able to zip all the way up and all the way back. Which I know, again, I'm not doing deliveries on foot, but this is also part of the game, dudes.
Prolonged exposure to time-fall snow has rendered this mountain trail unusable. The number of climbers attempting the ascent has dwindled dramatically as a result. Falling rocks are a hazard here as well, so remain vigilant when passing through.
But this means we can do deliveries to this person super quick and super easy. And this is what it's about, chat. It's about making that fucking zipline network that allows you to get to all the difficult places nice and easy. And yes, there'll be some cargo that's, you know, unfortunately on the floor, but you know.
The largest mountain range in all Australia lies at the center of the continent. This alpine region is commonly known as the Central Highlands. The northern section has a number of steep slopes that pose a challenge for even the most experienced of climbers. Many have fallen and injured themselves here. Patience and caution are essential for survival.
But yeah, this is obviously, you know, obviously like the way to go. But yes, we do have an ad break coming up, chat. I do apologize. What I'll do is I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything, because I'm going to take a break as well. And we've got anonymous follows on the BRB screen as well. So once we're over there, if you want to follow without any alerts going off, please feel free. We don't call them out on the BRB screen. We still appreciate them. But yes, we've now got a zip line all the way up here and back, which is good news. I can now go and pop these items into my storage in the Magellan. And then we'll carry on. I need to charge up my controller a little bit. Yes, I'll be back shortly. And then we'll do some more deliveries. Nilo, welcome in. Thank you for hanging out on the YouTube. I appreciate that. Isn't it a game? Oh yeah, the horse racing girl thing. Anyway, the ad's going to start. So yes, I'll be back shortly. But yeah, the thing is, when there's an anime that's popular, there's usually also a game of some sort. But whether it's a sort of video game, or just a fucking gacha, you don't know. But yes, I'll be back shortly. Right, so excuse me, but yeah, that was a little bit over the top. It's fucking massive. It's fucking massive as well, dudes. It's fucking massive. I love it. Stealth. Stealth. Oi! Oh shit.
Take that.
Oh, I don't think she enjoyed that.
Yeah.
What you get for fucking with waifu. Piece of shit.
Aren't there more of you?
Buy one, get one free, chat. You guys know when they call that open-faced sandwiches. It's not a sandwich. Yeah, it's not open-faced. A deconstructed sandwich. Motherfucker, you just didn't make the sandwich, alright? You just put the ingredients on the plate. There's nothing deconstructed about it. It was never constructed to begin with. This is the thing. They call it deconstructed. You didn't make it and then unmake it. You just put the ingredients on the plate. You have done no deconstruction. It is a lie. Do not let these restaurants that charge 60 quid for a sandwich tell you that something is deconstructed. It's not. You never made it to begin with. You haven't deconstructed anything. You're full of shit, and you're not getting a tip, alright? Anyway. Oh. Dedicate this monument to the memory of the souls lost in the calamity. Okay. We're gonna we might. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Yes, everyone that hangs out in the YouTube, everyone that interacts with the social media stuff, thank you guys so much. It's such a big help. It's crazy how much a little bit of interaction, the algorithm and the platform is like, whoa, somebody interacted with this. Fucking shove it in front of a bunch of other people. So yeah, we can go. Deliver. It's the bottom of the mystery. Deliver the proof of an attack to the ghost hunter. Okay. Cool. Right. But yes, I'm trying to figure out the trick with the right time of day, the right hashtags, what profiles, what hashtags, what times of day from profile to profile. I'm trying to figure out the trick. But yeah, one thing I do know is that, you know, when you guys interact with it, suddenly it takes it seriously and it actually shows it to people. And that's by no means me asking you guys to interact with it inorganically. I just appreciate the ones that do, because yeah, I didn't realize how much of an impact it really made. I thought you just fucking yeet content at social media until, you know, you just keep yeeting content at social media until it starts working, but you know, it's not quite as easy as that. The annoying thing is, that when I make a clip on Twitch, it's a 1080p clip, but if I edit that clip on Twitch's own clip editor thing, which is much quicker and much easier than downloading it, importing it into a new project in a piece of software, which is just going to scrape data and everything else, move it around, recut it and resize it and everything to make it vertical, and then export it and then upload it to each platform one by one. With Twitch, you can create a clip when you're streaming, and then you can go to that clip afterwards. You can make a vertical version, and then from there you can share it to YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, one after the other. So it's incredibly streamlined. It's actually one of the best things Twitch has done in years. However, it fucking absolutely crushes the quality. For some reason, the vertical clips have to be 720p, which is already, I mean, even if they were 1080p, that's already quite low res compared to the resolution of most phone screens where people look at vertical content. So yeah. So, oh, they're all the way over there. Okay. So yes, the only thing I would suggest is that they change it so that it can do more than 720p. Because yeah, I mean, one thing I want to test is when we start streaming at 1440p, one thing I want to test is if I make a clip, does it become 1080p? You know, is it just an algorithmic, you know, percentage? You know, if it's 1080p, make it 720. If it's, you know, is it just reducing the footage size by a certain amount? Because if so, we'll just start streaming at 1440p. But annoyingly, I forgot to change it to 1440p before I started this playthrough. My capture card can only capture 1080 anyway. So until I get an internal capture card that can do 4K, you guys wouldn't notice the difference. So at the moment, it isn't really worth it. But in the future, when I've got an internal capture device, we can start streaming at 1440p and see what go on. But there's also something I've been testing where I create a vertical canvas in OBS for streaming to vertical platforms, but you can create a clip with that vertical canvas. The only problem is it spikes my GPU usage like pretty significantly. Like at the moment, we're using about 20% of the GPU, and by 20%, we're using the encoder chip, like just to encode the stream for both YouTube and for Twitch. If we were only encoding, you know, if I was using the same encoding for YouTube as I was for Twitch, that might even come down even further. But it's only using, you know, 20%. But if I start this vertical canvas replay buffer, it goes up to like 50 to 60% GPU, which I don't know. That's a bit scary. So unfortunately, as nice as it is to make clips at full res, it's just a bit of a fucking faff. And my next thing I want to do is I want to go on a forum for people that use Adobe Premiere Pro, and I want to ask if there's a way to create a template.
Can you get close enough to sever its umbilical cord with your blood boomerang, Sam?
Is there not a prompt to... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's like a way you're supposed to tell. Fuck off. I haven't got any piss. I haven't got enough piss, chat. But yeah, I don't know. It says, can you get close enough to sever the umbilical cord? And I'm like, well, I was right fucking next to one. And there was no prompt. So I don't know if I can, dude. I don't know what you want from me, dude. I don't care.
There's nothing left of your cargo, Sam.
I don't care. Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to fucking cut the umbilical cord with the blood boomerang instead of the handcuff thing. Yeah, whatever. So, I mean, I could also do with it not being fucking nighttime, to be honest. That's also not ideal. Once again, the game is fucking pitch fucking dark most of the way. So that was a couple of minutes ago, so I think I've still got all my stuff. But yeah, I got really close to an umbilical cord a number of times, and it didn't really allow me to do anything. So I don't know if there's something in the corpus. Because it's nice that there's this long list of stuff, but yeah, like the fact that there isn't a section for weapons, and I have to scroll past all this stuff to get to weapons to find. It's not alphabetical either. Foldable boomerang, effective against BTs. It was designed specifically for Sam and is stored in a dedicated holster attached to his suit, allowing it to be carried without taking up space as cargo. Boomerang's blade is designed to be filled with Sam's blood. The more blood loaded into the boomerang, the more damage it will inflict on BTs. If you approach a gazer undetected, you can use the blood boomerang to sever their umbilical cord and send them back to the world of the dead. So you have to approach them without being spotted. So it's not the umbilical cord you need to approach. It's them. So. Right, excuse me. No piss. If you don't have to equip the boomerang, just sneak up behind them and aim. So you still have to aim. Okay. Right. I mean, what I might do is I might drink my canteen. And that means I'll have some piss. Don't have to aim, just get near the cord. Seems to do the trick. But do you say you have to be near the? You have to actually be near the BT itself, though. You can't just stand near the cord. Watching K-pop Demon Hunters with my kid. Sounds like a great Saturday afternoon, dude. To be honest. So you've got to get close to them.
Enough to sever its umbilical cord with your blood boomerang, Sam?
Press circle near a gazer. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. to be honest, that's not as good as the old system. That's worse than the old system. The old system, if you could get near their umbilical cord without being detected, you could cut the cord, which makes a lot more sense. The fact that you've now basically got to do a stealth takedown on them when they're basically impossible to detect which way they're facing and they can turn around. Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that. I think that's actually kind of a bit worse, to be honest. The old system where you were sneaking around and then like you would cut their fucking umbilical cord where it came out of the ground, or if it was just in front of you, you know, you could find a way to get near their cord and you could cut the cord.
Give me a break.
Which made a bit more sense to me. So yeah, that's kind of annoying. Because yeah, not the most. The thing is, it doesn't make me want to interact with them now. It's just, I know it's giving me this sort of like, you know, this suggestion, you know, like, oh, you could cut the cord, you know, but it's fucking awkward and fiddly. And the fail state is they turn around and see you, and you immediately end up in a pit of tar. Then immediately get one of those mass-produced generic, just, you know, BT enemies, tar enemies. Then yeah, I'm sort of a bit inclined to just fucking not interact with them. I mean, maybe later in the game we'll get an opportunity where there's some more stealth, but this is just a big open space, which makes it kind of fucking pointless. Oh, fuck off. I'm right on the fucking... The game forces it, dude. The game is forcing it so hard. Yeah, do you know what? Like, I'm this close to just closing the game. 'Cause yeah, I don't need to get into a fucking battle with a BT every single fucking time. I don't. It's just, you're begging it and you're forcing it way too much. It's forcing you into combat encounters, and yeah, I think they've made this one more combat focused, and I'm not a fan of it, to be honest. Mr. Payne, welcome in. No, I don't, well, it's just, I'm going to use, I mean, I don't have that many weapons on me right now, so it's a fucking dick move to force me into a combat section. And if the game's expecting me to use up cargo allowance to carry weapons all the time, that's kind of silly. And yeah, all I do is just shoot at the target. They're not super fun, to be honest. They have a weak spot, you shoot the weak spot, they die. You know, it's not a puzzle, it's, you know. And I presume that during the... And sorry, I've been really fucking negative today, and I'm trying so hard to get my fucking head out of my arse with it. I apologise, I'm really sorry, but... Yeah, it's been a real rough one today. The game has just constantly forced me into stuff that I don't think works very well. And as a result, it's been a real fucking arduous day. And I think after doing this delivery, I'm going to build some roads and just, you know, drive around. I'm sorry, I know it's not quite as exciting, but yeah, I feel like just driving around and chatting to you guys instead, because yeah, being forced into combat with these BTs, having to sneak up and do a stealth takedown on them is just, it's not as fun. Oh, fuck off, I've been spotted immediately. So yeah, but if I just keep running, and this is the thing, if you just keep running, you won't end up in a tar pit, because by the time they respond, you're long gone. Oh, you motherfuckers, there's a fucking giant great big gap in the scenery here. Oh, I'm fine, shut up, I'm fine. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, Kojima, what are you doing? What are you doing, Kojima? This is so different to the first one. And I know it's a sequel and they do change things in sequels, but yeah, it's just the game is constantly trying to get me into combat. But even the sections of combat that are story-based that you have to do, I don't really enjoy them that much. So it's kind of like I kind of want to avoid combat if I can help it, which I was able to do in the first one in a number of interesting and compelling ways. But yeah, I'm really worried that Kojima saw everybody calling it a walking simulator and was like, okay, hold my fucking Metal Gear Solid, and fucking decided to make way more combat encounters. But yeah, anyway, we'll crack on. We'll see if we can get past this bit, and then we'll do this delivery. We'll go and pick up our fucking truck, which we left at the distro center down there, and then we'll go from there. This time more combat, yes. I'm definitely feeling that. Definitely feeling more combat. Yeah. I don't know, the combat doesn't feel like as fun. Like, I like delivering stuff, I like stealth sections, and I don't mind a well-scripted boss fight that's got an interesting puzzle and a bit of a challenge to it. But yeah, just being dragged into a fucking boss fight at the drop of a hat. Because, don't get me wrong, I got grabbed a few times in Death Stranding 1, but I could shake them off, and I could then get away from them. And it was a little bit of a challenge. It sort of, you know, incentivized me to not get grabbed by the... But this one, because it's so fucking quick to just grab you and drag you off to the middle of fucking nowhere, now I'm just running past them. I'm not even trying to sneak past them. I'm just running past them because I know that they see you. The game has to respond to you being spotted to communicate to the player that they've been spotted, and then it starts to do something. But by that time, I've already run about 5 or 6 yards away. So it's kind of like, yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I'm just going to avoid combat, and I don't want to avoid parts of the game because I know that people work really hard on making them. But yeah, it's just shooting stuff is kind of repetitive and boring. Trying to sneak up on them was a pain in the fucking ass, so, you know, option C is just to fucking run past it. Which, I don't know, feels not great, to be honest. But it is a way to avoid stress, because the bottom line is it's not stress I need to take on. I don't need to do that. I don't need to fight those BTs. I don't need to fight the boss that spawns when you get spotted. What I need to do is to get to this place and finish off this delivery. I'm going to go grab this because I'm right here. But yeah, like, I feel like the game is forcing me into combat, and I'm not a big fan of being forced into combat. You know, if I wanted combat, I'd be playing Call of Duty, you know? Well, I'd rather be playing Battlefield, to be honest. But yeah, when a game is just, you know, everything turns into a battle at the drop of a hat, it's like, yeah, okay, cool, but, you know, some of us don't really give a fuck about that, you know? Like, we've done that in 1,000 other video games. Like, I actually just want to make deliveries and stuff. And it's cool that there's enemies in the game that make you think twice about how you're going to traverse a certain bit of terrain. But yeah, the fact that they pretty much grab you and that's it, you're pretty much guaranteed to end up in a fight. Rather than the last one, where when you got grabbed, you shook them off, and then you walked a little bit, then you shook them off, then you walked a little bit. It made a lot more sense. But yeah, I feel as if they've adjusted a few things in this one that I think go in the wrong direction. It's still a brilliant game. It's still really fun to play, but yeah, it just hasn't quite got. And partially, I am going to admit, partially it is me being really, really fucking upset because of my physical health. Being so shit for such a long time, I am really fed up. So I know it's partially my fault as well. But yeah, it's just, I get into a fight, I need to go and waddle around and pick up an assault rifle, then I need to equip the assault rifle, then when I run out of bullets, I've got to pick up another one, and then equip it and break it out of its cage and start shit. It's just, yeah, it's long. It's just long-winded. And I've done it once or twice already, and I'm sort of, I'm good with it, you know?
Huh. Didn't expect you to bring me this, but I'm glad you did. So, I finished examining that cargo you brought on over. Now, I know this isn't your fault, but this thing has been absolutely savaged. I highly doubt human or animal involvement. Kinda looks as though it was battered with a large heavy pole, but... And there are also parts that appear to have been melted. Not to mention the unusual tie marks imprinted on the surface. Putting all the pieces together, I reckon this is likely the work of the Headless Rider I've heard rumors about. In all honesty, though, seems like it was set upon by not one, but several riders. Sheer damage is proof enough of that. Yeah, we're looking for multiple villains, I'd say.
Multiple villains, you say?
Just any old time. There's got to be a reason they attack travelers when they do. Mind helping me figure out what that reason is? That way we can set the minds of porters like you at ease. Once we know more about them, I can use that chiral network to enlighten everyone else, too. Indulge my curiosity and I'd be happy for you to hook me up, is what I'm trying to say. If you're keen to do so, then pick up the sub-order I posted. I've included the relevant information in the order details. Be sure to look it over should you choose to take it on.
Right, so we're not going across that fucking. It's daytime now, so at least I can see where I'm going.
Okay, Sam. Why
yeah.
don't we begin by considering what we already know? If nothing comes to mind, take a look at the order details to refresh your memory.
But yeah, I get the feeling that they've tried to push things and evolve things just for the sake of it being a sequel, and they need to evolve things. And some things I feel like they got it right the first time. I feel like it was okay to begin with. So, you know, when they sort of change things, it feels like it's going off in a different direction, which is a shame. But, you know, like I've said before, it's a difficult second album. It's very difficult to catch lightning in a bottle twice. And Death Stranding 1 was such a masterpiece that, yeah, this game was always going to struggle to measure up. But it is more of the same in enough ways to make it really worth playing. Like, I am genuinely enjoying it. You guys that have been here for a while will know that I'm always kind of a bit, like, critical of things that don't work very well. It doesn't mean I don't like the game. But unfortunately, we live in an era of internet content creation where people massively exaggerate how good or how bad something is. So rather than saying, I don't really like how that works, but this is some of the best example of that I've seen in a video game for decades, you know, rather than saying that, they'll just look at what everybody else is saying and saying, right, people like the game or they don't like the game. And then they'll just massively exaggerate in that direction. And it's kind of toxic, kind of polarized, and kind of a bit stupid, because it doesn't really allow you to appreciate the shades of grey and the nuance of, you know, all of the subjective things you like or dislike about a video game. So this is quite deep, and seeing as the water's that's quite far, I think we'll literally just fall over as soon as we step into that. We'll just fall over. So I'm gonna have to try and run this way. But yeah, I feel as if they've kind of turned down a few of the things that I liked, and they've turned up a few of the things that didn't bother me in the first game, but because they've been turned up a bit too much, they're kind of bugging me a little bit in this one, which is a shame. But we shall continue. But yeah, I think off stream I might start replaying the first one, just to drill down to what I really, really liked about it, to try and get a better idea of what this one is and how it's different, and what it might be that's causing me to sort of not enjoy it quite as much as the first one. But this is it. I can just fucking run past these guys mostly. I can pick up all these and get some extra points for the few shelters. BTs are a bit hard on this one for sure. Yeah, and the thing is, like, I feel as if they could have been made a bit more difficult in a way that would have felt a bit more interesting. But nah, there's just more of them, and they just pull you to the ground quicker, you know. So yeah, and you can't cut their umbilical cord from a distance. So it's kind of like, yeah, I feel like they've sort of tried to force them to be more difficult rather than thinking about a genuine kind of. Because the fact that these ones are different and they can see you, so they're not quite as easy to slip past. That's actually kind of interesting. That it's now sort of a line of sight game. But when they spawn them in these big open areas, that it being line of sight is like kind of a bit like, you know, like line of sight works when you're in buildings and stuff, but making it line of sight for detection when you're out in a big open field, like a big open space like this, it's kind of like, are you trying to mug me off right now? You know, you're making it about line of sight, but giving me zero cover. You know, it's kind of like, you know, if you give me zero cover, like, what's the fucking deal? You know? So is this where we're supposed to get to? I think we're supposed to get to there, aren't we? So I've got a bunch of stuff on me, but yeah, making it line of sight. And then just saying, yeah, there's a bunch of them that are spinning around and spinning their field of view around in a circle in a big open space. It's like, well, that's kind of shit, you know? I'm bound to get picked up by one of them, and then I'm bound to end up in a fight. But I think that's what they want. Pika, 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 pika. I want some Atami pizza. I miss playing this. Okay, easy and more than progressing the storyline, but open up some amazing things. Don't want to spoil anything. The BTs are a bit harder in this one for sure, but remember, sniping was fun with the mules. Yeah. I don't want to start sniping them, to be honest. That would feel kind of stupid. No offense, not to you. It's just, yeah, I get it, but at the same time, it's like I don't want to just shoot everything. I want to sneak past it. I want to cut their umbilical cords and everything. I swear it just got darker as I stood up. Like when I went to rest, it got light and everything to make it seem like everything was okay. And then when I got back up, it got dark again. Fuck off. Right, so we got a bunch of shit. So I actually think this might be a fight, you know. In which case, I probably want to drop off my stuff first. So I might detour this way. And this is the thing: I've now left my truck somewhere, and I can't quite remember where it is. I know about that. Just now got to the motherhood for the first time. GG's, dude. GG's. The Don Montel Sam's take a shower. Yeah, yeah. They have. Yeah, it's a bit funny how, like I say, the game is forcing it a little bit. It seems like the game is kind of forcing you to do things a bit more than the previous one. I hear you and get where you're coming from. However, just like the first, easiest to kill and then clear the area being dragged. Yeah, so it just means that I've got to fucking sit there and shoot all the fucking BTs from distance. Which I don't know, it's just kind of, it feels like a bit of a cop-out. No, again, this is not aiming at you, of course, I'm just saying, I would personally feel like if I just saw some BTs in the distance and just opened fire and got rid of them, I'd be like, well, that's not really, I'm not really sneaking past them or anything. How is Fake Lou doing? I mean, don't call them Fake Lou, you know, because I don't want to I don't want anything to be implied about if they're real or not or whatever. Be careful how you describe them. But yeah, I mean, they're doing the job, you know. They're a bridge baby, and we're able to sense BTs, obviously. Yeah, they seem to be doing the job so far, but yeah, so I need to figure out, where did I leave my fucking truck? Did I leave my truck? Here. I did, didn't I? And my truck is here, so yeah, I'm gonna go there first. And store all my cargo and trust a few bits and pieces for delivery for the bonds I don't need to go to. And then we will... we'll go and see what that fight is like. But yeah, if it's fucking rough, then I'm just gonna fucking leave it and just go and build some roads and stuff. Because today I obviously need to do something a bit more chilled out. Because yeah, I've still got a bunch of residual stress from yesterday dealing with that fucking annoying person on the phone. It's just the most fucking petulant, annoying thing someone can do. Is just try and do everything as slowly as possible on the phone.
To be honest, Sam, I'm at a bit of a loss here. For now, why don't we go to the site of the last attack and see if anything comes to mind?
Because yeah, I've got a cargo that's been ruined now. Because I've just been exposed to so much rain. So it's kind of like, the thing is, I feel bad using the truck. But yeah, like it just fucking rains all the fucking time. Or it's nighttime all the fucking time where I can't see where I'm going. So it's kind of like, the truck really is kind of like the best way of doing it. And I just, you know, even though I feel like it's kind of, even though I feel like it's kind of maybe spoiling it a little bit because I'm not experiencing the full atmosphere of like doing deliveries on foot. Here I am trying to do something on foot and it's been like, you know, really awkward. Because rather than the terrain being interesting and requiring a bit of, you know, traversal, it's just, I've just been walking a lot of, across a lot of big empty spaces. You know, that mountain was the first time we've really had to climb properly. The hydrologist lab where Hartman was, there was a bit of a climb to get there, but yeah. Other than that, doing deliveries on foot, you are just walking, and I know people use this as a criticism against the game, but normally you're walking and there's sort of something interesting to do along the way, but in this, there are just big empty spaces to walk across, and it's nice, the atmosphere is still pretty cool. But yeah, it's definitely not as interesting to get from A to B on foot, but the roads and the monorails and everything else make it quite fun, so... I tried today. I was speaking to, I mentioned earlier, Ferret, I was speaking to you in DMs about how the truck is good, but I don't want to overuse it, but yeah, there's a few deliveries that, there's a few deliveries I think that are okay to do on foot that aren't like, you know, just really long.
Feels good.
Excuse me. That aren't just really long, like just boring walks. There's like some climbing involved, there's some traversal. Whereas some of this stuff, you know, walking from one shelter to the next, it is just a big empty space with some rocks in it. There isn't really any challenge. So it's kind of like that's not really what the fun of Death Stranding 1 was. Fun of Death Stranding 1 was, okay, there's a bunch of like craggy, horrible, rocky terrain, and I've got to figure out how many ladders and rope lines and zip lines or bridges is it going to take.
Says, oh, pardon me, I was absorbed in thought. Good evening, how are you?
Tomorrow, welcome in. You should have waited. Yes, apologies, chat. I'm trying to find the fun today. The game has been quite awkward today. We've been forced into some combat that I wasn't really interested in. The combat section that we did for the, you know, as part of the story was interesting, but quite awkward and arduous. Like, not kind of like, oh, this is an interesting combat puzzle. It was kind of like, just fucking shoot some enemies and then he runs away. Then you shoot some more enemies and then he runs away. And you have to shoot some big ice pillars. You know, it didn't really do very much. You know, it was kind of just, you know, another combat encounter, which is a shame because the setup was really cool. Like, they come in on a dinghy and then they disembark the dinghy, and then the entire hospital filled with water. That hospital section full of water was pretty cool because I could use a bit of stealth. I could use cover. So when I was, you know, shooting enemies, I could also use cover to hide from them. So it became a bit more like a cover shooter, which is infinitely more fun than just running around a big open area. But then all of a sudden I'm just chasing them down, getting shot at as I chase them, and it's like, this doesn't feel quite as interesting or fun. Sorry to say. But tomorrow, welcome in. Everything's going fine. Busy work from 9 till 5. Good shift, dude. Good shift. I hope your work wasn't too stressful, because fucking hell, mine was. Right, have we got any deliveries for this place? I think we have.
Oh, pleasure to see you. Hang on while I process your orders. Oh, dropping off someone else's stuff. And here we thought it was gone for good. Thank you so much for your help. It's because of you that we can offer this.
Auto pavers can now be used to upgrade roads to level 2. Okay. So level 2 roads. And they're giving us some materials as well. Cool.
Upgraded roads have special roofs that'll protect you from timefall. They'll also enable vehicles that use them to travel at faster speeds.
Ooh.
You should find that they have improved acceleration and can hit higher top speeds when boosting. It should go without saying, but driving faster just come with its own risks. So be sure to take extra care when negotiating curves, okay? We wouldn't have been able to achieve this breakthrough without your assistance, Sam. Thanks so much for the help. Oh, I've also got a new suit designed to share with you. I personally think it's genius. It was apparently the signature look of a prepper back in the UCA. If you're willing, we hope you can continue. Take care now.
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. I mean, all of that's like completely destroyed, so I might just entrust that to other people.
Your service in transporting this cargo is appreciated.
Cool. So what that means is I can go into my truck and double check what we've got weapons wise. Nothing, because it's all in the Magellan's private locker. So where is the old Magellan? Is it outside? No. Okay, so we could do with at least one weapon to fight whatever we're going to see over there. So I think I'll fabricate. I'll recycle some of these PCCs. I will recycle this ladder, this last PCC. I'm going to keep the blood grenade because the blood grenade is good against those little chiral things. Special alloys go into the monorail, so we'll keep those as well. So I'll recycle this stuff that I don't really want. Then I will fabricate a lightweight level 2 assault rifle. Or 2. I'll have a couple of bowler guns. And a lightweight trank sniper rifle. Lightweight, silent lightweight trank wipe, yeah. I'll have one of them as well. And I think I'll go for a silenced pistol also. Put those on my person. Then in cargo management, I will hold triangle to auto arrange to make things a bit more balanced. And then we're good to go. So from here, I will do a quick save. Apparently unable to quick save, you say? Do a quick save there. Cool. So let's head there. And we could jump off the monorail, couldn't we? We could use the monorail to get there and then jump off. We could leave the truck here, that's fine. But yes, we will use the monorail. Go here. I mean, it asks you for your destination, and there's only one other fucking station, my dude. So like, it has to, you know, You're asking me where I'm going to go, but if I'm going anywhere, that's where I'm going, you know? Like, but yes, we can jump down. Cool. Pushing your buttons. Yeah, Kojima pushing my buttons, indeed. Apologies for being quieter than usual. Feeling worn out after 65 hours, 13 hours of coding work this week. Don't worry about it. Please never apologise to us. You know, you've been a member of the community for a long, long time. If you're busy, you're busy. You know, please rest, recuperate, because obviously, you know, the weekend's only going to last so long and it's back to it. So please make sure you rest and recuperate yourself. Look after yourself, dude, because yeah, you're working on a really important project right now. Can't wait to hear more about it when it's possible. But yes, please make sure you're looking after yourself, dude. Coding is really, really easy to burn yourself out on. I don't even do it that much. But yeah. But I did find that in StreamerBot, I can create an OBS raw command, and I can just write JSON. I can just write JavaScript, right? And it'll just take it. Oh shit. Because the JavaScript, you can just directly write JavaScript to run, which is super handy. So I'm going to go with the silence pistol at first. But yes, I just copied the JavaScript into a raw command, and that means I can do things, actions that don't exist in StreamerBot. You can just create the JSON, you know, to do it. And that means that I can turn the monitor on and off my game. Yeah, so many opportunities. So you just create an OBS raw command, and then you can basically just ask it to execute what OBS would do when I change a setting. So effectively, I think that basically means full, because it must mean that OBS is either written in Java or it's, you know, it works with Java natively.
Sam, the headless rider attacks were reported in this area. Look around. See anything strange?
Yeah, there's a bunch of broken bikes everywhere. But yeah, because the action doesn't exist in OBS, in StreamerBot, I can just, you know, I can just copy somebody else's JavaScript that does the same function. And so what I've done is I've set it up so that whenever I start streaming, it runs a function that does this. So I'm not clicking on anything, but so it disables and re-enables the video, and that disabling and re-enabling the video usually clears the audio delay. Yes, thank you, Dido. I appreciate that. Yes, exactly. It's a well-known language, so, and it's something I should probably learn more about. But yes, it means that any function in OBS, you can just create a raw command that just executes some JavaScript or some JSON, whatever you want to call it. So basically, you can control everything through StreamerBot, which has been super useful so far. But yeah, I've created a thing that turns the monitor and output, so the audio profile, the audio output settings. You can't change those with the normal StreamerBot thing, but obviously when I want to test an audio delay, I need to hear what OBS is. So what I can do is I can turn the game monitor on. fuck's sake, am I fucking muted? Sorry, I was fucking muted. But yes, Kate, welcome in. It's lovely to see you. Could connect to external APIs. Then yes, yeah. So we could connect to external APIs with JavaScript to pick up when alerts happen on other platforms, when a sale is made on the merch store. That's an API that I want to tap into as well. But yes, welcome in, Kate. It's lovely to see. But yes, as you can see, we've built roads like we've built like a road all the way past all of these motherfuckers, all the way up here, all the way up here, all the way up here to this guy, all the way up here to this guy, and then all the way up here. And then we built a monorail from there to there, and a monorail from there all the way back to there. So we've built a fucking shit ton of stuff, basically. So busy last night with Donkey Kong Bonanza. Donkey Kong Bonanza, what a game. Nintendo just takes me back to my childhood and manages to put a smile on my face. I think that's Nintendo's like complete modus operandi at the moment. That's their MO, is just put on the heartstrings and the nostalgia. And yeah, it works. It fucking works. They know that Nintendo fans have been playing since like the NES, right? They've been playing since like the fucking 80s, right? And they know they can kind of take advantage of that, and it sucks to see. But yeah, they do fucking twist the knife a little bit. I'm not paying for a Switch 2 until there's a good Zelda game, there's a good Mario game, and a couple of other franchises that I want to see. I'm not going to spend money on a Switch 2 until there's enough to make it actually worthwhile. Because at the moment, you know, there's Mario Kart 8, which looks okay, but it's just Mario Kart, you know. The Donkey Kong game I hear is really good, but I've also seen it reviewed quite poorly compared to other big games that have released this year. And ultimately, the Switch is just quite a limited platform. So until I have a list of small, quirky indie games to play that are available on the Switch 2, there isn't really much point in me having one. I mean, my Switch 1 is over there gathering dust because, yeah, I just haven't had that many games to play on it, unfortunately. There were games. I mean, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, Mario Kart 8, Mario Odyssey, and a couple of other smaller indie games that released on the Switch. I almost played Tunic on the Switch, but I ended up playing it on PC instead. But yeah, games like Tunic. What else have we played? There's a few small sort of, you know, low resource kind of games that I think are really good, but not enough to justify how much it costs. I don't travel enough anymore. If you travel a lot, you commute to work, you go on lots of trips, it makes sense. But yeah, for me, it's an awfully expensive thing that's only going to do 1 or 2 games every few years. So unfortunately, I can't justify it at the moment. But when there's a few more titles that actually make it worth purchasing, I might get one in the future. But yeah, at the moment, it's very expensive. For just a couple of games, and I genuinely remember scrolling through the Nintendo store, and I was like, there's loads and loads of JRPGs, but if you're not a big JRPG fan, I was just scrolling past endless JRPGs, and I was like, there isn't really an awful lot here for me. And people were like a little bit apprehensive about porting games to the Switch, so yeah. Regret getting a Switch 2 given the lack of exclusive games on the console. See, and people keep telling me they regret it. And I don't want to be salty and miserable, but yeah, it's just Nintendo has kind of made this decision to move away from being part of the console wars because, you know, the arms race between Microsoft and Sony has only got more and more ridiculous as time goes on. But now they're kind of in this weird position where they're kind of releasing an underpowered handheld, you know, every sort of 7 years. And I think that a lot of people that got burned with using, you know, the development kit for the first Switch, they're just not going to bother. They're not going to bother porting their games to Switch because the optimization is so difficult. I mean, you know, someone's like, you can play Cyberpunk on the Switch, and I was like, yeah, but you know, I'm sorry, if you limit how good Cyberpunk looks, you're doing it wrong. That game and the art direction in that game is just 11 out of 10. So yeah, lowering the resolution, turning off a lot of the effects to make it run on a handheld. It's great that it's, you know, it runs on a handheld, but it's a different landscape now. Blind Bat, welcome in. How's it going? PC gaming always win. This is the thing, is that with PC gaming, the Steam Deck it's kind of like, you know, why would you have a Switch with a limited library that Nintendo has complete and utter control over? Shush, Baba. Shush. I'm ranting about Nintendo. Shush. Sorry. When you can get a Steam Deck and have all of your Steam games, you know, running on the Steam Deck with arguably twice as much support, way more likelihood that people are going to port games to it. And yeah, it's, yeah, your whole Steam library is now kind of, you know, streamable to your deck. And it is kind of a Windows, Linux kind of arch kind of, you know, device. So the Steam Deck provides significantly more value for money for me personally. But again, like I say, I don't travel enough to really justify a handheld, especially not one that's going to cost several hundred pounds. Am I supposed to be doing something here? Because there's a big old fucking objective marker, but I don't seem to be doing anything for some reason. Order cannot be cancelled once accepted. Okay. Strange. Anyway, apologies. We do have an ad break coming up, so I need to put you guys on the BRB screen in a moment. Steam Deck is my favorite. Yeah, it's Arch Linux. Exactly. So it's Linux, which is super, super versatile. And obviously, emulators that run on Arch that have a Linux distro, you can get these emulators for the Steam Deck. So it becomes an emulation machine as well. So it kind of, it allows you to emulate, I think, PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 and N64 and stuff. So it's kind of like, it kind of does everything. So Steam has kind of taken over that part of the market. So yeah, a Stream Deck, a Switch 2 with a limited library, a high investment cost, and, you know, not very many long-term prospects for games coming to the platform. It really isn't the value proposition it was back in the day. When I got my Switch 1, I was like, this is so handy. I can turn my commute into gaming time, which is massive. I mean, it means I can play a bunch of games on my Switch when I'm traveling to work, and it means when I get home, I can play full-blown console games on my console. But now I don't travel to the office, so I just don't have a need for one. But yeah, if I was going to get one, it would probably be the Steam Deck, because the ROG Ally looks pretty good. But yes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be an ad, but I'll be right back, and then I'll catch up on these messages before I figure out what we're supposed to be doing with this order. But yeah, I don't know why it's. I'm in the area. I'm walking around and waiting for something to happen, but nothing's happening. But yeah, I play PS2 on Steam Deck all the time. Apparently the emulation's pretty good, and obviously I would imagine so, with obviously the kind of power that thing's got. But yes, I'll be back shortly, and then we'll carry on.
Hey, Hammond, I cracked the secure files. DC was here for more than just a mining zone, huh? What do you mean? This outbreak started on the colony after the miners dug up some artifacts. Something alien.
Get fucked.
Stop. I can only get so erect. No, you fucking cunt.
Excuse me. Fuck. Fucking cunt. But yeah. Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off. You're taking the fucking piss, bruv. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. But yes, Kate, it's lovely to see you. I hope you're feeling better. I know you've been under the weather, but I hope you're feeling better. Xbox is shifting to more software and cloud gaming also, and OSO, and they are maybe quitting the console war, then it's only Sony left. Yes, indeed, yeah. They're moving away from having hardware to make not only gaming as a service, they're going to make console as a service, which is, yeah, kind of fucking crazy. Congratulations on £500 raise. Thank you so much, dude. Obviously, you and everyone else have been a big part of that. So, yeah, we've raised $500 for charity playing a video game, which is incredibly heartwarming for me as a creator. Lots of other things are obviously very difficult at the moment with Twitch for one reason or another. But, yeah, being able to do some good for charity is really, really heartwarming. So I can't thank you guys enough for all the support and all your help. Saw that, and my first thought was, what the fuck would you do that? Why play Cyberpunk on a small 2-hour segments on a small screen and a limited battery life? Yeah, without a mouse and, well, you have got a mouse and keyboard, but it's not a real mouse and keyboard, right? Excuse me. Something stuck on the inside of my teeth. Ugh, I don't know what that was, excuse me. Trying to do a quest, but I keep getting errors. They made this stupid game on PC. So dumb, I hate it. Oh, you're playing I'm going to fight Capcom. Did you say you were playing Monster Hunter? But yeah, like, I can't imagine how hot a Steam Deck must get. A Switch 2 playing Cyberpunk, you know, on a little handheld device. I can't imagine how hot it must get. And yeah, using joysticks to move and aim and everything, it's just, yeah, I can't really... I mean, I played it on console with a controller, but still, yeah, I can't imagine how hot that thing gets. If it's running at 30 FPS with a few settings turned down, it's still going to get so hot, and it's probably not good for it, to be honest. And it'll probably overheat eventually. But yeah, and everyone will be like, yeah, well, just plug it in and dock it so you get better performance. But if you dock it no longer becomes... Because I remember I was saying to somebody, like, you know, I kind of feel a little bit silly. My Switch 1. You know, I just called it a Switch back then. I don't really feel like I use my Switch enough. There's a bunch of games that just, it can't quite do it, you know, in handheld mode. They're like, well, just dock it. And I was like, if I dock it, it's just another games console. You know, it's not, the handheld performance needs to be where it's at. And the thing is, in the past, Nintendo consoles have always had a smaller library, but a higher quality. They only allow high quality games, but people have stopped making as many games for Nintendo systems, so it's kind of only Nintendo making those games, and studios that Nintendo is heavily involved with. So there's just less on offer. So it doesn't really make sense to me as a portable, because I don't need a portable that often. It would probably end up being docked most of the time. So yeah, but we'll have to see what happens in terms of Zelda games and Mario games and Kirby games, and then, you know, party games that might be fun to play with you guys with the online play. And if there's some more options to, you know, do stuff on the console in the future, then great. But at the moment, it's just way too much money, way too few games, unfortunately. Darn, isn't it ergonomic? It makes my hands hurt after 40 minutes. See, I could never get fully comfortable with the Switch 1. Like the thing is, it's like, it's always felt like pretty small. And I've always kind of like, I'm not holding a controller. I'm like kind of trying to support. So I'm kind of like doing this to support it rather than holding it. I'm not holding a controller. I'm like trying to cut my hands to use the ball of my hand to support the console. So it meant that I was always kind of in an awkward position. And yeah, it just gave me cramps in my hand because my hands were too big. And I think that there should be different size Joy-Cons for different people. I know you can get the Hori one that's like kind of like a GameCube themed pair of Joy-Cons that go on the side, but I shouldn't be paying extra money to have a controller that feels comfortable. It's kind of a given that consoles release with a high quality controller that feels comfortable and ergonomic and, you know, has loads of nice features and everything. Paying extra for that sort of thing, yeah, it doesn't sit well with me, to be honest. But yeah, people have even emulated Nintendo games on the Steam Deck, really. But this is the thing, the Steam Deck is way more open source, and I think that's probably one of its one of the biggest advantages is that because it's open source, people are going to do all kinds of interesting stuff with it, which makes it infinitely more, you know, interesting to me than a Switch 2, unfortunately. just wins either way. Just keep the winning formula of Steam alive. Yeah, exactly. That's it. They're onto a winning formula. They're not going to change it. Just more upset that I was more specific thing with someone else, or only someone to jump in and steal my spot and completely wipe the floor with the monster. Yeah, PC port is the only thing that's wrong. People in the community can just be a mixed bag. Yeah, it's unfortunately online gaming in 2025 is pretty fucking unpredictable. Unfortunately. They just jump in on console. Anybody can jump in on Quest, their console or PC if they're in the lobby. And this is one of the things, unfortunately, is that cross-platform is great, but it also means that if you don't have like a tight-knit group of like a tight-knit community of players that want to play the game properly, sometimes console can be terrible, sometimes PC can be terrible. But if you make it cross-platform, it's always terrible. Unfortunately. There's something about the way certain people gravitate towards certain games on certain platforms, and it makes either the PC online or the console online terrible. When you make it cross-platform, you're bound to catch it. There's bound to be bad eggs. And that's why I'm a little bit hesitant about crossplay. I think crossplay console to console might be kind of useful, but I feel as if, you know, the majority of young American teenage boys are on Xbox, and not being cross-play with Xbox on the PlayStation means you don't have to deal with them. There are, of course, toxic people in the UK and toxic people in Europe that use a PlayStation, but I feel like there's a lot of toxicity on Microsoft's online services because it's aimed at young American teenage boys who are arguably the most toxic demographic on the planet. Just in general, teenage boys. So yeah, I kind of feel like there's a bit of a safety net for me when I'm playing an online game on a PlayStation, but there's still toxicity, unfortunately, everywhere. I think I'm more just upset I was doing a specific thing with someone else, only for someone to jump in and steal my spot. Yeah, and the thing is, when you're grinding for something specific and people fuck it up, it's so annoying. Isn't bad game design if it ruins the gameplay? It only ruins it if you're trying to do something with someone who's got their code posted on live and other people are just hopping whenever. Yeah, it's good to have password and matchmaking so that you don't get interrupted. Yes, I'm proud of the community as well, Neela. Adieu and everyone else. Find my Xbox controller more comfortable than PlayStation. PlayStation feels too light and small and uncomfortable, what I'm used to. So, yeah, I mean, the DualSense, when I first got it, I was like, damn, this thing feels really fucking good. But my thumbs hurt way more now than they ever have. And I don't know whether that's just me getting old, but I might start using my PlayStation 4 controller a bit more often, if possible, to see if that does anything. But here I am. Chiral Leviathan, welcome in. Delivery for chat. Enjoy a free pepperoni and Cryptobite pizza courtesy of the Leviathan Postal Service, delivering pizzas and BTs, pizzas with BTs since the first void out. Don't forget to chew and please ignore the crunch. Welcome in. Which I'm not against. It's just that a person's just said nothing, jumped in my spot despite me doing it the whole time, and then finished the challenge with them. Yeah, it's a difficult one with online play because... Oh, it's red. You have to wait until night time. Ghost Hunter has analysed the cargo that Sam delivered and confirmed the Headless Rider does indeed exist. In fact, all the evidence seems to suggest there are multiple riders and they attack as a coordinated group. The Ghost Hunter has also received word from another porter being attacked, another porter being attacked while riding a tri-cruiser at night. If Sam were to go to a location of the attack and replicate the conditions under which it occurred, there's a good chance he'll come across the riders. Identifying and eliminating the menace would make it easier for all porters. So, what I need to do is I need to be on a trike. That's the problem. Which is probably why there's a trike left behind by somebody very kind over here.
What's happened? Don't tell me it's been hacked.
Cool. Can we get this road for free?
Since when do highways float in the air? Up, up, and away! Highway in the sky. And now we find ourselves trapped. You ready for anything, Sam?
Welcome, Sam. I prepared this little stage here special for you and you alone. And I know you're gonna make the most of it.
Pigs? These must be ghost mechs? I suppose there were no headless riders after all then. We need to destroy
It's
them
fucking,
all. Let's get a move on, Sam.
It's road rage. It's fucking road rage in the game.
That's how you do it, Sam.
Oh.
Nice one. You're a pro.
Hang on a sec, chat. Let me just I wish we could choose favorites.
Yeah, come on. You're one hell of a driver.
Rider.
Do you see it, Sam? One of them is different from the others. That has to be the unit that's hacked into the auto paper.
Bit of a pit maneuver there. I slammed the brakes on. Oh shit. Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Can you hear me? Wake up!
Ah. Okay, that's kind of. Oh, do we have to repatriate? Okay. I haven't had to do this for a while. Dude, I remember the fucking trailer came out and everyone was like, what the fuck did we just watch? Like, what the actual fuck was that? We went inside Norman Reedus' body. And there's a fucking baby in his stomach. Oh, do you know what? Yeah, these are just going to keep spawning, aren't they? Oi! Fucking hell.
Well fought, Sam. I think you took care of every last one.
Cool. So you see, like, there's like, oh shit, highway's disappearing. Oh shit. But yeah, see, that was a combat section, but it was interesting and it was different from what we'd experienced in the first game. So it kind of like, yeah, adds something. So yeah, that's really cool. That's really cool.
Seems the day is ours, Sam. Oh, what a relief to have made it safely back to the ground. There's no sign of our adversary.
That was fun, yeah, yeah. Challenging in the right kind of ways, kind of, you know, Road Rash inspired, kind of neo-futuristic kind of battling and stuff. It dropped weapons that we needed. So yeah, that was cool as fuck, you know? Like, stuff like that, where there's like, you know, something new on the table, yeah. But yeah, some of the stuff where it's just, yeah, another shooting section, it feels a bit kind of forced. Anyway, cool. So now, do we just have to go back to confirm? Yeah. So we're going to go along the road and then... But yeah, this game loves being nighttime. It loves being nighttime. Oh shit, this is actually kind of deep. Whoop. I'd love to say it's not that deep, bruv, but yeah. It's never that deep, bruv. Yeah, this person put a bridge down, but there is another one really close by, I seem to remember. It's not worth using the materials, to be honest. But yeah, that was really interesting. That was a way of using what already exists, but in a new way to create a combat section. That was actually kind of fun. I wouldn't mind doing that again to learn like all of the nuances of how that works, because I don't think I fully took advantage of everything then, but did enough, I think. So yeah, this is all fucking DTs, so I can't be honest. So let's buzz along the coastline. Rainy, stop making. Yeah, the thing is, it's always fucking raining as well, and it's just destroying all of my cargo, right? PS5 is like 25 million in the US, Xbox is 16 million a year. So yeah, it seems as if Microsoft is realizing that Sony isn't willing to let it go. Sony will continue to fight tooth and nail to control the home console market. And whilst I think everybody being on PlayStation wouldn't be a bad thing in some regards, I also think the lack of competition would definitely cause a problem. One of the main benefits of capitalism that they're constantly going on about is that it creates competition. But yeah, but obviously if Sony steps out of the console race, would another company step in? Would Google try again? Because the Huawei, or whatever it was, flopped so fucking hard. I know it was Google Stadia, wasn't it? Stadia, not the Huawei was just a fucking scam, wasn't it? But yeah, I remember seeing a Stadia teardown where they just, you know, someone gets one early access and then takes it to pieces for content, which yeah, makes sense sometimes. But yeah, the controller, once it's closed up, the controller is closed. Like they had to get a Dremel and like cut the whole thing open to get it open. It's like, yeah, like if one of your joysticks goes on a Google Stadia, you're fucked. Like you're absolutely fucked. Getting a joystick replaced would be like, you know, you'd have to get a new controller, which is so stupid, you know. Microsoft and Sony both include a certain amount of modularity in the joystick module, and the Pro controllers, you can literally just slot in a new joystick, right? Because they know that joysticks wear out over time. I think that Hall effect joysticks should be the norm, and I've realized you can, on Amazon, you can get Hall effect joystick replacements, and I'm kind of tempted to give it a go, because it's only a little bit of soldering, you know. The pinout is the same, it's just a module, right? So I'm kind of tempted to see what the Hall effect joysticks would do. Where the fuck are we going? But yeah, kind of tempted to see how much they are and what I could do to sort of, you know, just solder in some different joysticks and just see if they feel any different. But obviously, if they feel the same, but I know they're never going to wear out, that's, you know, really cool. Because I'm pretty sure my joystick is, you know, my joysticks are pretty. No, I'm not connected to the PC, am I? So I can't show you guys. But yeah, I'm pretty sure my joysticks are fine at the moment. There's obviously a little bit of a dead zone in the middle. Oh shit. There's obviously a bit of a dead zone, and I think they come with a bit of a dead zone anyway. But yeah, I think Hall effect joysticks moving forward they need to become the standard. I think, you know, it's unfair for someone to, you know, wear out a joystick. It should be, you know, Hall effect joysticks exist, and they're never going to get stick drift. So they should become the standard, because it's unfair for people to have to buy a whole new controller. I swear, I paused the game and come back and it's like twice as dark. But the old trick of wheeling all the way to your destination. Because any rocks that we come across, we should just bounce over the top of them. But yeah, I think Hall effect is the future. And I think that companies like Microsoft and Sony, they need to start taking advantage of the technology that actually, because, you know, they're sort of they'll market all sorts of technology they've put in the console, in the box, you know, to make the box faster. But, you know, the controllers still have the same issues they've been having since the PlayStation 3. It's like, you know, Hall effect triggers, Hall effect joysticks, this stuff exists. It's existed for years. So the fact it isn't the... and the thing is, like, if the Pro controller has replaceable joystick modules that you have to buy from Sony, instead of just coming with Hall effect, that's also really fucking cheap. I think that's fucking cheeky, that is. And like I say, seeing as I do play a lot of console games, I have thought about purchasing a DualSense Pro, whatever it is, because I think I'd benefit from having a really, high quality controller to play all these games with. But like I say, my thumbs really ache when I use this controller, so I don't know whether that's the controller. So I don't want to spend 250 quid on a controller when I've just said I'm not going to spend 250 quid on a Switch 2 or 350 quid, whatever it is, to have another controller floating about. See if we can repair these containers. Also have 3x revenue than Sony, but Microsoft wants to invest in other stuff too. Yeah, well, this is... This is the really fucking stupid thing, is that Microsoft, Xbox as an extension of Microsoft, they went off and they bought... Oh, fuck, we went straight past him. They went off and they bought, like, dozens of studios, and not just small little indie studios. They bought big studios. They spent an absurd amount of money, and they acquired a huge amount of studios and a huge amount of IPs, that were attached to those studios. But now they're suddenly doubling down on AI for Copilot, not even for gaming. So now they're sacking people left and right. And it's like, that's not okay, dudes, You went and bought half the fucking IPs in the gaming market, and everyone was like, well, at least Microsoft is going to be making some good games. And we've seen barely nothing from Microsoft or any of their fucking studios they now own, other than things like Assassin's Creed or whatever. And now they've realised they've spent too much money, and Microsoft wants to shift some of that budget back towards AI, because everybody's shifting towards AI right now because they're all fucking idiots. And they're fucking sacking people left and right, like thousands and thousands of layoffs. And it's like, you're a bunch of fucking idiots. You should never have been able to buy all those fucking studios. So my only hope is, the saving grace is that we get a bunch of new studios of all those people that have been sacked, and those people go on to make amazing games, and then Microsoft is left with an egg on its face.
Well. Handled that job for me, huh? Let me just review the order details.
IP of those studios worth, but exactly, the IPs are worth billions alone, let alone the studios themselves. But yeah, they acquired so many fucking studios, and now they're like, oh, there isn't enough money, so sack everybody. And it's like, you fucking idiots, man. You're liquidating a bunch of fucking organised, like, studios of people that have worked together. You're fucking destroying that. And you've got to hope that somebody picks up those people and creates another studio. Otherwise, they're just going to fade into obscurity. And it's just like, fucking, it was such a dick move. Because, yeah, there'll be a bunch of IPs. The people that make that IP are no longer allowed to make it because they've been let go from the studio that has the rights to make it. So now you're going to have IPs made by people that don't know how to make them. And the people that make them won't be allowed to make that anymore. They'll have to go and make something else. And it's like, it's just such a fucking stupid thing to do. They acquire all these fucking studios, and now they're saying, well, actually, we might not even be part of the console. We might not even be part of the console market soon. It's like, so why did you buy like 15 different studios? It's honestly, dudes, when you start to realise that these big companies, the only thing they have is a lot of money. These monopolies, the only thing they have is just lots and lots of liquidity and money. That's all they have. They don't have any good people that work for them. They're just giant companies that have so much money they can buy themselves out of trouble. And that's it. You start to understand that these people making these decisions, they're not the best people to make these decisions. And yeah, I can't believe they got the green light to acquire, I think it was more than 15 studios. And now they're going to sack all the people that work for those studios, but keep all the IPs, obviously, because that's how it works. And then they basically have a monopoly on like a third of the IPs that people want to play. But they're pivoting so hard as a company, as a whole, towards AI, they probably won't even make half of those games. And it's like, great, another fucking wonderful outcome of somebody with a bunch of money buying everything. Yeah, great, cheers. Because, yeah, some of those franchises were multi-platform. You know, they were cross-platform. So it's not just, you know, Xbox players that have... who's that? I think that... I'm trying to remember the name of the actor. Woodland, okay. Ooh, this rocket box. A rocket launcher shaped like a piece of cargo and loaded powerful MP warheads. Rockets can lock onto multiple targets and be fired once the box is thrown into the air. Damn, okay. That's pretty fucking cool. So you put it in your hand, you throw it in the air, and it fucking... Yeah, okay. Pretty fucking cool.
Thanks to you, we can finally close the book on the mystery of the Headless Riders. Troubling rumors like that have a way of putting...
Is he supposed to have an Australian accent?
Out here especially. Saw too many people cutting ties and keeping to themselves. Can't say any of us anticipated that the riders would be ghost mechs, though. Ghost mechs have something to do
People, because some companies have too many people in them to work efficiently, like those who remade Oblivion. They were employed just to make the... Yeah, this is the thing. Studios scale up and down, and, you know, there have been layoffs in the past which were purely profit-driven and kind of a bit fucking morally bankrupt, so people reported on that. But then any time a project comes to an end and some people get let go, people say, like, oh, look, they're sacking even more people. It's like, well, were they ever supposed to keep their jobs afterwards? Because if they were contracted, then fine. When their contract comes to an end, that's it. Yeah, you know. Some people might get picked up. You know, if they work really well on the project, they might get picked up full-time. But yeah, if they were contracted for a project and that project ends, that's how it works. So it's not as bad as some people make out. But at the same time, there are people just fucking laying off loads of talented artists and stuff. And Ubisoft didn't even get a chance to lay them off. They just fucking left and created Expedition 33. I can't fucking believe they let that go. They let the people that made that game, I can't believe they let them go. They couldn't keep him. Fuck, dude. Kevin Coe, he's a director. Is he from Australia? Because if he's been given an Australian accent, that's kind of weird. They laid off when they were actually yeah, they were contracted for one game. So yeah, I agree that we should definitely not be allowing studios to sorry, I should be listening to this. Sorry, we shouldn't allow studios to fucking just sack a bunch of people that have been working with the company for years just for the purposes of getting a bit of profit. But yeah, if people are contracted to work on a project and the project finishes, that's, you know, and I've done design contracts where I've been contracted to work on a project, you know, and just doing design to set up a restaurant or something. You know, they want a designer on site to help out. Cool. But then, yeah, when the project comes to an end, you're not employed by that company anymore. You know, you were contracted, you were paid, and that's it.
Ever since the Death Stranding, sightings of paranormal phenomena.
But it's very difficult in the games dev world for young developers to get into a studio. So yeah, I do feel that it's harsh. But yeah, it's unfortunately how contract work turns out.
I investigate the more promising reports to see if there's any truth to them. Unfortunately, it's not feasible for me to go out and do research right now. So I have to rely on others to do my fieldwork for me.
He's from Taiwan, okay. So quite hard to know because the media say laid off and they're actually contracted for one game. Fucking respect, though. Yeah, I mean, if you work on a project and you do a good job and you get hired by the studio, that's great. Because it is kind of a work experience thing when you're contracted. Kind of. You can kind of look at it like work experience, but you are definitely getting paid. But it's quite predatory. Done 12 years of contract work, and I think I prefer it that way, seeing as how employees are being treated like one-off Yeah, it's kind of, you know, it's kind of going that way anyway. And obviously you have the freedom to work in other places. So as soon as a project ends, you can get picked up for another project, you know, on contract. So yeah, it definitely makes a bit of sense. So I might treat myself to a zip line from this guy to the road, because is it worth it? I don't think it's worth it, to be honest. But yeah, I'm glad we got a zip line going. But also, I mean, I might put one up on this rock behind the Magellan, because we could probably get up there from down here, which would be kind of useful. But anyway, so they want to do a delivery all the way to the pizza guy. But before we do, I think I probably want to go and get my truck, because yeah, it's been pretty fucking arduous without the truck. So instead of going straight there, we'll head back to East Fort Knott. And do you know what? No, I said I was going to build some roads. So That's what, because we've got a bunch of stuff that we've picked up, I think. Oh, we've got an order for the pizza guy anyway, so in actual fact, this is how it goes, Chad. This is how it goes. You end up with one order, so you pick up another one, then you pick up another one, then you pick up another one, then you end up with a truck full of fucking deliveries. And you're like, you know what? I should actually play the game. I should actually be fucking making these deliveries. Because, yeah. Just took a truck through one of those floating BTs by jumping off a ramp at the right angle. Oh, did you fucking hit it with a truck? Is that green toy soldiers on the map? Well, no, I'm represented as like a little green army man, and the bad guys are orange army man, or yellow, I suppose. So we're going to go out of here across the BT field. And I'm going to get my fucking truck back, because I need my fucking truck. I'm getting withdrawals from my truck. But yeah, jumping off a ramp and crushing a BT is pretty fucking hilarious. There's a transponder there. Which, yeah, I don't know if I want to use that just yet. And there's a jump ramp there as well, so I feel like we should probably take advantage of it. Oh, sorry for the frames there. I'm not sure what happened there, but... I don't know, maybe they don't come out at night. They mostly come out at night, mostly. Oh, okay, got away with that. You go up here. This truck is fucked. Oh, I'm about to fuck it up even more by driving down this cliff. Oh. Oh shit. But yeah, it's cool that you can pick up cargo and you can pick up chiral crystals when you're using the trike. It does make life a little bit easier. I can't remember if that was the case in the first one. Should have taken a screenshot, but the thing is, I've seen people doing tricks. So if you can do tricks, I'll wait until we can do some tricks before we get some screenshots. Excuse me. Iron Brew repeating on me. Yes, we've got a few deliveries to make, so. Oh, come on, Kay. Oh, fucking hell. As you can see, the vehicles are just jank enough. They're just jank enough to be, like, hilarious. And I feel one thing I might try and do with the trike is I might try and see if I can get on the roof of this building with it. Right, so got some deliveries to make. And cash in on those points.
We appreciate the help. Just bringing up the orders now. I sometimes forget just how much work you...
Now displaying your current order grade.
Order completed.
Right, have we got any cargo we can entrust? So that's worth taking. That's worth taking. Ah. No. Cool. Right. So I'm going to put everything in here real quick. Put all that in there. So we'll take this bike, and yeah, because there's a couple of corners that look a little bit low, and I don't know whether I can get a vehicle and then jump on top of a vehicle or something. But yeah, I also feel like if I made a ramp, could I jump up on top? If I made a ramp, could I jump up on top of there? Because somebody has made a jump that, is that a transponder on the roof? Or is that just there because... No, I think it's just because it's, I think that's just because of, well, to be honest, I could just use a ladder, couldn't I? Will it let me place a ladder? Because, yeah, if I can get up on the roof and, like, put a sign somewhere, that would be hilarious. But, yeah, I'll leave this here for someone else. And I'll make sure I leave it out of the way as well. Right, back in a good old trustworthy truck. Let's go deliver to the pizza guy. So, let me check. So yeah, I also feel like we only need some ceramics for that one. So we need 2,000 ceramics. So if we could, where's the mine that does ceramics? What does this one do? This one does mineral crystals, metals. This one does ceramics. Okay, so we're going to the pizza guy anyway. So we can go and get some ceramics. And then we can get this bit of road built. And I presume that's going to curl around this way. And then we've got a bridge to drive a truck over, which makes life a lot easier. We can also get to the mechanic reasonably easily, I suppose. Oh, look, it's got our pathway from when we were on the... it's got our pathway from when we were on the floating track, because we definitely haven't driven a vehicle out there. So yeah, it's got a record of our path there. Okay. Right, so because yeah, that one will only need 2,700 and something, and then we've got another paver over here somewhere. I don't know if it's that one's going to want. That one only needs 520 ceramics, so it really doesn't need that much. And this one wants everything. And then I think, yeah, then we're getting over to here where this one's already been... Somebody's already built this bit of road, strangely enough. But yeah, so we'll go to the pizza person. We'll go to the pizza delivery, the pizza chef, using this road. And then we'll go up from the pizza chef to the place where we get the ceramics. We'll stock up on ceramics because our truck is mostly empty. we'll fill up on ceramics and we'll go and deliver all the ceramics to all the places. And then obviously we've got a monorail from here all the way to here. And this mine does metals. So we can get all the metals we need and then go. We might need some chiral crystals, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But yeah. Next trick didn't go so well. Took a random ramp that's straight off a cliff and started shortcut my grave. Yeah. Yeah, the ramps can go to nowhere sometimes. And it is hilarious. Because I remember I spent ages climbing a mountain just because I wanted to climb it because I really enjoyed the atmosphere. And I legitimately, I was telling Ferret this in DM, I would just go on hikes in Death Stranding 1. It was so peaceful. Really enjoyed it. But yeah, I hiked all the way up this fucking mountain and climbed it. I used up a ladder and a couple of fucking bits and pieces to get up there. And yeah, there was a fucking ramp just jumping off of the fucking edge of the mountain, the very peak of the mountain. There was a fucking, I think it might be saved on my photos because yeah, I hiked all the way up this fucking mountain and there was a fucking ramp and I was like pointing at it like thumbs up. I think I put that on Reddit. Yeah, Ferb246, you absolute fucking legend. But yeah, it's worth hiking up hills to get to look at the view sometimes. One of the best photographs I've taken is in a video game. But yes, I just enjoyed moving around in that game, and this game's been really good. But yeah, it hasn't quite surpassed the first one yet. There's been some really cool moments, but yeah, it just hasn't fully surpassed the other one yet, which I find it's a bit of a shame. But there are a number of quality of life upgrades that I think are brilliant. Case in point, as a nice chilled out way of getting from A to B, yeah, we can auto drive, which is, yeah, it's such a nice touch because obviously it allows you to keep playing the game and getting to where you want to get to. And if you've made the road, you've made the effort to make that easy. So it's kind of like, yeah, I've earned the right to now take an easy drive sometimes. It's a shame you can't do it when you're boosting, but there's also level 2 roads. I don't know what the requirements are for level 2 roads just yet, but we'll find out. But yeah, they have a roof that protects you from timefall, which is kind of cool as well. But yes, there were like big sort of like 18-wheelers in the first one. How many offices does your company have, Crumbs? That's a good question. Let me think. Chicago, London, somewhere. There's 1 or 2 in France. There's 2 in Spain. There's 1 in Italy. There's 1 in Australia, I think. I'm not too sure. Maybe 7, I think. Looking at work to apply for and just hit me. Crumb's work sounds kind of like my kind of thing. Well, I mean, I don't know if we've got an office in Switzerland, but obviously for remote work, it doesn't really make a difference. But I don't know if there's any remote work going at the moment. And I'll be honest. There was an office. There was like a sort of a day off, kind of like, you know, we all go into the office and see each other, and they do a presentation, talking about the year and the plans for the rest of the year and everything else. And this year there were significantly less people in that room, which is kind of scary. But yes, we have literally, well, not just literally, but not recently, but yeah, in recent years we have broken ground in America, so we are expanding into America. So there may be some scaling to do, depending on how things turn out over the first 5 years. But yeah. But yes, to save you from working on the fucking roads all the damn time. Christ, could you imagine if I was your boss?
Brother,
Fucking hell. Could you imagine? I don't know, dude. Like, I have managed people in the past, and I definitely pride myself on being able to get the most out of people, which I know sounds a bit fucking, corporate pig, but it is a skill set of, connecting with people, understanding where their confidences lie, and figuring out what they're best at, and then aligning all of those things. It's an important management skill that a lot of managers don't have. I'm going to be honest. I've had a lot of managers in my life that have failed to take advantage of my skill set and have basically just treated every single person like they're exactly the same in terms of skills and work ethic and potential. They just take the same approach with everybody. And yeah, I think that's kind of lazy. I think not ascertaining what somebody's skills are and, finding a position for them that has the maximum benefit from their skill set, because everybody has an inherent skill set, right, that they've been subconsciously working on their whole life. And yeah, if you don't, as a manager, if you don't find what someone's skills are and say to yourself, you know what, this person will be much better off doing this kind of work, and this person will be much better off doing this kind of work. If you don't do that, I don't think you're a very good manager. I think when a manager gets hold of somebody that has qualities that make them a good worker and that makes their life easy, they don't let them go, and they don't allow them to move to parts of the business that best utilize the skill set of that person. I know this is all starting to sound a bit fucking corporate, but yeah, it's something I've experienced before, like where, I've been offered a job somewhere in a different part of the business, but the part where I'm currently at is like, no, we can't let them go. Like, we haven't got the capacity to lose somebody, so you can't promote them or you can't, move them to that role. And I've had to say to people, I will legitimately hand in my notice. I will leave right now. I will walk. If there's an opportunity for me to do something a bit more interesting, a bit more difficult, and obviously, to provide me with more prospects, I'm taking it. And if I can't take it, I'm leaving the business, and I'll find that job somewhere else, or I'll leave and then I'll apply externally. But either way, I am leaving this department, and eventually most of the time they're like, okay. But yeah, it's if you work somewhere for 5-6 years and then someone's like, you know what, you'd be really good in this department, and someone's like, no, we can't lose them. I'm like, well, I get the choice, I get to choose where I work, within the business. But no, it's where you can have the most impact is what they're concerned about. But if there's work that you're good at, but you're not going to have as much of an impact, they see that as a loss, which is kind of a shame. But it is business at the end of the day. But yes, it is nice to be, nice to be required. It's nice to be sort of, on someone's list of sort of like, okay, when that department, isn't quite as busy, I'm having him, it's nice. And it shows a diverse and what's the word? A diverse and in-demand skill set.
Well, I see that you've returned. Wait. I might quote, I did not expect.
Ooh.
I've kept this data under lock and key.
Machine gun level 2, let's go.
But I think you will put it to good use. I'm going to increase your Thanks for your assistance. There is something I would like you to have.
Is it a pizza? No, what's this? What's a little scroll? Secrets of pizza dough, acrobatic karate kicking. Hold to center balance, holds. Oh, you can charge up a fucking spin kick. Okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah, we'll come visit you again at some point.
Order completed. Well done.
Okay, we're building roads. So I can't really do any more deliveries. I've got a delivery for this guy anyway, so I'm going to take this on. Because we're going up there anyway. Oh, God, I could just fucking steal those alloys. I really could just steal those alloys. Anyway, apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming up. So, need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. But please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. Because I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen, so if you want to follow without any alerts going off, you can do so over there as well. We don't call them out or have alerts for them on the BRB screen. The bot will say so once we're over there. We still appreciate them, of course, but if you want to lurk and follow in secret, that's also perfectly okay. But yes, I shall be right back. Thank you for the lurk there, Soulstraw. But yes, I'll be back shortly. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What the fuck am I supposed to do about that? Okay, yeah. Do you think that's why he's so angry? They fucking They did not fucking model that. Jesus. Oh my lord. No wonder he's so fucking angry. Excuse me. All I gotta do is not crash. Look at this. Look at this ancient relicacy. Oh shit. Sorry, that joke was so bad. Somebody came to kick me out of the area. Doesn't seem too bothered by that.
Aren't there more of you?
Buy one, get one free, chat. Bathroom just started, means it's 80% humidity here. It was 92% humidity. It was 92% humidity the other day. And as a 39-year-old man, when it gets above 85% humidity, I'm going through baby powder like there's no fucking tomorrow. I swear to God, it looks like I was baking a fucking cake in the bathroom. I'm just fucking covering myself. I know somebody called Ben Dover, and his mum is called Eileen. Oh, God. You called your son Ben, and your surname is Dover. Come on, Eileen. Cool. We are ticking him off the list, chat. As you as I was saying, chat, we are fucking ticking him off the list. Just ignore that. It's fine.
was just testing something. Right, let's not fucking yeet ourselves off the edge this time. That Erdtree avatar, that, yeah, he is. Oh. And there's one of them down there as well. Fucking. Oh, I see. Shit. What? Please. Oh my god. Those fucking things in Shadow of the Erdtree, fucking hell. They knew exactly what they were doing. But yeah, you can't summon the spectral steed, it's too scared. I was like, oh my god. Right, so. What? But what if I wasn't interested? What if I wasn't interested? What if? What if, chat? What if I was just unbothered? And no, you did that stop my truck? Okay. Okay, yeah, you're taking the fucking piss. You're taking the fucking piss. Oh wow, the map really does show. We were so close to getting out as well, chat. We were so close to getting out. So I think we've got a delivery for that guy anyway. What? Okay. Need to find lunch anyhow. Avoid out. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Like, I mean, the thing is, I haven't even been like killed yet. So, but yeah. I wonder if that was a random occurrence or whether it's going to happen again.
think I just opted out. Oh shit. No. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good, you know? I'm good. I'm good. I mean, we could fight it, but it's just a bunch of materials, right? It's just fabricating a bunch of guns and everything else. So yeah. I don't think it's very happy about me. Bowed, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Playing myself last couple of DOID. I had no time to say hi. Not to worry, dude. Not to worry. It's good to see you. But I hope you've been enjoying yourself, dude. I hope you've been enjoying. But yeah, we kind of just swerved that. I mean, I don't know how badly we damaged our cargo, but I'm not really into cargo at the moment. I'm kind of thinking about getting some metals and some other stuff to build some fucking roads, baby. It's good we can use the monorail now to see where we're going. Right, I'm going to do a quick loop of the area, just in case there's any chiral crystals. Of course there isn't, because fuck me, right? How is there barely any fucking chiral crystals here? Fuck is this game? You know I'm low on them. And I've spent a bunch of them on roads, so I think realistically you should be generous and allow me to refill. But maybe you don't want me to build too many roads. Which I can understand, because I am starting to take the piss a little bit, but yeah. But yes, a blood grenade, and then we go to that area. We go to that area where those little gold, like ghost type things, those like gold blobs. If you throw a blood grenade, it fucking cooks them. So yeah, I think I might still have the blood grenades in the back of the truck. This. Will that work whilst I'm not in the truck? No, okay, fair. Also, game it's on Steam too. Really, I'll give it a try. It's free. It's pay on Steam. Crazy thing is the game is made like £620,000 after tax, and Steam's cut. Free in the store if you have PlayStation Plus. That's nice. Oh, it's free on PlayStation. Okay. Yeah, do you know what? I actually need to check. I keep forgetting because I don't turn my PlayStation on very much. Fucking hell, Diablo 4 is already free. That didn't last long, did it? That didn't last long. It's kind of an insult, dudes, because people spent money on that not too long ago. King of Fighters. Are they up to 15 now? Christ, there's a lot going on, isn't there? Demos? Oh, there's a can demo. Okay. So many fucking games on these consoles these days, dudes. So many games. It's a shit move, yeah. It being free on PlayStation, but yeah. But yeah, Diablo 4. I don't even know how long ago it released, but people paid people fully paid like 60 quid for that game not too long ago. Oh, game was thinking about it for a second there. Same with PS Plus, you don't have to buy any games anymore with premium. You just need to quit your job and play all the games. Well, yeah, it's kind of bonkers because Sony is offering that kind of tier where you get so many games for free if you subscribe, but they're also offering different tiers so that you don't have to pay a full the full whack. So yeah, it is. They are kind of they're kind of cornering both sides, which is real clever. So that is, I think we're full on space, I think. I don't know if we can get any more in there. But where does this monorail go? Oh, this goes to over here. But yeah, this road that we built, and it's almost fucked. This road we built was kind of a waste of materials. Feel kind of stupid now. Because yeah, we really haven't used this road very much. But it'd be what it be. The fishermen down there, we've not been to see the fishermen at all, and I feel bad. We've not been to see that. So yeah, I think we need to slow down and stop doing stuff over here. I think maybe we should be focused a bit more on this area, focusing on these guys. So that's a bunch of materials that I'm about to take all the way down. So yeah, I don't want to make 2 trips, but I don't know if I'm going to get any more inside the truck. So I think I'm going to have to leave it like that. So. I'm pretty sure this is how we came down. Yeah. And then we go left. And we're good. But yeah, I like the fact that I just fucking drove around that BT encounter. There it is. There's the last piece. Excuse me, chat.
Well done, Sam. That's the last of the cargo. Let's head to our destination and make the delivery.
You say so. So we're headed... Oh, fuck. We're headed to the right, aren't we? So what have we got cargo-wise? All of these ceramics for the road. Bunch of machine guns. So we've got the mechanic, Eco, the motherhood, pizza guy, and the hydrologist. Yeah, we are still heading for the pizza. So we want to head to the right and then find a good place to cross the river. So yeah, this little spot here, I need to remember this little spot here, there's like a lot of those little like blob things. So we still need to start heading to the right, but hopefully around the outside of this BT field, because there's a lot of BTs and I don't really want to. There's so many, dude. This is a joke. There's so many fucking BTs, dude. It's a joke. It's a bit of a joke. They have put too many in, dudes. There's too many. There's too many BTs. Did you see how many there were? There was like fucking 20 of them. It's too much. They've yeah, they're trying to create more of those kind of like anecdotal kind of like you get caught by a BT and you have to fight. Yeah, so they've made those a lot more aggressive, and it's kind of like I don't know, dude. I don't know if that needs to be, you know, improved on. I think that was fine as it is.
Thank you, Captain.
I think things were okay as they were, to be honest, but yeah. Slight delay as well. Spotlight eyes of the BTs, yeah. Yeah, it's cool and everything, but yeah, there's way too many of them. There's so many in a big open space, it makes sneaking past them like just not viable. And like if you can't sneak past them and you kind of get forced into a fight and then the fight is just shooting at something's weak spot, like a big glowing weak spot, it's kind of like, I don't know, Kojima, a designer and a director of your talents, we get a little beanie hat. Cool. I feel like it's a bit kind of like, you know, primitive. But what do we got here? Slamming. Hold L2 and R2 to center balance. Circle hold. Great spinning pizza slam. Okay.
I believe you are finally.
Okay, so we've got a few orders to do for him. But we're going to go and dump all these materials. We can't get sidetracked. We must stay focused. We must stay focused. We've got to get back on that road, go and deliver all of these metals, and then at some point, if we want to, we can go and deliver all the ceramics as well. And then we'll finish building a road round there, and then we've got a road all the way to where we need to get to if we want to get to, basically. But yeah. Starting to agree, honestly. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, dudes. I don't think the combat was the real bread and butter of Death Stranding 1. You know, it was fine, it was serviceable, it did its job. Stealthing was always more fun for me. The weapons you get are kind of cool, but ultimately, it's not like the most exciting combat. It's just there because there needs to be combat for certain situations, and that's fine. But I don't think that it was one of the things that made Death Stranding great. I think it was just something that was in the game. So the fact that it feels, the thing is, it feels as if the game is forcing me into combat more often. Whereas if there was just more combat, if you wanted it, that would be totally fine. There was more combat, but you could avoid combat, fine. If you opened it up to make it possible for people to take on more fights if they wanted to. But I get the feeling that the game is trying to get me caught by more BTs, and then when I get grabbed, it's almost impossible to break free. So yeah, I'm a little bit kind of like, it feels like it's forcing it a bit too much, and like I think you could have got away with making it a little bit more common, but it's like, yeah, every area there's like a giant, great big BT field. And you can't just, you know, sneak past it. They're so intent on seeing, and like I say, because they've made it about line of sight, it's way more sort of like, you know, if it's a big open space, you need to get across it, and it's line of sight, you're just going to drive around it. But when you drive around it, you're sort of detouring massively, and also kind of, you know, making so much of an effort to not engage with gameplay. So I'm not sure if that's the outcome that's, you know, the best, but you know, everything else is really genuinely solid. It's been really fun to build some more roads, to do a bunch of deliveries and stuff. Story's been really good so far. However, the story does feel a bit episodic, and Phantom Pain suffered from the same thing. Phantom Pain's got a really cool, interesting story, but you have to do it in little 15-minute chunks, and the 15-minute chunks also have credits at the beginning, and the credits at the beginning spoil when certain characters and certain things are going to show up. Why is my cargo being damaged?
Tomorrow 888 says I'm off again. Have a very good evening. Oh, one more thing.
Tomorrow, thank you for stopping by. Good to see you. Like how it's done a nice addition to the deliveries. Yeah. Pico peak. So yeah, I think that I wouldn't mind the combat being a bit more sort of like extreme if there was still a way for me to avoid combat, but they've removed the ability to cut the umbilical cords. They've made the BTs spawn in much bigger numbers. They spawn over a much bigger area. That area at the top there, I drove up there in the truck, and it didn't even show me the BTs spotting me. It immediately became a tar field, and I'm like, you know, that's kind of a bit extreme, you know. And I think it was a type of BT we haven't seen before. So this. So we could do this on foot. That's nice and easy. So we could do that when we come back this way. But yeah, the important thing is I don't get bogged down. The important thing is I don't get bogged down. I'll leave that there, to be honest. You guys can have that one if you want. I don't get bogged down with doing deliveries and stuff because I need to be making I need to go and put all these ceramics or metals or whatever into the road. Otherwise the truck's going to be too full, and then we get into a bit of a mess. So we'll go and distribute all of these. And I also might double check. I might go to that area after stream and farm some more coral crystals, because yeah, we are getting a little bit low. Not too bad. But yeah, we are running a little bit low. We were in the 7 to sort of 8,000 range last stream. We're only in sort of like the 3 to 4,000 range this stream. So it's kind of like, I don't want to get into like the 1,000 range and suddenly be in trouble. But yes, I think the combat is there for the people that enjoy it. But I feel like, as somebody that doesn't super enjoy the combat, I feel like I'm being forced into it a little bit. It's kind of like, you know, I should be able to get away with this, but then it just won't let you, and it's like, oh, okay. I think that guy's username, or that person's username, was Xbox _ something. Could you imagine if you created a PSN called Xbox is Better? Do you reckon Sony would allow it? I wonder if Sony would allow it. Because could you imagine, right? If you created a fucking Xbox Live account called PlayStation is better, the fucking hate you would get from the Xbox fans would be hilarious. Oh, somebody doing a bit of a fucking slalom on foot. So I think we're about to get to... Nah, we're fine. Game. Excuse me.
Snag.
Right. But yeah, some parts are feeling a little bit forced. Whereas, you know, Death Stranding 1, it was really kind of like chilled and laid back. It kind of just let you do what you wanted to do. Obviously there was challenges and things you had to do a certain way to defeat that challenge or get over that bit of terrain, but yeah, it felt a lot less, you know, I don't know, I feel like I'm being corridored a little bit sometimes with this one, which I didn't in the first one. And it's not that bad, it really isn't that bad. It's not as bad as some other games where, you know, you're literally, nothing will work until you go and click on this piece of story. Like, there are way more corridors, but this one isn't, you know, that bad at all. It's actually super sort of, you know, laid back. I can kind of go and do whatever I want for the most part, but I do feel like I'm being kind of strong-armed into combat, and yeah, just running around shooting weak spots with an assault rifle. It's kind of like, yeah, it's okay, but it doesn't really do anything for me. So, how much did that one need? 2,700. Okay, such a large amount. I'm hoping that builds a bridge over this river, because that will then make the next few sections significantly easier. Shit, I might not even have enough, you know. I might not even have enough. Fucking hell. Okay, cool, yeah, it does. So it curls around over the river, which now means we've got a bridge over the river, which is super useful for everybody. That's why I wanted to get that section done. Definitely wanted to get that section done. And we can take whatever we've got left, we can go and dump over on the other side. But yeah, this is obviously super handy for everybody in this area. Well, actually, that's actually kind of clever. They've made it so that it goes all the way over here, so it doesn't really help you cross this river. But, yeah, it would be. It is a way to get over the river safely if you needed to. Plus, it looks kind of cool. But yes, this one is just a distro center. It's not mine, is it? So. But yeah, I think building the roads and then doing the deliveries with the truck, although it does feel very different. It's one of the things about this one that I really enjoy. And there's more roads to build. So that is actually an objective improvement, in my opinion, is that there's more roads to build and the roads are more interesting. That is better in almost every way. Cool. Because yeah, we don't really need a road down here, although I think it's going to build one. But I think the road also goes over there.
Keep on keeping on.
All these normal porters seeing me running around with a fucking truck. It would be nice to have an option to turn off this where I could just deliver stuff and it just gives me a menu screen with everything on it. The fact that there's multiple menu screens is a little bit it's a bit much. So, from here, what we can do is we can travel all the way to that other mine. The terminal, Sam, please, just fucking access the terminal. You shouldn't be able to rest near terminals. It shouldn't. If you're in that circle and you hold down square, it should just because yeah, you accidentally rest next to the terminal. It's kind of a bit silly. You shouldn't be able to. They should just make it so that every time you're near the terminal, you just activate the terminal. So we could go over here with our truck, and we could deliver something to the Motherhood because that's them there. So we could, before we do this, what we could do is I could go into here and I could find whatever it is we have for the Motherhood. I could put it on my back. So many fucking guns. I'll make sure I've got that on my back so that make sure that when I jump off the monorail right outside the Motherhood, we can make the delivery. Sam, the terminal, please, dude. Oh. Yeah, this sofa's fucking so clapped out, dudes. It's not supporting me at all. Anyway, so we're going to go over here. The truck. Do we need the truck? Do we need the truck? I don't think we do. I don't think we do. I think we leave the truck here, but I'm going to get on. Because we can go there, mine the materials, and then get the monorail back. And that means we get the full stack of materials. Yeah, that's the way. There we go. Back fair was fun. Haven't been in bumper cars for 10 years or so. So yeah, like me and my brother used to go on the bumper cars when we were on holiday somewhere. And we drove like the full length of the fucking enclosure, the full length of the fucking space. We drove at each other like full fucking speed and like literally whiplashed the fuck out of each other. I think at some point we may have even broken one of the bumper cars, but we drove at each other like from really far away and just fucking slammed into each other. But yeah, additional repair materials to the jump ramp. See, the thing is, I'm getting notifications about people delivering stuff to things that I didn't even fucking build. Like the chiral bridge near the mechanic, I didn't build that. The zip line near the mechanic, okay, no, I haven't. I don't think I have, but I may have built that. But yeah, it's telling me about all sorts of stuff that, you know, doesn't really matter to me. It's not mine. Girlfriend hurt her knee. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that. Got some exciting stuff tomorrow. Well, I hope you have a good time. Did you do one of the knock over the blocks? Did you win your girlfriend a big teddy? Because a very important part of the fair is to spend about £112 trying to win a fucking teddy that's worth about £6 because they want it. But yeah. But yes, you know, the fighting is the thing is it's not the fact that the fighting's difficult or that awkward. It's just, yeah, I don't really need it. You know, I don't really need a bunch of combat. I'm actually kind of happy, you know, just using stuff. Oh, can we not access the map? Because I need to know where to jump down. I need to know where to jump. Okay, I think it's there. I think it's there. Yeah, it's there. Okay, cool. So, I will jump down here. Grab this stuff. It might be for the Motherhood as well. Yeah, cool. Get a few more stars for the Motherhood. Win a teddy because you want it. That's the secret. Yeah. Oh, mate, could you imagine if you win a teddy and then you didn't give it to your girlfriend? Oh, my God, the fucking daggers. The death stare you would get if you won a giant teddy. It's like, no, it's not for you. It's mine. You can go and try and win your own. You know, equality, baby. You got to win your own. This is why I'm single, chat. This is why I've been alone for so long. But yeah, it was hilarious. We went to one fair, and a friend of mine who's been playing cricket since we went to school together, right? This guy is, you know, pretty fucking good at cricket. We went up to this, like, you know, it's like a stack of cans, and you get given this little wooden block that you've got to use to knock them over. And he fucking just absolutely haymakered this wooden block into this pile of cans and knocked them all over. And the woman on the fucking stand was just like, "Which teddy do you want?" she was so pissed. He was like, "That one, please." And he was like, "Can I use the rest of the blocks?" And she was, no, you can't use the rest of the blocks. You want a toy, all right? Come on." But yeah, because he's so used to throwing a cricket ball at the stumps, he literally just got one of the blocks and just fucking hooned it square into this middle can and just obliterated the whole lot. And yeah, this woman was not happy. And they said that a friend of theirs, not my friend, but a friend of theirs, his dad was a darts player, so he played a lot of darts as a kid, obviously, you know, trying to bond with him, or being forced to. I'm not too sure which one it was. But yeah, this guy, if there was a darts challenge, he used to get fucking banned from the fair for winning teddies. And he was like, "I haven't gone so far as to dye my hair a different colour to try and win twice, but it's not worth it." But yeah, it's hilarious. When the game... The thing is, a lot of the games are changing to sort of throwing a hoop over like a bottle, and the bottle is like it's almost too big, but it's not quite. And oh, sugar! And you'll see them like put the loop over, and then like see it will fit. When you throw it, it just bounces off immediately. But yeah, because he plays cricket, he's got a fucking arm on him, and he's fucking accurate as well. Yeah, it's just the first block. Just straight on the middle can, and like, you know when somebody throws something, right, and it's like they whip their arm and it just travels in a straight line. That's what it looked like. It wasn't that they threw it and it had like a curve to it. It was just a whip, and the fucking thing just shot straight for the middle can. And I remember sort of like grinning to myself. I was like, I bet they've never seen that before. But yeah, she wouldn't let him use the rest of the blocks. She literally scooped up the blocks as the cans were falling. She scooped up all the blocks. She was not happy. But yeah, I haven't been to a fair in ages. Is there a fucking animal up there? There's a fucking ladder here to go and get it.
My name's Sam. No way, Sam, you're here.
Is there an animal trapped up here? Oh, were you injured? Are you injured? No, put it in the carrier, Sam. Don't fucking run around and kick it. Fuck's sake. Oh shit. Oh shit, I can't fucking pick it up. Oh shit, I can't. Okay. Right, don't let me forget. There's a fucking emu up here that I've now locked in a fucking box. Sake. Right, I gotta go and make this delivery. Then I gotta go and get that fucking emu and fucking... I might make a ladder here, so I can just climb up there, to be honest. Hello, motherhood. Did that once, went great, being single shortly after. But yeah, I remember a kid I used to ride BMX with. He came into the arcade I was working in with a girl, like on a date. And he fucking absolutely obliterated her at air hockey. Like, just absolutely fucking obliterated her. It's just, yeah, bless him. He just didn't get it. He didn't understand the concept of letting people win. So yeah, he obliterated us 16-0. Fucking, like, dude, come on. Me and the other people that worked in the arcade at the time were just watching. He's like, dude, he's fucking absolutely wiping this girl. I was like, I feel so bad. Okay, what's this? Recover aid package. That's not too far, is it? But anyway, we're going to get some materials because we're going to build a road. Because yeah, there's a road that goes through the desert as well, I think. There's a junction here somewhere. And there's a paver there, and then a paver there. So there's a road that goes to that one as well. But we can use this monorail system to go back to here. And then we can go and put the materials in the roads in this section. So that's fine. So we are now done. I will fabricate a ladder. Oh, you see, I don't want it to be like a complete death trap, is the thing. Oh, do you know what? I can fucking just walk it, can't I? It's fine. I can, it's not that far. So yeah, it's weird. There's something strange about how the ladders... Oh. You have to be walking. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. No, you fucking cunt.
Okay.
Just, yeah.
Great
Okay.
job, Sam.
What was that weird noise? Fucking emu up there, mate. I'm definitely entrusting it to another fucking porter. I'm not going all the way back to fucking deliver it.
Your service in transporting this cargo is appreciated.
Cool. Right, so now watch me go all the way over here and find a fucking section where I need a ladder to get over to get to that mine. And, oh, how do I get in there? Pioneer, okay, we heard about them earlier. Unfortunately, through a spoiler. But never mind. Right, so the monorail will guide us where we need to go, so that's fine. We just need to go to where the monorail goes. But yeah, I think it would be really nice if it was weighted towards daylight more often. It's cool that it's cool there's a day-night cycle, but I have been running around at night a lot, and yeah, it's arguably way more compelling to be running around during the daytime. Let's be honest. And you can see what's ahead of you, so you can start planning how to deal with it. Yeah, I think it makes a big difference to be during the daytime. But yeah, the game just seems to be kind of like really interested in being at night. I don't know whether they've never done a day-night cycle before, and they've not really considered that actually when you do a day-night cycle, it's best to do 70-30. You know, 70% daylight, 30% nighttime. You know, do like a nice quick sunrise and sunset. You know, try and make it kind of, you know, so it exists, but it's not like, you know, you're not running around in the fucking dark for like ages, right? And I remember the first time someone explained to me, it's like when a game has a day-night cycle, if it's like kind of boring and there's nothing to do at night, then the game will kind of just speed through the night like 40% quicker. And I was like, okay. Because yeah, if it's more interesting to be doing stuff during the day and more fun to do stuff during the day and easier and it makes more sense, then yeah, the game will want to stay, you know, during daylight hours more often. And I was like, okay. But I think in this, it's literally a 50-50 split, but obviously by comparison, it feels like the night lasts forever. But that being said, we rested until morning, and then we went to one fucking, you know, got in one little fight, and my mum got scared. We went to one fucking terminal, and it went to nighttime. We went to a terminal, we completed a delivery or something, and when we left, it was fucking nighttime again. I was like, motherfucker, why is it always night? Why is it always nighttime? I didn't realise this was Night Stranding. Right, we're here, but I need to do a quick loop because I can see, I think I can see a chiral crystal in the distance. Yeah, there's a few of them. Okay, cool. Because yes, we are running a little bit low on chiral crystals. So we can hoover up a few. That'll help. But yeah, it sure does rain a lot for a desert. Right, so there's a bunch over here, but they're in tar, so I need to be a bit careful. Doesn't look like there's any creatures though. It's handy. Oh, you motherfucker. Right, there we go. Should be fine. I did not. We went on the grabbing machines. Forget what those are called. Yes, the grabby claw machines. I used to maintain them. And I used to know how to credit the machine with one attempt, but that attempt would always work. And yeah, let's just say there's a few people that have approached me when I was having a cigarette outside saying, dude, I've put like 40 quid in that fucking machine. My missus will not take no for an answer. She keeps asking me to go to the fucking cash machine. I'm like, yeah, we only need to get 12 to 20 pounds per item to be making profit. So yeah, that's fine. I don't tell them that. I don't say that out loud, but you know, the markup is obviously insane. We used to get crates of the fucking toys for fuck all, basically. But yeah, we occasionally got like semi-good branded stuff. Because it was owned by a bigger gambling sort of gaming, you know, corporation. So we'd get sent like sponsored boxes of stuff, and yeah, I must admit I kept a couple of them. You know, we'd put them in there, but we'd always put one like really deep down where you couldn't find it, and we'd leave them for a few months, and then we'd restock the machine, and yeah, that one would be put in the cardboard box. Then it would be hidden somewhere in the stockroom for a little while, and then after some time had passed, when nobody was going to miss it, yeah, it made its way home. Right, so what we can do here is we can mine a bunch of ceramics or metals. I think it's ceramics, and then we can move those materials to the other side. There's already some there, which is fucking poggers. This is metals, yeah. So I'm gonna do this, and I will use the monorail, and I will load up that lot. Okay. So, we'll mine. Hello there, sleepy bubba. Hmm? And then we'll load all of this onto the... I mean, what happens if I just mine more? Does he just create an even bigger stack? Oh shit. Okay, I think it doubles it up. Okay, so how much can I load? Oh shit, how much can I load into the into the... How much can I load into the monorail? Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, we can put a lot of stuff in there. Cool. Right, there we go. And then we can take all of these metals to where we need them. They can just stay in the storage of the other place. So yeah, that's pretty cool. BB likes the monorail. Yeah, the fact the road just fucking stops there. But yes, this is the way. So it's just getting the ceramics is going to be the difficult, and the metals we can just farm from here. We just got to farm plenty of chiral crystals, which I think we might be able to do. Duel, welcome in. Crumbs, please explain to me in a succinct way how these games are good. So, in a gaming world where video games are very, very interested in creating very short, simple, like simplified short gameplay loops where you're constantly fed some sort of reinforcement and some kind of validation for every single little thing that you do. Games are very, very overwhelming and kind of noisy and sort of, you know, there's a lot of static. Death Stranding is not afraid to just leave the player alone, and I know there's notifications coming up on the left, and that really bugs me. Because a lot of those notifications don't have any fucking relevance to me whatsoever. I don't really need to see them. So yeah, that is one of the things that the previous game didn't do too much of. You get a notification every now and again that, you know, something you built or something you did was liked by someone else, and that was kind of nice. But this one, yeah, it does have this kind of constant flow of notifications, which I wish I could turn them off, to be honest. But the game doesn't jingle its keys in your face. It's not shoving, you know, repetitive gameplay in your face. It's just letting you play. It's kind of genuinely, you know, and I know this isn't very succinct, but I'll try and summarize for you at the end. Yeah, this game hasn't fallen into the traps that modern games have fallen into. And I think that when you really pay attention, you consider the kind of things that modern games do, they're not great. They're not good for the player. They're designed to hijack your attention span the same way social media is, because I presume they did focus groups and found that young people are getting, you know, less and less able to dedicate their attention to something for a long period of time, and without doing something, you know, significant on the screen, audio or visual, fairly often people can start to sort of disengage with the content and the media. So I think what most modern games try to do is they try and create that kind of, you know, there's always somebody saying something, or there's always somebody doing something, there's always something happening the game never just stops, but Death Stranding doesn't do that. Death Stranding just allows the atmosphere to do the talking. I think that's really interesting. Hail to the King, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate that. Death Stranding 1 specifically, but also this game as well, it's not afraid to get out of its own way and just let you just go from A to B. And they let the environment and the challenges you meet along the way, the journey becomes the gameplay, because that's what you have to do. There isn't stuff being shoved in your face. You just come across things and you think, okay, I could either try and find a way to solve this restriction in my movement, or I could try going around it. And then you start thinking about which one's going to be more, you know, advantageous for you. And then you end up engaging with the environment in a much more significant way, because you're focused on how you're going to traverse from one point to the other. Whereas lots of other games, it's like just travel from A to B, and you just travel there. You know, you don't really have to do anything. You don't have to build any bridges, ladders, ropes, whatever. Whereas this, the terrain is unforgiving, and you have to make it, you know, work. But anyway, we've got an ad break coming up, so I apologize. I need to pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips. Please feel free to get up and move around. I'm going to do a quick stretch on my lower back because it's getting a bit sore.
You've been working pretty hard.
But yes, Sam's going to have a quick rest as well. Sam's going to have a rest. There we go. That's great. But yes, I'll be back shortly. Doesn't seem too bothered by that. Oh, my roll. Excuse me.
Stop it.
Oh, really? Like that, is it? So we're going to carry on down here. Oh. Bye. Oh, no.
Hey, Hammond. I cracked the secure files. DC was here for more than just a mining zone, huh?
What do you mean?
This outbreak started on the colony after the miners dug up some artifacts. Something alien.
Right. Oh, no. Fuck's sake. Okay. That had to happen, didn't it? Spicy chicken soup sounds perfect for a cold day. You've been outdoors. I haven't had chicken. Oh, dudes. Oh, dudes. I just fucking saw. I just saw the barn and I was like, yep. So, we're going to take something else out. Oh.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. I'm a fucking gamer. Sorry. The chest, I know. I'm going to go with the chest. What do we get in the chest? Is it a Lionel-themed reward? What do we get? It's Majora's! Oh, shit! Let's go! Wearing makes it harder for certain enemies to spot you. It's rather rare to find. Oh, dudes, this is where Majora's is hidden. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Omninos, thank you so much for the lurk, dude. I appreciate it. Please protect yourself from spoilers, of course. Yes, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Right, so. Damn, the fisheye I just fucking put on there. But yes, I think we could get a good video somewhere. Okay. A good video of that happening somewhere. Right, so. We got anything? No. Right, so let me repair this vehicle real quick. It's getting a little bit crusty. See, I like having my handheld with the option to run off at any time. So I think this one, in that case, this one is a little bit more handholdy. But yeah, the first one would probably be a bit of a struggle for you then, because yeah, the first one is really hands off, and it's kind of, it's trying to be super like isolated and peaceful and quiet, and I really, really appreciated that. And like I say, because video games have got so noisy, the amount of stuff that has to be happening all the time. For me, it's really nice to be able to just, you know, just move around the world and just enjoy the world around me. So that's for the Pioneer. Okay. I don't know where the fuck they are. However, we should have. There we go. A quite frankly absurd amount of metals. Oh my god. I think that's as much as we're going to get inside the truck. So yeah, right. Let's go put some metals into some roads, dudes. Fuck it. But yes, and then we'll start going back to deliveries and stuff, because yeah, conscious that I haven't really done anything gameplay focused in a little while, but yeah. And again, apologies about earlier, dudes. I guess I need to remember when something really stressful happens the end of one day, I need to be a bit more sort of, you know, conscious of the fact that I'm going to be easy to stress out the next day. And I hate it. I wish my body was better at breaking down cortisol. I don't want to blame something else. I know that ultimately, if I meditate enough, I should be able to force my body to metabolize it and to be more sort of, you know, relaxed and stuff. But yeah, it's definitely easier said than done. People keep putting these fucking transponders everywhere. Right, so we've got this paver here. That wants 2,640 metals. We've got this paver here that wants 1,200 metals. Yeah, okay, so I think maybe it might be a good idea to try and do this one first. But also I might see if these, I might see how much this, yeah, this one doesn't require an awful lot. I might have that on my truck. I might have some of the materials on my truck. So I'm going to ignore this one over here because the ground's pretty flat, so it's not that desperate.
that we have a road here. The monorail going into the next area. But also, we need to go back and make sure we 5-star. We've left a few back much earlier in the game where we haven't 5-starred them. So yeah, we need to go back and do that. And yes, I will get some blood grenades, and I'll see if I can farm those little ghosts, those little, what would you call them? Because they look like Pac-Man ghosts, right? They look like 3D Pac-Man ghosts. I'm going to call them blobs. So the little chiral blobs. There's a bunch of them around that tar pit, that tar pool, a bit further back. So yeah, I think I'll go and farm them at some point. I might do that tomorrow. The trouble is with this kind of game, something could happen at any minute, so I don't want to play it off stream. I don't want to play it off stream and you guys miss something. I'd be fucking heartbroken if you guys missed something. As that has happened in the past, like when I was playing, I was practicing against fucking Malekith and the fucking bleed proc. Oh, it's ceramics it wants. Okay, but there's another one here that wants, yeah. But yeah, I was heartbroken. I found Malekith and I couldn't get the fucking job done whilst I was live. And then the day before I was about to go live next, I was practicing to make sure I was sharp. Fucking hit them with a bleed at the very, very end of their health bar and fucking procced it. Luckily, I was screen recording because I wanted evidence of the practice. And I also wanted to go back and review like all the moves and everything and the timings and make sure I 100% knew what to look for. But yeah, I fucking procced a bleed and fucking... And obviously it was the one fight in that area that has a cutscene after it, right? One of the major fights that has a cutscene after it. And it converts the entire capital to the Ashen capital. I was like, for fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. Right. Oh. That'll do it. No, it won't. Shit, I need some fucking resins. And is there a paver as well? Because that's obviously for the monorail. There it is. Yes, there's a ramp. Someone's built a ramp. I'll chat. We can get up there. Right, let me see if I can just get this. See if I can get what's required for this one. Because there'll be another paver over there somewhere. Because it's got to connect to there. And we've still got a bunch of metals. So I think whilst we're all the way over here anyway, we should keep heading that way. See if we can find the paver and dump the metals in there. And then another time we'll come back and we'll do a ceramics run. Once again, it's night time. I have a suspicion it goes up there and it looks like it levels out a little bit, so I have a suspicion there may be a paver up here because of the geographical kind of topology. No? Okay, I'm full of shit, sorry. Okay, I think I can see it there. I think that will be... There's one all the way over there. I think that will be the one. But there might be another one somewhere. But we'll figure that out. Okay. Yeah, we're back up to 5,000, so we can spare 1,000 here and there, but not for that one that's the one that needs a bunch of ceramics. I'd have to go all the way to go get some ceramics and come all the way back. So there's no point. And arguably, the thing is, someone was like, "Yeah, I just go and donate a little bit to every single road. I don't donate the whole lot, and I just don't use the roads, but I just donate, so I get all the likes." And I was like, "Nah, man, that's not me. You know, I'm here to build some fucking roads. I'm here to build some fucking roads." But yeah, I am starting to feel that building the roads up by the is it the mechanic? Was a bit of a waste of time, because you can access that via a monorail, and yeah, it doesn't seem like those roads are being maintained at all. Oh shit, how the fuck are we going to get over there? See, chat, we need a fucking bridge. Okay, I can cross the stream here, I think. Yes, I know. God, man, no one's donated anything to this one, I don't think. Cool. So, how many metals do we have left? So 1,200, 2,400, 2,400. Oh, we need 2,600 for that one. Yeah. I can't shake the feeling there's going to be another paver somewhere around here. Can't shake the feeling, but if we build this one, it just connects us to here, and then obviously we're going here, and then there'll be some stuff here. But yeah, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We've still got deliveries to make for these guys. We've still got a 5-star these guys, and there's also somebody called the Pioneer somewhere. Oh, there they are, somewhere out there in the desert. So we need to go make a delivery to the mechanic, who is there, I think. We need to go see the Pioneer and connect them up as well. And we've got a paver there and a paver there. They both want 2,000 each, which is a bit much, because I don't know if we need the road in the desert, to be honest. But yeah, so I think we're heading back, and we've got a road to take us almost all the way, and then we can dip off here and here. Okay, cool. But yes, there's a lot of the brain things there. Oh, we can't do a scan of the water. Oh, we can, okay. I didn't know it worked the first time. Okay. But yes. The first one is not very hand-holdy, and I like hands-off games. I loved Breath of the Wild, Death Stranding 1. You know, I love games that don't need to tell you what to do. They just design it in a way so that you come across the solution or the direction kind of organically. But I know that a complete lack of guidance is really overwhelming for some people. It's a shame. But it'd be good if we could get to a state with video games where we can figure out a way to have some guidance if you want it, but be able to turn it off. Because yeah, it works both ways. When I jump into a game and there's some little assistant constantly barking bits of information, it just does my fucking skull in. I hate it. Emu, for fuck's sake. The Zelda game, I unfortunately didn't get a chance to play it back in the day. Well, I played it, but I played it with a friend. But I remember the first time I saw somebody playing it, Navi, the little fucking fairy, just wouldn't shut the fuck up. It was so annoying. Okay. We need a bit more speed than that. Dudes, I don't think it's gonna let us. I mean, the bike might do it, but yeah, I don't think it's gonna let us do it with the truck, which is a shame. So we were going to head back this way because we've got some deliveries to do for those dudes over there. Pioneer. The hydrologist. Yeah, we have got one for the architect as well. But yeah, we're going to make our way back here and then we'll start doing some deliveries for these guys. The mechanic and the pioneer might have some deliveries for Pico and the architect and stuff. So yeah, we need to do a few deliveries back and forth over there because we've got too much stuff otherwise. So I might... Shit, where was that paver? I might dump the materials for the road in paver back there. Because yeah, otherwise I want to make sure the truck's mostly empty. Because yeah, we need to swap between the two. So if we're doing roads, then we just want ceramics and metals. We're doing deliveries, we just want packages and deliveries, because otherwise I end up with a truck that's way too full.
Look that one.
Take that. Because yeah, some streams I've booted the game up and taken on a few deliveries, and then my truck is so full I spend most of the stream trying to fucking clear out the truck. And then finally at the end I have enough space to do some bigger deliveries. So that one just wants some ceramics. So yeah, that one we can go and do whenever we want, really. But East Fortnite. But yeah, this cargo grabbing arm is literally one of the best inventions in the entire game. Driving around scooping up cargo, it's so much easier like this. With that peacock and that lamppost. Right, I'll just double check if I've got a delivery for this terminal. I think I might. We need them stars.
Pleasure to see you. Hang on while I process your orders. I don't know how or where.
Could you imagine if you couldn't make deliveries at night? How fucking shit that would be. There was a day-night cycle and you weren't allowed to deliver at night. Fucking fuming. See, it's weird. We've got some stuff in here which is obviously quite heavy because the truck seems heavily loaded. But the cargo capacity is only 56%. So yeah, I don't quite know what that menu, this bar above me, it's like full up. It says heavily loaded, but it says we've got cargo space. So yeah, I'm a little bit confused by that. So have you got any deliveries for, no, okay. So yes, if you liked Breath of the Wild, you'd probably enjoy Death Stranding 1. For different reasons, of course. Yeah, we got a road, haven't we? Probably for different reasons, but you'll probably enjoy Death Stranding 1. Because, yeah, I kind of enjoy games that don't really give you too much of a checklist of stuff to do. Because as soon as you start making everything into a list, it's good to organise and to be able to sort of, you know, review and see what's required. A quest organizer is an important tool in games that are as big as they are today, definitely. But yeah, I think when everything becomes a list, it starts to feel a bit daunting and also a bit hollow and a bit synthetic, because it's just sort of, you're really just focusing on ticking a box, you know, on a list somewhere. You're not really thinking about what that gameplay is actually doing to the story, to the character, to the environment, and yeah, I think it's nice to have a good mixture where you have a quest log that you can go review. Of course, it's super handy, but also I don't want a game to be constantly shoving like waypoints and targets and goals and stuff in my face. I kind of want the game to just get out of the way and let me just fucking go about my business. What's that? It's a blood bag. Okay.
That's the way.
Right, so we're going this way, so we can cross the river somewhere there. But yeah, it would be real nice if the fucking cargo grabber could also grab chiral crystals. That's only a small one, I can't be asked. Because yeah, hoovering up the chiral crystals as we see them, it's one of the main disadvantages of the truck. And now that you've got a cargo grabbing arm, it is kind of one of the only major drawbacks of the truck, is that you can't pick up chiral crystals as you walk past them. So I might go and use that person's bridge. I think that's a really nice bridge. I'm gonna go use that. And I'm gonna give it a bunch of likes as well. Yeah, I need to remember in the old desert. See, we've got no battery because we haven't been on the road. We're getting a bit low on the old battery, so I hope there's a generator near this near this shelter. Sorry. I hope there's a. Are we fucking moving? Okay. Hopefully there's a generator there. If not, I'll have to fabricate and build one for everyone else to use. But yeah. But yes, thank you for your patience, chat. I'm slowly but surely getting my way through the game. I'm kind of impressed that we're sort of 80 to 90 hours in and we're only at the halfway point of the story. Getting over 100 hours of gameplay out of this has been, yeah, really good. I don't know how many hours of gameplay I've got in the first one. Might be able to check at some point. But yeah, so I can see a watchtower, which I don't know, seems kind of pointless. But I can see a Jenny, which is amazing. So we'll be smashing that like button on that as well.
This one's for you. You're mine.
Hell yeah. Battery fully charged. Hey, Woodkid. How's it going? Holy shit, dude. The intro song, it's not him, like, all the vocals are him. He sings in 3 different registers, which is fucking wild, because one of them's super deep and one of them's super high. But yeah, it's 3 layers of his own voice, which is, yeah, just classic, you know, classic talented musician.
I'll check your orders now.
But yeah, it's crazy that someone from Taiwan has an Australian accent, but I suppose, you know.
Where did you dig this up?
Because yeah, I don't know how much people got paid to be a person in the game, but maybe it wasn't enough. What's this? Mortar. Weapon component of the pickup offloader automatically fires MP shells at long range enemies. The shells explode on impact. Okay, damn. Damn.
I'm increasing your allocation. Now display your current porter grade. When equipped to a vehicle, this.
Sorry, I'm just conscious that yeah, there is some dialogue that's repeated. Like we get like a mortar, and then yeah, we know what a mortar is. So, so yeah, we're going to that person anyway. So we'll take that. We'll pop it in the truck. Check. I've got 165 available. Poggers. So that I didn't really enjoy too much. Improved coffin board. 50. Yeah, might have that. Oh, loads of extended window for likes. Okay. Number of objects from other worlds that can be shared with it. Yeah. That. Auto aid request created a bunch of requests that I didn't really want to create, so. Yeah, let's go for improved MP shells. Cool. Oh, we can get like a carbon fiber effect. It's kind of cool. You can get tartan and flip paint as well as wood. Wood looks kind of cool. The wood looks kind of cool. Leather's kind of cool. But yeah, the wood. Ooh, I don't know. That's kind of naughty. I kind of like that. The hat's still cool as fuck. These glasses are still the coolest, I think. But yes, what have we got? Woodland. In black looked kind of cool. And also white was kind of cool. So I might just go with flat white, to be honest. AI camo is pretty cool though. So maybe I should leave that on. Yeah, okay, cool. Got any new toys? Oh yeah, so we've got a much better battery pack. But it takes up a fucking shitload of space. So I'm not sure if it's worth it, to be honest. I think we can rotate it. But yeah, I don't think it's worth it at the moment. Hatch-wise, we can make B-O-O-B-A. We can make the word booba in patches. I saw somebody else do that, which is pretty fucking hilarious. You can make booba. You could make, yeah, just booba. But yeah, that's hilarious. You can make booba with patches. So I might do that once we've got a pretty good build and we know exactly what we want on each slot. Really nice touch of artistry. The wood is legit. Yes, yeah, the wood looks really nice. So the Pioneer is that's 3,000 meters away. Pioneer is, oh, it is fucking hell, it is just all the fucking way over there. So past the Motherhood and then, okay. So is there a way for us to drive through? Possibly. Let's find out. Yeah, but I feel like I haven't been as productive today. I feel like we haven't built as much. We haven't done as many missions. Fucking the brakes, maybe? Do they want to engage? Booba and Teets and Dicker. Yeah, I don't think we can make. There's no T's, unfortunately. Plus, I think it's obviously it's blood types, so I don't know if there is an E or a T or whatever. But yeah. There's obviously A, B, AB, and O, and yeah, O negative and positive and everything else. to this day, I'm 40 years old and I still don't know what my fucking blood type is. Which is silly because in an emergency, if somebody asked me, I'd be like, no idea. Sorry, mate. Just going to bleed to death, don't worry. It's fucking all the way over here. Come on. I shouldn't be wasting the battery. Shouldn't be wasting the battery. Yes, it's blood type. So A, B negative, B, A and B. So A negative, A positive, B positive, B negative, O negative, AB. Yeah, I think I can use this ramp. Doesn't know either, and you know from days in the military, honestly. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, I've had blood tests done multiple times, so I should have asked, you know. But obviously, I haven't got that rare blood that everybody wants because I've been tested a bunch of times and nobody's asked anything. So I must have cheap blood. I'm bored of cheap and cheerful. I want expensive sadness. Hospitals parole. Something madness. I want you to be crazy, baby, because you're boring when you're free. Okay. Good song. Right, let's go and make that delivery to this person. And then head on to the Pioneer. Yeah. Got rare blood and even a rarer fear of needles because, of course, yeah. Yeah, I've had a bunch of fucking blood tests done and I've got to go in for another one. And it's just, yeah, I'm kind of sick of them poking holes in my arm, to be honest. Kind of fed up of it. It's, doesn't bother me that much, but yeah, it's also kind of just like, yeah. I'm kind of sick of them doing it, to be honest.
Hold on while I check your orders. What a surprise. I can't
This auto resuscitation device that automatically revives Sam when he loses consciousness. The device takes time to initialize after each use, so play safe after being revived. So we get a revive chat. It's fucking Sekiro.
Your material allows
we get to live twice, or die twice, I suppose. I pass out, which really complicates things. Yeah. If you've got like low blood pressure by default. Sorry, they're just explaining what we just read. So the thing is, I should just skip over reading it and just listen to them because they do explain it. But yeah, I'm fairly I'm a bit of a chunky guy, so you know they can take blood from me and I'm usually fine. But they only take like a couple of vials worth. But there was one time where they took a lot, and I did feel a bit drowsy. So I did go and sit down in a cafe and eat something and sit still for like 15-20 minutes to make sure I wasn't going to pass out before I got in my car to drive home. Because, you know, we all know what might happen. But yeah, the thing is, like, this will be the 5th time they've taken blood from me in the space of 12 months. And I'm like, I don't really know what else I'm supposed to tell you, but yeah, like, you know, you keep taking blood to test for like one thing. Like, if you want, I'll go to the hospital and you can hook me up and lay me down in a bed and you can just drain me, you know, and then you can take as many vials as you want. You can test everything and then I'll be done. But yeah, the fact that I have to keep going in there and getting a little fucking prick in my arm every 2 to 3 months because they can't seem to figure out what the fuck's wrong with me. Kind of like, you know, I'm getting to the point where I'm like, yeah, if you guys want me to donate blood, just tell me and I'll donate blood. Like, you know, if you're trying to, you know, take a little bit for a test, but also take a little bit to donate, But like I say, I think if I had the rare kind of interesting blood that people want, they would have said something by now. But I must have just fucking basic bitch blood. Be positive for basic bitch blood. No anemia on top of it pretty much ensures that I can't donate the limits to the test. Ah, dude, that's harsh. Because, yeah, obviously, it's, you know, you've got the blood that everybody wants and needs, but donating it is, like, seriously detrimental to you. That's fucking harsh. But, yeah, it's like I used to know somebody, and bless them, they were vegan. But they kept going to the doctor describing their symptoms, and they're like, yeah, you've got anemia. Like, you know, you have really low iron. And they were told by the doctor to eat, you know, more, to eat meat because they need more iron. You know, they were feminine or female, so obviously they lose a lot of blood on a regular basis. So the fact that they weren't getting enough iron in their diet, on top of the fact that they were, you know, choosing to ovulate and you know, encounter the or sort of endure the blood loss that comes with it, they were obviously, you know, kind of, I don't want to say bleeding out. It's a bit fucking. But yeah, they were obviously running really low on is that chiral crystal? I think it is. They were running really low on iron, so you know, I think they were given iron supplements, but they said that you can't take the iron supplements all the time. You know, it's only when it's really bad. You can't just take an iron supplement all the time because you're not really supposed to absorb large amounts of iron through your stomach, I think. Told them they can have all my blood when I'm done using it. Exactly. But bless him, I heard about some old man who had a very, very rare and sought-after antibody in their blood. So they go and donate blood like every month, you know, and they just go and sit in a hospital with a squash ball and they just donate blood every single month. And it said because of this was a while ago, but you know, back when the interview was done, they estimated that the blood plasma that they donated was like it had saved like thousands of lives. And it's like, damn, dude, imagine being able to say you directly, not indirectly, but you directly have saved thousands of lives by donating blood. It's a bit of a fucking flex. There's a few people that are still around today because I know CPR. I also know the recovery position, and also because I stopped to check on them and make sure they're all right. So there's a handful of people that are still around because of me, but yeah, 1,000 is like, you know, that's quite the, it's like the opposite of a kill streak in Call of Duty, right? Instead of KD, it's DK. Guy's an absolute legend. Yeah, what an absolute legend. Bless him, taking the time to go down there and obviously just, you know, I mean, the thing is, I would say to them, yeah, can I have surgery to fit like a valve that you guys can just plug into, you know? Just fit a valve, you know? Just, you know, you do like artery stents and everything, and like, you know, artery cages and things. Just, yeah, just put a fucking valve in there and I'll just fucking, you know, I'll just donate the blood and post it to you or something, you know? Just a little fucking ball of fix valve. Oh my god. There's a video of some guy delivering his stool sample. So they give you a tiny little fucking cup, right? In the UK, but this is somewhere in Russia. And this guy pulls out of a bag like a giant, great big mason jar. Fucking full of shit. Oh, I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Man. Stool sample. Mason jar full.
You found this? You seriously found this? Oh man, this is like the greatest day ever. Thanks.
Oh, go away. Notifications. Is this just someone talking? Yeah, fuck off. But yeah. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Or maybe it was actually on Instagram. I think maybe it's on Instagram. If I can find it, I'll share it in the Discord. But yeah, basically, it's a medical nurse. And she's like, she shows you a jar and it's absolutely full up. And she's like, and she shows a jar and it's got like a tiny little piece. And she's like, you know, and then it just cuts to this guy like, and this nurse like in Russian, she's like shouting at him. The shit in your search history, knee slap. Oh god, yeah, fucking don't. My search history is so cursed. But yeah, it's so annoying when like you know something exists, but there isn't a string of words that will allow you to search for it. And even when you do search for it, there's like a million. The internet is literally about to fucking. You know, the internet is not going to be. It's not going to last much longer, dudes. The way people are just duplicating other people's content and making it so impossible to find anything. Yeah, I don't think the internet's going to carry on much longer. What's this? Deployable shield, an extendable shield capable of blocking frontal attacks. Although mainly used defensively, it can be wielded to attack enemies in front of you by pressing circle, inflicting a non-lethal. Anyway, they're going to tell us about this anyway.
So this is that chiral network folks are all raving about. I'm the pioneer, by the way. Yeah, I travel the world like my father and his father and so on. Gotta say, I didn't think network stuff could hold a candle to roughing it in the real world. But, like, you could use this thing to research past events and whatnot, right? Maybe even the Void Owl that tore shit up around here back in the day. Oh, I shared one of my grandfather's favorite gadgets with you. Call it a thank you gift or whatever. It's a deployable shield. This isn't the safest place, if you know what I mean. Wind up in a firefight and you'll learn to appreciate its value.
I have to agree, it wasn't built for this.
Why not take it for a spin sometime? Yeah, there's this massive crater just over to the west. Was made by a void out, of course. The same one that took out North Fort Knot in the blink of an eye. I don't know the details, but word is that you saw an omen or some shit.
What?
Like, right before the void out, this huge shadow fell over everything. That's pretty weird, doesn't it? That's why everyone's convinced this void out is different from all the others. And if we could figure out what the deal was, it might help us avoid a repeat someday. Worth looking into.
Hello, Bubba.
It's a shield you can deploy in a flash just by holding it at the ready. Talk about a name that tells the whole story. Am I right?
Yes, say hello to everybody. Come on.
Defending against frontal attacks, and if you just want to stick it
Say
in
hello.
the ground, hell, you can do that too. With that strategy, you can use it as a cover and pop out to take shots. I guess you already know how to use a shield, though, yeah? Anyway, with this little baby backing you up, you can power through a fight taking minimal damage. Or make a break for it if you need to.
Yes, the internet wasn't built for what it's being used for. Hopefully fiber optic will allow the speed to improve and make things a bit more reliable. But yeah, I genuinely think that we're getting to the stage where everybody is clogging up the internet with so much bullshit that it's just people are splintering off into like closed off invite only communities like Discords rather than posting stuff online.
Cause of the Death Stranding, we had to dramatically reduce the scope of our epic journeys of discovery. And then another dramatic twist.
So yeah, obviously Discord's just been acquired by somebody who, or Discord have just appointed somebody who doesn't sound like the best person to be in charge of it, but it doesn't seem to be too bad. I've seen a couple of adverts squeak in here and there, but hopefully it's not too bad. But yeah, lots of people are splintering off into WhatsApp groups, private, DM groups and everything. They're not using the internet anymore. You find a group of people, like a forum, but in like Discord rather than a website, and you just don't bother going on the internet anymore. So I think the internet is, it's starting to show cracks. I'm not too sure, but it'd be really interesting if I'm like 50, 60 years old, and the internet has kind of, become obsolete. And there's a different form of it in some way, shape, or form. Oh, excuse me. Be really interesting. Yeah, we could do that delivery. Yeah, right there. Bit of sense. Strategy RPG series, eh? We could take care of that. Equipment. Shield is there if we want it. Backpack customization. There's still something in the components list we haven't looked at. Oh yeah, we got a new thing, didn't we? Yeah. Oh. Apparently Japan just successfully created an internet connection so fast they downloaded all of their Netflix in 1 second. Yeah, I'm not too sure about like overall throughput. But I heard about somebody in, I don't know if it was Cambridge or not, but they are experimenting with using fiber optic internet, but multi-spectrum light pulse. So they're pulsing at multiple different colors, so different fractions or whatever. So they're pulsing different colors simultaneously, which means that so long as you have a router, which is a router, that's quick enough to decode all of the various different blips, because it's the speed of light, you can squeeze a lot more blips of different colors. At the moment, it's only using one color, but you could be blipping in blue, green, and red, green, and blue as primary colors, I think. And I think there's also some physics behind being able to blip at the same time, whereby the light is obviously combined into the fiber optic cable, but then there's a very special kind of prism that breaks it back up so that you have 5 or 6, 3 or 4, maybe 5 or 6 different colors at the other end, and you're blipping 5 or 6 different colors at the beginning and refracting them into one beam, effectively combining all the colors to make one color. But at the other end, you split them up with the exact same kind of prism, so you have, and obviously the light is being provided in that wavelength. It's only combining. So if you can get it to be, accurate, it means you get every single fiber optic line instantly becomes capable of 3 data feeds at the same time. However, I think at the moment, it's obviously doing, there isn't like a series of copper wires, and some of them are download and some of them are upload. It's obviously bouncing it backwards and forwards, and it's alternating between upload and download on the same fiber optic cable. I don't know if it's a twisted pair like copper cable is, but what was really interesting was the other day when all of my internet browsers, my dashboard, my browser for looking at things on stream, which I've got hidden at the moment actually, and I need to unhide that before I forget, excuse me, so you guys can see. Yeah, cool, okay. But yeah, what was really weird was the stream was still live, even though everything to do with my chat box, my dashboard, everything was like not connected to the internet. Like I couldn't access Google, I couldn't do a speed test, I couldn't access things on my phone, I couldn't access any website on any device in front of me. But the stream was still live and it didn't cut out, which that's really fucking interesting to me, because it's kind of like the polar opposite of what we had before, where something would come along and just destabilize the internet connection, and then I would get disconnected into oblivion. I'd be getting a disconnection every 12 minutes, and it just made it impossible to fucking stream. The silly thing is, the next day when I was working and it wasn't one of my normal stream days, it was probably fine. I probably could have streamed if I wanted. But yeah, on the day that I wanted to stream, something was just absolutely bending over my internet line. It was really crazy. I moved over to this fiber optic broadband, and yeah, it's super quick, and it seems to be a shit ton more reliable. We're able to uploading 10,000 kilobits to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time, and it seems to be absolutely fine. We've had basically no issues whatsoever. VNC, welcome in. Good to see you. Just dropped by. Just finishing the last VOD. Thank you for watching the VOD, dude. I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys watching the VODs. Are you watching the VODs on YouTube, or are you watching them on Twitch? Either one's fine. I'm not trying to guide you anywhere, but yeah, it'd just be interesting to know which platform gets the most viewership for the VODs. But yeah, it's super handy, because if you stream to YouTube, you create a VOD on YouTube, so I don't have to upload to a VODs channel. My live section has all my VODs, so it's kind of like it's a dedicated section for my VODs on my own YouTube, so I only have to worry about running one YouTube. So it's really fucking handy. Unfortunately, it's the ATOM multi-stream plugin. It's really handy, but unfortunately, the vertical plugin, I can't get it to behave itself. It just uses way too much system resource. But there's a whole bunch of testing I need to do for which compression method is best for the YouTube stream versus the Twitch stream. Well, the Twitch stream is just automated. I can't do anything about that. So I've got deliveries for those two dudes anyway, and I think we're going this way anyway. So This guy's nice and close, so we should do this, yeah. So we should do this one and this one, because they're nice and close. Cool. Feels like the gateway router may be getting a duplicate IPS, having conflicts, but it was connected, but it's still connected to the internet itself. Yeah, it was strange. So yeah, I don't know whether BT was suddenly sort of like rerouting a bunch of their outgoing traffic of people accessing websites and stuff. But yeah, it was crazy. I was still, the stream was still live, but I wasn't getting any chat because it wasn't downloading it to my dashboard or anything. And I was like, damn, that's fucking strange. That, you know, but I'm not complaining. It's fucking brilliant, you know. The internet literally shit its pants, but download only, upload, I was able to keep the stream live. And I think we were streaming to both YouTube and Twitch at that time. So yeah. Watched all the VODs and caught up on the live right now. Really handy that you can stream on both. Thank you so much for watching all the VODs on YouTube, dude. I really appreciate that, so you can catch up. See, this technology, dudes, you know, this is the thing. I complain about technology, but yeah, that's really heartwarming to know that you were able to find my live streams and catch up on them. It's really nice of you, dude. I appreciate that. It's nice to have some stuff for people to watch on YouTube. But yeah, it means you guys can just skip past all the you can skip past all the ads. I mean, one thing I thought about doing is there's a YouTube studio where you can edit the content, the stream once you've uploaded it. So I don't know if I can go in there and I can create timestamps for all the ad breaks and stuff, and also, you know, timestamps for when I do things. But yeah, it basically means that for a long time I've been meaning to edit and upload my playthroughs to YouTube, so I've got some long form content on YouTube, you know, all the time. But streaming to YouTube and to Twitch at the same time has just solved that issue, basically. I mean, it would be nice to cut out all of the ad breaks and any long talking sessions, but I think this is kind of a convenience that I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. I think I just want to sort of, you know, stream to YouTube, let the VOD sit there and see what happens. But it seems as if, you know, if people are watching them and then coming to the live, that's, you know, that's really nice. So yeah, nice when things work out for the streamer. And yes, I think they might compress it afterwards, but when I view the stream on YouTube, you know, when I look at the VOD, or if you call it a VOD, when I look at the live video afterwards, it looks pretty crispy. And I'm streaming at AV1 at 10,000 kilobits to YouTube, so I'm hoping it's pretty crispy. Obviously, Twitch VODs, the compression is pretty aggressive, so... But at the moment, you guys on Twitch, you should be able to choose from all kinds of video options. There should be all sorts of because we're doing enhanced broadcasting, it allows me to stream at 10,000, but also it allows multiple different video quality settings. But I don't know if I can choose which ones, because that would be kind of handy, because it would be nice to be able to do 1440, 1080 and 720 and just focus on those three, because 640, 360 and 160, nobody's watching in 160, man. Nobody's watching in 160.
Glad you could make it.
That's too much. Like 640 is like okay if you just want to have the stream up and not be using too much internet. But yeah, 160 is a joke, man. It's like, it looks like somebody has literally smeared Vaseline over the stream.
Bring a little extra, and you carried it all on your own.
I did. Yeah. I mean, you should. I mean, I could double check, can't I? I know this is a bit cringe. I apologize, but I just want to double check. I think you get a shit ton of options. Yeah, you get 160 at 30, 360 at 30, 480 at 30. But yeah, 160. Even this, you can't even read the chat. Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. Yeah, 160 is a bit of a fucking joke. The quality is pretty good, though. I thought YouTube was really aggressive when the video is dark. It gets really dark, and that can't be helped. Okay, so I'll make a mental note. I'll make a clip there. So on YouTube, in the VOD, when it gets dark, it gets very... Okay, I'll see. I'll watch both. I'll see if I can find a VOD where it gets dark, and I'll watch the YouTube VOD versus the Twitch VOD and see if there's a difference. Because I'm using AV1, I'm not sure if the compression is going to be different or not. It could be a slightly... Without 160p, how am I supposed to torture my eyes? But yeah, you can't even read the text on the screen at 160p. So yeah, it's obviously completely pointless. Okay, so we've got a delivery for the Pioneer. And then we're heading this way to the hydrologist and also the, yeah, that's fine. We can take on that. We can take on that. But yes, we've got an ad break coming up, chat. So I need to pop you guys on the BRB screen. So I'll put that in there. I'm going to keep going. I know it's been a bit of a quiet one, but I think I'm going to keep going because I'm having a good time. So I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. But please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. So I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen. So if you want to follow without any alerts, please feel free to do so over there. So we're heading, yeah, just fucking flat out this way. Just fucking this way, I think. We're just heading in this direction. A little bit to the right. Pretty much just a straight shot from there to there. Cool. Right. So I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. As I mentioned, I'll be back shortly. It's okay. It's the problem on YouTube ever since ever. Oh, okay, so it's YouTube. Okay, that's a shame because the dynamic range, I'm not too sure what I can get away with AV1, but obviously I have to make it kind of work for both platforms. But yeah, I'll double check. If there's something I can do, there might be something I'll research it and see if there's anything I can do with. Because sometimes it's just about there not being a minimum brightness or a minimum darkness, a minimum or a maximum brightness. If I just adjust it so it can never get a little bit, if it can never get too dark, people on Twitch aren't going to mind it being a little bit brighter sometimes. But if YouTube then suddenly becomes visible, it makes it more, yeah. But I don't know. I need to double check with the compression today. But yes, I'll be back shortly. Yes, and also Sophie's hit the requirements to apply for partner as well, like Melania, PhD submission and partner application in 1 month, all in 1 month. Like amazing work, Sophie. So proud of you. Like well done. Oh no, you got it! Oh my God! First try, GG's. Oh my God, Sophie. Amazing! Look at all the purple ticks in chat right now. Oh my God! Need more replay, but yeah, exactly. Okay, so yeah, it's not that bad, but wasn't there just a guy? I swear there was a guy there looking like suddenly his mate got shot. Am I going blind? Let me just...
You're serious?
Fucking hell! Fucking hell! Again? It's because it works. Sorry, that noise is really annoying. It's the details, dudes. It's the details, dude, honestly. Damn, he fucking... I've not seen the Crucible Knights use fire like that. That was interesting. Okay. Yes, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. But yeah, the first time a Crucible Knight just, like, bellowed up like a fucking frog and just blew fire at me, I was like, they can breathe fire? I think there's a few different kinds, isn't there? But yeah, dudes, people are like, are you going to play Night Rain? I'm like, A, I'm really burnt out on Elden Ring. 2 playthroughs was enough. And B,
out of the entire FromSoft catalog, because all bets are off. Nameless King is in there. Fucking Gaping Dragon is in there. We're talking, you know, several decades worth of different bosses. Out of all the fucking bosses they could have put in there, they put the fucking, not the Crucible Knights. Are they Crucible Knights? I think the one that's got like the spear that's got all the fucking horns on it, that basically grows a set of wings in its phase 2. Fucking one of the most annoying boss fight or enemies in the game, and they made it a fucking boss fight in Nightrun. I'm like, dudes, there are so many bosses that I'd love to see. And I got a glimpse of it. I was watching, maybe it was V-Sweat or someone else playing the Dark Souls 3 Convergence. I think it was Dark Souls 3 Convergence. But it was Lawrence. It's just Lawrence in Dark Souls 3 at 60 FPS. And I was like, damn, that's wild, hearing them shriek and watching them move in 60 FPS in Dark Souls 3. I was like, damn, that's interesting as fuck. So yeah, maybe at some point when I've got the Souls games on PC, we can look at the Convergence mods. But there is a Greyspawn mod which converts a lot of the assets and art style of Elden Ring into Bloodborne. Or Bloodborne-esque. Shit, I don't even think I have a delivery for this person. Excuse me. I'm just fucking autopiloting right now. But like I said, I'm burnt out on Elden Ring. It doesn't convert enough to make it into like proper Bloodborne, you know. So yeah, I'm burnt out on I'm really burnt out on Elden Ring. Night Rain was the last thing I wanted to see announced, and you know, Dusk Bloods as well. You know, I'm sure there'll be people that enjoy it, but yeah, for me, I want Miyazaki cooking a new standalone Souls game of some sort. I hope it is an open world. If it is, it's not the end of the world, but I kind of, part of me really hopes they do something similar to Sekiro or Dark Souls 3, but a new sort of setting, a new character, and maybe even some new combat mechanics. But yeah, if we get, you know, something similar to Dark Souls 3, but sort of maybe hybridizing a bit of Sekiro in there as well, because I don't think they will have not noticed Lies of P kind of hybridizing the best of Sekiro and the best of Bloodborne, and you know, everybody's saying like, damn, a Souls-like that actually is really good. But then again, we got the fucking Lies of P DLC, so I've got to fucking learn how to play Lies of P again, because I've done 2 playthroughs of that game, but I'm not burnt out on it. I could go back to it. And after learning all the parry timings in Expedition 33, I think I'll have a new appreciation for the parry timings in Lies of P, after the parry timings in Expedition 33 feeling so awkward. But I did some more sort of, you know, some more pondering about the parries in Expedition 33, and I think it comes down to the fact that there isn't a dedicated hitbox system, because a turn-based game very rarely needs one. Most of the hits are governed by, you know, mathematical equations and or a bit of RNG. So the hitbox doesn't really, the hitbox system is probably, if it has one, it's probably not that accurate, because it's not really their strong point. But it probably doesn't even have one at all. It's probably just an arbitrary timing that's just placed, you know. And like I say, there's a few things that can kind of, you know, change where, we're just spinning our wheels here, aren't we? There's a few things that can subtly change when the attack is going to land, and trying to respond to that, you know, with some arbitrary timing is, yeah, not the most fun. But yeah, I'm fairly certain the lack of a dedicated hitbox system that really works, because yeah, I think a lot of people, they mention a lot of things about the Souls games. They don't mention the hitboxes, because don't get me wrong, some of the hitboxes in the Souls games are a bit, you know, there's a YouTube channel, I can't remember the name of the kid, but they do like videos where they show the animations with the hitboxes turned on. Some of them are a fucking joke, dude. Some of them are so much bigger than they need to be. But I think that so long as it creates the feeling of the attack either hitting you or not, maybe them being a little bit oversized is necessary. Because as well as obviously, as well as sort of, you know, making it, you know, they're very simplified hitboxes, because obviously, you know, collision detection, you know, at a wireframe sort of polygon, at a polygonal level, it's very expensive. People often argue, like, you know, why can't you just make the model of the character the hitbox? But they don't realize how many cycles of the CPU it would take to calculate collisions with that many vertices. It would be like 2 FPS, even on a fucking Threadripper. So you have to have a simplified skeletal system underneath. But I do find it funny that FromSoft has always kind of, oh, for fuck's sake, we got lost in the storm. FromSoft has kind of always favoured like the big hot dog stick instead of a sword shape. Instead of having a box that fits around the sword that they could sort of widen or, you know, narrow, it's actually just a big old yellow hot dog, wireframe hot dog. And yeah, the problem is, because you've got a rounded top, the rounded top needs to encompass the whole end of the sword. So the sword could be like this, but it has to be rounded off like that. So there's a gap there's a thing at the very top. There's a space at the very top, especially with Consort Radahn. There's about, in game space, probably about half a foot of hitbox that goes beyond his sword. And his swords are already pretty fucking big, you know, so it's kind of a bit of a piss take. But I think they did adjust them. I mean, we beat them before they got nerfed, but I think they did adjust them because, yeah, some of the fucking hitboxes and some of the attacks were so fucking brutal. And yes, it was one of the only times I've caved in and gone to reevaluate my build and level up a new weapon and start digging around properly into Ashes of War and everything. So we had to use a different weapon that healed us as well as doing a bit of damage to get the sort of, you know, to tip the balance in our favor. We got it done. I didn't use any cheeses or anything. I think we did it fairly honest. Look at this. This is probably a hot spring, right? Maybe we should take a rest in a hot spring. Da dan da dan dan dan. Da dan da dan dan dan.
Thanks for popping in. Yep.
Cool.
Fucking amazing, dude. A historically unprecedented level of perfect.
Fucking amazing, dude.
For real? I can't believe you brought me this cargo. I think You're crazy. Like, why are you gonna work so damn hard? It's overwhelming having a buddy like you to back me up. I boosted your materials allocation, did
Right.
I got something super neat for you. Well, maybe not that amazing, but useful, at least.
Ha! We got a camel hat, chat. Hood shaped like a camel, the ideal companion when humping through the desert, reduces stamina drain in the heat and slightly increases cargo capacity. The hood's water supply will restore Sam's stamina if it drops to a certain level and is replenished when the hood is exposed to timefall or immersed in water. So it's got a little bladder. Yeah, it's just explaining the same thing. Yeah, it's got a little bladder in the hump to fill with water. That's pretty neat. So, yeah, we're going there anyway, so we'll take that. We'll take all of this, chuck it in the loader, and then drive off.
Thank you.
Yeah, is this a hot spring? I presume it must be. It isn't, okay. Fair enough. We beg and then we borrow. Oh shit, I was on the wrong bar, sorry. The end of of the line. Da, da, da. Right, have we got anything for... Oh, we did have something for the motherhood, by the way. Yeah. Oh, no, we don't know. Have we picked that up? Oh, shit, we didn't do that. Okay. We did do that on the way back. Okay, yeah, so we've got some stuff to take to Hartman's lab. So we just basically just stay on the sand and then drive up the hill. That's fine, we can do that. There we go. But yes, a little camel hat for when we're in the desert. You see, now you're trying to fucking get me lost in the storm. If I just keep going straight, I should be okay. But yeah, last time I checked, sandstorms didn't have lightning. But I suppose it is a sandstorm, I suppose. But yeah, the visibility really does disappear. The effect you get where you can't see where you're going, it is genuinely really clever. Your visibility is genuinely really impaired by the storm, but not so much that it's like, because some games would just have like a decal on the screen, like a texture, an animated texture on the screen that would just fade in. But this one, I mean, you can see there's definitely a decal, you can see. But yeah, this one, it's also just making it really sort of foggy and sort of, you know, creating all this wind, all these streaks coming off the truck and everything. So yeah, it's... But yeah, we're still on track. We're fine, chap. As long as we keep going straight, we're fine. I mean, we'll be absolutely caked in sand when we get there, but still. But yeah, I kind of want to walk through some water after getting covered in sand to see if it genuinely does only sort of wash away the dirt at certain levels. But I think that's what happened last time we were back in the very beginning area. Oh, the Magellan's up there. So, okay. I'm going to say, why have I got a mission all the way up there? Is that the fisherman? Not sure, okay. So, yeah, we're going up there, I think. You can take... Have we got that song? Are we allowed that song? I think we have.
Let's make a toast to the time waiting for tomorrow when we're played out by the band, drowning out our sorrows. What will become
of us now at the end of
time? We'll be fine, you
you
and
and
I.
Sing along if you know the words. But yeah, the music in the first game, I mean, the music in this one has been really good. There's been some music which is kind of like I could take it or leave it. But the music in the first game, just track after track, I was like, oh my god, this is a really good song. This is a really good song. And there's like songs that I hear in my shuffle. And I'm like, oh, I remember being, you know, on that really awkward delivery. And this is the song that came in as we crested the hill and it started to go downhill rather than uphill. I was like, damn. Oh, the fucking lab's down there, sorry. It's right fucking there, breadcrumbs. Maybe together we can make a start in love. Yeah. Nice touch. The music player is a really nice touch. But yeah, I feel as if the music is a bit more varied in this one, which means it's not quite as... It doesn't feel quite as catered, if that makes sense. And yeah, there's still a bit of low roar in there, and there's a hill just behind us where low roar started to come in, and we were carrying a corpse back, and I was like, oh man. Oh, it feels just like the first game. That's fucking beautiful.
Welcome. I just need one moment to review order data.
Hello, Mr. Goblin Boy. Have you finished now? Have you finished your breakfast at fucking 20 to 10 at night?
This cargo is an excellent. I see.
I stood up on the break and he was like, meow, 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 meow. I was like, okay, well, if you finished your breakfast, then we can put down your lunch, you know, even though it is fucking almost 10 o'clock at night. He hasn't even finished his breakfast yet. Extra battery level 4. Nice. But yes, I'm hoping we get to a point where we can actually use some of this stuff, because at the moment, I haven't really needed to use any of it. Yes, sorry.
There's my daughters for a start. You see, 21-minute syndromes appear to be linked to the rhythms of the Earth itself. And those of us who suffer with dooms are especially sensitive to these natural cycles. My daughters have dedicated themselves to the study of temporal and biological phenomena. In fact, you might cross paths with them someday. They're right here in Australia. I hope I can call on you again. Please, tell our friend I say hello.
Right, have you got any deliveries? Uh-oh. Goblin mode has been activated. He just bounced out of the fucking room on like 2 or 3 legs. So yeah, we could go to the pizza guy. That's not too far away. And that might be enough. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we could do that. On the way back. Cool. But yes, we 5-starred them already. So that's obviously a bunch of combat, which I'm not super up for just yet. So we'll do this one, and this one. There we go.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Oh. Express deliver octopus. Oh shit, where are we delivering the octopi to? We've got to get there fucking quick. Okay, it's just down the hill to the pizza guy. Okay, yeah, that's not a problem. Yeah, down there. Yeah, it's not a problem. Okay. I don't usually speed down hills because it's dangerous, but yeah, we've got an express delivery. No, that wasn't enough to do damage. Come on, game. Right, how bad was that damage? Because it's that's all the other cargo as well. How bad was that damage? Oh. Oh yeah, do you know what? It gave us a save right after we picked up, so we can try this a few different times until we it shouldn't take too many tries, but yeah, I want to get down there without damaging it. Right, we got the order. Oh, for fuck's sake, he didn't save after we picked it up. Excuse me. Excusez-moi. So, not that there. It did a save, so it didn't do another save.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Right, quick save. So now we yeet it down the hill. And if we get damage, we can just load it up again. So that's fine. But yeah, it's the damage of the goods inside the truck. I think there's something funny about the way it works in this one because, yes, in the previous game you could go full fat yeet and nothing ever got damaged unless you drove like directly into a wall or something. But now, like, a little bump is enough to do it. So can I go this way? Oh, stop picking up more cargo, Sam. Yes, I might get shot at, but I'll chat. We are fucking built different. And I bet you there's fucking speed runs of doing these. I mean, with a zip line, you could do it even quicker, but, you know, I'm not going to build a zip line just for one delivery. Oh, sorry.
I've been waiting for you.
Whoosh, let's go. Hello, Baba. What's the matter?
I must learn your secret.
If you've been asleep all day and you haven't eaten breakfast, you can't be hungry for dinner, little man. I'm sorry. Not how it works.
A dedicated porter like you could have
Not how it
carried
works.
out so many.
Yes, 5 stars on the pizza chef. Cool. Hey, look at, we get a pizza outfit. Let's go. Oh, and we get pizza chef boots. Boots form part of the pizza chef uniform combined measurement hat. All of the worlds. Okay, so it's just a colorway. Okay, cool. And we get a we get a badge of cool. A patch. Cool. We can rest here.
You are always so willing.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Cool. So I think we're maximum in, well, in the, I think we're kind of maximized in bridge link and servicemanship for the meantime because they haven't gone up for ages. Porter hasn't really gone up that much, and stealth hasn't gone up that much, but combat has. So I think we need to go do a bit more combat to get up to level 40, and then we'll be gold across all the board. But yeah, it went purple. The star changed to purple when I was max level before, but you know. We got, hey, we get a Pizza Hut. Let's go. Cool.
I have never allowed anyone else to represent my restaurant. That puts them. You deserve to be the very up.
Yeah. Cool. I'm sorry that I'm skipping some of this stuff, but it literally isn't anything important. It's literally just, you know, here's a gift. Cool, thank you. You know, and that is literally it. So that's not miles away now, and we're going up there to the architect anyway. So I'll take that one and that one. We're going up the hill anyway to go to the architect, and then we'll go down to there. That might be enough to finally 5-star that distribution center, which would be pretty cool. So, oh yeah, that's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff. So. Oh, you see, we're completely loaded. Oh. So that's 320 kilograms. So we'll have to do that one first, I think. Oh, is that still going to be too much? Still going to be too much. What the fuck, dude? That's ridiculous. Okay, with that being the case, I will see if I can get rid of any stuff. Still carrying a bunch of... Yeah, this is what I said earlier, chat, is that I've got to make sure I empty out all the stuff that I don't really need. I should have emptied those metals out into a road somewhere, because this is the problem. You get a big order and you're fucked. It's kind of annoying. But anyway, so we should be able to take on just the small order then. But we'll take on that one. Oh, the thing is, we're going to that other guy as well anyway. So what have we got in our fucking... what have we got? Oh, we can't dump any more metals here. Oh, yeah, chat. This is where it gets silly. So, and I don't think I can summon the Magellan to here. I don't think. I can't summon the Magellan to me. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying. Okay, we'll have to make just one of the trips that I want to make, and then from there, I don't know how I've still got like fucking 400 containers of metals. I don't know how I've still got that many. So we'll take this on. I think it says an express order. Breakable cargo, but yeah, we're just going to go straight over the hill. Yeah, we'll go straight over the hill. So there might be a void out if we're not careful, but we'll do a save once we've picked it up. And we'll do a save because I imagine we'll get up there, and because we're doing an express order, the game is going to throw absolutely everything at us. So we go over here, we do a quick save. Cool. It's really annoying that I'm going to have to go to the fucking architect anyway. But I'm not going to be able to... Is this a physical object? It is. Shit. Okay, I can fit through it. That's fine. Yeah, so I presume we'll go up here. There'll be a fucking giant, great big tar pit. A whale wearing a fucking anime costume will come out of the ground or something. I'm just kidding. No, you fucking bastard. The fucking steering completely turns off. Your steering completely lets go. So we're still traveling this way. Yes. Oh, we need to go to the left a little bit, actually. But we need to go over this river at some point. Oh my goodness. Right, I need to go to the left instead. I thought I could cut back, but I can't. So yeah, bear with me one sec, chat. Three minutes. So I'll try taking the left road this time, because we need to go. We need to go to the left. There's a massive drop otherwise. I think there's a ramp. There might be a ramp there, but I can't risk it. So I'll try hugging the left and see if that helps. See, look, it just turns into a tar pit immediately. But even though it turns into a tar pit, oh no, yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Over here, over that river, and then we're on the right direction. The camera shake, my dudes. So yeah, 3 minutes is actually pretty close. because yeah, we've now got to make sure we find a way back down. Oh, where are we? So we want to turn to the right. Yeah, we've got to get down there. So we've got to go. So actually, oh yeah, do you know what? We're not too bad. As long as we go past there and go straight, we're good. So we're not miles away. So try and deal with this craggy rock surface the best we can. Without just fucking crashing into a wall, breadcrumbs. Come on. Then we go straight over here. I'm pretty certain that's the gap we're looking for. Straight down there. And 3 minutes for this. 3 minutes for this trip is actually pretty fucking hardcore. Oh, it's so dark, chat. It's so dark. Yeah, 3 minutes is pretty hardcore. I mean, I think... Oh, fucking hell. It's going to be close, chat. It's going to be close. Even with the truck, it's going to be a close one. No, 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 no. Don't do your rolling animation. Come on, that's it. Get out on the right side. Fucking strats. Come on. Right, pause that timer. Take it. Better be a fucking S rank, I swear.
Thanks for coming out.
Shush.
Let's see what the order.
Shush.
I didn't think anyone.
Cool. So we did it in 2 minutes 38 seconds. Damn. Okay.
Thanks for coming. We hope to see you again.
But yeah, if we were on foot, we would have been fucked. That wasn't enough to 5-star this guy. That's so annoying. So, what have you got? No. No. Yes. Oh. Just little bubble.
Order accepted.
Shush. Right, so what are we saying? 10 o'clock. Okay, so unfortunately, I think I will actually have to call it there, I'm afraid. I will actually have to call it there. 10 o'clock is a bit long. It's been a quiet one today, but I've been going for quite a while, so I'm going to do a genuine save over there. I'll do a quick save just for shits and giggles. Down to the title screen. Cool, right, and I'll jump you guys over here. But yes, I could go on for a little bit, but yeah, I'm not sure there's any need. I think I've done a decent amount of stuff today. I think that's a pretty good stream, productivity wise. So let me save that. Put this controller on its charger before I forget. Then we'll come over here and we will grab a tab and I'll see who is on for a sneaky little raid. Who have we got? Clink, Dark Souls 3, special events. We've got Sekiro, we've got Hollow Knight, we've got Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Oh, we've got somebody playing Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Whereabouts are they? Are they ahead of us or not? I'll watch a fucking advert. Let's see. Okay, yeah, you know. Right. We'll forget that for now. So, somebody I'm following. Have a look. So we've got Warframe, Outlast, Guilty Gear, Noita, or Elden Ring. I think we should go say hello to this individual. They're playing something interesting. Runway to Dream of the Turtle. Looks kind of interesting. So we'll go say hello to this person. They're watching an announcement, but yeah, we'll raid this person. This person's lovely. So I'll get the raid started there. So thank you all so much for being here. An absolute pleasure as always. Thank you for your time and energy, all your support and everything else. I really appreciate you guys. YouTube, I'm going to call the stream there. So I'll be back on Monday, 5 p.m. UK time, YouTube. Thank you guys for hanging out on the YouTube. I really appreciate it. Thank you for looking after me. Thank you for watching the VODs. That's super handy with the ad views and the, not the ad views, the watch time, sorry. I could give a fuck about the ad views. It doesn't matter to me. I haven't got enough subscribers. But yeah, thank you so much for watching the VODs on YouTube, because it does help with the watch hours, of course. And also you guys hanging out in the stream. That helps with the watch hours as well. And it's nice to get a bit of a community going over on YouTube, because yeah, Twitch seems to be kind of going in a direction that doesn't include us, I think. But yes, thank you guys for being here. I'll see you guys next time. But yes, Twitch, don't worry, we'll raid out in a moment. But yes, YouTube,